What is my top? I used top equal to minus 1. Whenever top equal to minus 1, stack indicates empty. There is no elements. Now I want to work with push function. Push. I want to push the elements. One by one I want to push the elements. When I want to use the push function, now check it. Suppose I want to insert, which is my first now, I want to insert one element. I want to insert which element? 10 element I want to push. In this stack I want to push the 10 elements. Whenever I want to push the 10 element, now you see initially stack is empty. Now I want to insert the element. Now I want to insert the element here. Which position it is inserted now? It is first position it is inserted. It is first position the element is inserted. Now this is 10. This is 10. But here how it is inserted? Plus top pre-increment. What is mean by pre-increment? Initially 1 is added plus top pre-increment. Initially 1 is added, after that store the elements pre-increment. What is my top position now? I am inserting 10 element. What is my top position now? Top is 0. Here top index is 0. This is top index. What is the index of this? 0. What is my top element? 10. This index is 0, top is 10. This I use S of 0 index. S of 0 index. Now it is inserted this position. This position stack is inserted. Here this position insert the stack. This position insert the element. Now I want to create with another next element I want to insert. Next element I want to insert. That is also similar way. Once I insert that, what is my next element I want to insert here? This is 10. Already I inserted here 10. What is my next element I want to insert? 20. Whenever I inserted the 20 element, here, at that time top is increments, top portion is moving. Now this is my top is moving. Top is moving this location, top is moving. At that time this is my top index S of 1. At that time also plus top increments. After that I want to create with another element. I want to insert another element. Here. You see that here I want to insert another element. What is my next element I want to insert now? This position 30 I want to insert. Whenever 30 is inserted now, after that top increments, top position is changes. Previously 20 position, now top position here increments. What is the index of this? S of 2 index. Now here I inserted now 20. Here I inserted now 30. In this position insert 30. After that I want to insert that next element now. What is my next element here? Insert 40. 40 element I want to insert. Insert 40. Whenever I inserted the 40 now, the next will be moving on next. If I inserted this, actually 30 will be there. What is my next element? 40 I inserted. When I inserted the 40 here, now it's a top moving this. This position is there previously, now it is position is moving. This position top. At that time what is the top index now? This is S of 3. Actual size is S of 4. My index is reaching to the 3. After reaching to the 3, there is no insertion possible because there is no size. You are reaching to the actually top equal to size minus 1. There is no possibility for insertion. Now I want to use for whenever my stack size is full, I can't insert the new element. I can't insert the new element because my size is full. If top equal to, whenever top is equal to size minus 1, when the top is equal to size minus 1, insertion not possible. I want to print the message. What is my message? Whenever top is equal to minus 1, I want to printf. Which message? Stack is full. Whenever top equal to size minus 1, stack is full. there is no insertion. Whenever the top is not equal to size minus 1, stack insertion is possible. Whenever top is not equal to size minus 1, insertion possible. Plus plus top increments. Top indicator to be increments. Initially top is minus 1, now that is increments. After that I want to insert the element. After that I want to insert the element now. Insert the element position. Element position to be insert. Whenever top is equal to size minus 1, insertion not possible. Plus plus top. Now I want to insert S of top equal to element. I want to insert the element. S of top equal to element. I want to insert the element. Insertion of element. Now this is the function of push. This is the function of push. Now I want to work with the pop operation. Actually this is for push. Now I want to work with pop operations. How to pop the elements? Now already my stack is, now you see here my stack is already full. Now I have 4 elements. Now I want to go for pop. Pop means remove the element. I want to remove the element. Now here first I want to delete or remove. Delete 40, which is my last position stacker, that is only first deleting. Which is my last position element, that only first deleting. You see that now I want to delete this. I want to delete this, which is my last position element, that only first delete. Suppose if I use with 40, delete 40. Now 40 should be delete. 40 element to be delete. Now here you see. Now this 40 will be delete. Here it will be erases. Whenever 40 is deleted, now top decrements. Whenever topmost element is decremented, now it is top will be decrements. Decrement the top. How it is decrement the process? Now you see that whenever it is deleted, now top should be decrement. Top minus minus. Now the top minus minus. When I delete the 40, top minus minus. Top decrements. At that time top is deleting now. Now you see that while moving on that deletion process, now you see the deletion process, how it is used the deletion now. See that if I go for deletion, already I have the stack, already I created the stack. This is my stack with 4 elements. Initially my stack is 4 elements. In that 4 elements I want to delete the 40. Already my stack is full. Whenever stack is full, then only you can delete the element. If stack is empty, you can't delete the element. I have 40, already I inserted that 30, the next element is 20 and the next element is 10. My stack size is 4. Now I want to delete this element. Which element I want to delete here? 40 should be delete. When I delete this 40, now delete 40. Whenever deleted 40 now, at the time top indicator moving, top is decrements here, top decrements to 30. At that time it should be used, top minus minus. After that I want to delete my next. After that I want to delete my next. Delete 30. I want to delete the 30. Whenever I deleted the 30, the top will be moving on next. Whenever I delete the 30, top is moving to decrement. At the time where it will be decrement here, decremented to 20. Now I want to delete the 30 now. When I deleted the 30 also deleted. At the time top is moving on to 20. Now this is my top. Here also which will be used, top minus minus. Every time top minus minus. Now I want to delete with 20. 20 I want to delete. Whenever I want to delete the 20, next 20 element is deleted. Previously 40 deleted, after that 30 deleted, after that 10 is deleted. at the time the top is moving on here. Now the 20 also deleted, at the time top is decrements to 10, the 10 position top will be there. Now here top minus minus, top minus minus. Now I want to delete the 10, 10 I want to delete 10. Whenever I deleted the 10, at the time complete whole elements will be removed. In my stack complete whole elements will be removed, all elements will be removed because 10 also deleted, at that time all elements will be removed. Whenever the stack all elements are removed, stack becomes empty, top equal to minus 1. Now this will be removed and this is also removed. Whenever all elements are removed, at the time top becomes minus 1. Now here to top minus minus, actually top decrements. Whenever all elements are removed, top becomes minus 1. If top equal to minus 1, what is my error message to write? Printf, printf stack is empty, there is no elements. Whenever no elements, you can't remove the elements. If it is not, if the top is not equal to minus 1, I can remove. I can remove that. Which I can remove that here, element equal to s of top, top position element to be removed, top minus minus, top decrements. Now this is the pop function logic, this is my pop function logic, how to pop the elements, this is pop function logic. Whenever top equal to minus 1, stack is empty, underflow there is no deletion. If it is else, element to be delete, top minus minus. Finally, I want to work with the display function. I want to display the function now. When I want to display the stack elements, if I want to display the stack elements, what should be used? Whenever display is not possible, if top equal to minus 1, there is no display. If the top equal to minus 1, it should be error. What is error now? Print no display, because of there is no elements, no display. If the top is not equal to minus 1, else I want to display. Whenever top is not equal to minus 1, I want to display the elements. How it is display the elements here? Because of for loop I used, for I used top equal to 0, when the top is, whenever top is less than or equal to size minus 1, whenever top is less than or equal to size minus 1, top increments, then I want to display the elements. Then I want to display the elements. How to display that? How to display printf percentage d, because my elements are integers, percentage d, s of top I use, that elements to be print. Whenever top is not equal to minus 1, that I want to display the elements, s of top to be displayed. These are completely operations to be used for the stack. These are the stack operation to be used. You see that here the stack program you observe, same whatever I explained that. Initially maximum size equal to 8, it is called as macro. Maximum size 8 I define, it is a array, maximum size 8, array size, stack of 8. These variables are global variables. Top is initially minus 1, minus 1 indicates initialization, there is no elements. Int is empty, this method is integer return. Whenever top equal to minus 1, return 1. Whenever top equal to minus 1, return 1. Return 1 indicates it's empty, true. Otherwise 0. Whenever stack is full, if the top is equal to maximum size or maximum size minus 1, return 1. Stack is full, there is no insertion. Peak, what is mean by peak? In your stack, top element, topmost element, which is the topmost element, that should be peak, return. Pop is nothing but remove the element data. If the stack is not empty, then only pop. Which to be pop? Data to be pop, element to be pop. Here data or element same. Top equal to top minus 1, decrements, return the data. Which element removed or which data removed, that should be returned. Whenever stack is not empty, then only you remove the element. Whatever element is removed, that should be returned, top decrements. Otherwise could not be returned, stack is empty. Push, I want to push the data. Whenever stack is not is full. If it is not full, then only you want to add the elements. Top equal to top plus 1. Whenever stack is full, there is no insertion. Stack of top indicator equal to data elements. If it is stack is full, could not insert, could not push the elements. You see that under main, int main, push 3, push 5, push 9, push 1, push 12, push 15. These all element will be pushed. My size is 8. My size is 8. These all element can be used. If I want to print topmost element, which is my last I pushed 15, that should be top. Last, because last element is make at first. Which is my first element, that should be make at last. Last element is pushed at first. While stack is not empty, then I want to call the pop. Whenever stack is full, I want to print the message, is it true or false. Whenever stack is empty, I want to print the message, is it true or false. Finally, these are the functionalities we have for the stack. Finally, this is the discussion about stack data structure. What is meant by stack? Stack is a linear data structure in C language. Stack is similar to arrays. Stack is a process of last in first out. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed last. Which are the real life example for the stack? Pile of plates on the dining table. On the dining table, one by one you can place the plates. Which plate is topmost, that should be removed first. Which plate is first placed, that should be removed last. Or cards, arranging the cards, playing cards arranges, that is also stack. Now for the stack, majorly 3 function you have. Push, pop, display. Push is nothing but if I insert element into the stack, is called as push. Whenever push is possible, if the top is less than or equal to size minus 1, push is possible. Top increments. Whenever top equal to greater than size minus 1, push become the error. Stack is full. What is meant by pop? Remove the element from the stack. Whenever top is equal to minus 1, stack is empty. There is no pop. If it is not, you can pop the element top minus minus. Whenever display function is possible, if the top is not equal to minus 1, you can display the elements. 0 index to size minus 1 index, we want to display the elements. If the top equal to minus 1, display function not possible. This is completely stack operations in the C language data structures. Stack can be implemented arrays, pointers, structures, linked list. But the operations are same. Operations are same. Array means fixed size. Pointer means dynamic size. Linked list also dynamic size. Now today I want to stop this stack data structure. Then tomorrow session I can continue with queue data structures. Stack data structure I discussed. Then tomorrow session I will continue linear data structure, queue data structure, first in first out. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss about queue data structure in C programming language. How to create the queue data structure in C programming language. Now the last session I discussed the stack data structure. What is meant by stack? Stack is nothing but last in first out data structure. What is meant by stack? it's a linear list. Store the elements last in first out manner. What is meant by last in first out manner? Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that to be removed last. Which are the real life example for the stack? Pile of plates on the dining table. On the dining table, first I place the plates, top of each other second plate, top of each other third plate. If I place the first plate, that should be removed last. Which plate is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which plate is first inserted, that should be removed last. Which is the real life example for the stack? Pile of plates on the dining table. Last in first out manner. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed last. Which are the stack operations? Push, pop, display. Push is nothing but insert an element into the stack. If you want to insert the new element into the stack, it's called as push. What is meant by pop? If I want to remove the element from the stack, the deletion element from the stack is called as pop. What is meant by display? Whatever stack you are already created, the list of elements to be displayed. Top to bottom, all elements to be displayed. Whenever push function is possible, if the top indicator less than or equal to size minus 1, push is possible. If the top is less than or equal to size minus 1, you can insert the elements. Whenever top is greater than size minus 1, push function not possible. It is shown the error stack is overflow or stack is full. Whenever pop operation is possible, if you delete element from the list, that is pop. If the top equal to minus 1, stack is empty. Top equal to minus 1 called as stack is empty, there is no elements, you can't remove. If the top is greater than or equal to size minus 1 or top is greater than or equal to 0, whenever top is greater than or equal to 0, you can pop the elements. If the top equal to minus 1, there is no element, stack is empty. It is called as underflow. When you display the stack elements, if you have at least one element or more than one element, then only you can display. If the top equal to minus 1, stack is empty, there is no display. Finally, what are the functions can be used? Push, pop, display functions. What is the drawback of the stack? Drawback of the stack, anywhere you can't insert the elements, anywhere you can't delete the elements, top position only to insert the elements, top position only to delete the elements. At topmost only to insert elements, at the topmost only you delete the elements. What is one more kind of data structure in C programming language? Queue data structure you have, queue. What is meant by queue data structure? FIFO manner, first in, first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Order wise, first element will be first remove, second element is second remove, third element is third remove. It's a queue manner. Whenever some persons are standing on the queue, any tickets counter, some persons are standing on the queue, the first person taken the first ticket and quit from the queue. Second person taken the second ticket and quit from the queue. Which person is last stander, that person taken the last ticket and quit from the queue. What is the operation of the queue here? First in, first out manner. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed last. Suppose my queue size is 5 elements. I can insert 5 elements. Suppose if I want to insert the new element into the queue, wherever insertion possible, back. What is meant by back here? Rear index. Every queue can perform with 2 indexes. One is for front, another one rear. Front is nothing but which is the first position element, that is front. Front index is 0. What is meant by rear? Which is the last element in your queue, that element is called as rear index. Front equal to 0 index, rear equal to size minus 1. If my queue size is 5, 0 to 4. 0 is the front index, 5 minus 1, 4 is the rear index. If you want to insert the new element into the queue, where you can insert the new element? Rear position you can insert the elements. The new element inserted at rear. If I want to delete the element from the queue, front position to delete. Deletion at the front, insertion at the rear. Whenever you are insert the new elements into the queue, which to be increment? Rear plus plus. If you are insert the element into the queue, rear index increments, rear plus plus. If you are delete the elements from the queue, which index to be increment? Front plus plus. If you remove the elements from the queue, front plus plus, front index to be increment. If you insert the elements into the queue, rear plus plus, rear position increments. Finally, what is my conclusion? The queue is a data structure. It's a linear data structure. Queue is also linear data structure, line by line to store the elements. Line by line to store the elements. It's a FIFO manner, first in, first out. Which element is first inserted in your queue, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted into the queue, that should be removed last. Stack is a LIFO manner, last in, first out. Which element last inserted, that to be removed first. But the queue is a FIFO manner. What is the way you are inserted? Same way to delete. Stack, which is the way you are inserted, reverse way to remove the elements. But the queue is which is the way you are inserted, same way to remove the elements. What are the queue functions you have? Insertion, deletion, display. Stack also function, push, pop, display. Queue is also you have the three major operations or three major functions: insertion, deletion, display. What is meant by insertion? If I want to add the element into the queue, which queue is already there, if I want to add the new element into the queue, that is called as insertion. Insertion positioned at rear. Which element I want to remove from the queue, it's called as deletion. The deletion at front. Insertion time rear plus plus, deletion time front plus plus. One more function you have, display. How to display the queue elements? Front is equal to 0, rear equal to size minus 1. Front to rear, all elements to be displayed one by one, front to rear. Whenever insertion not possible into the queue, if rear reach to the rear is equal to size minus 1. Whenever rear is equal to size minus 1, queue is full. Whenever rear is less than or equal to size minus 1, you can insert the elements. Whenever rear reaches to the size minus 1, queue is full. Whenever deletion not possible, if the front equal to rear equal to minus 1. What is meant by front equal to rear equal to minus 1? Initially for the queue there is no elements. Whenever the queue no elements, there is no deletion. Front equal to rear equal to minus 1 called as, it's empty, queue is empty, there is no elements, you can't delete. Whenever deletion is possible, if the front equal to rear equal to greater than or equal to 0, less than or equal to size minus 1, greater than or equal to 0, you can remove the elements. Whenever display function possible for the queue, if the front or rear 0 or above 0 index, at least one element or full elements, then only you can display. If the queue you have the at least one element or full elements, then only display. If the queue there is no elements, there is no chance of display. You can't display the elements because the queue is empty, underflow. Now every queue, what is the problem? Every queue, insertion at rear, deletion at front. Again, what is the drawback of the queue? It's a linear queue. Linear queue drawback, insertion at rear, deletion at front. Anywhere insertion, anywhere deletion, not possible. Anywhere you can't insert the elements, anywhere you can't delete the elements. Stack is only one end you have. Top only insert, top only delete. But the queue you have two indicators, two ends, front, rear, front, back. What is a real life example for the queue? Everywhere queue follows. If you want to move the car, within the queue only cars will be there. First car will be moved. After that second car will be moved. Queue on the queue. Whenever the cars are in the queue now, first car will be first quit, second car will be second. Tickets counter also standing the person's queue wise. Which person first standing, that should be take the first ticket and from quit from the queue. Which person is last standing, that should be take the last ticket and quit from the queue. What is the drawback of the queue operations? Insertion, deletion not possible anywhere because it's a linear list data structure. Finally, what is the definition of queue? Queue called as linear list. Queue is similar to array, list of elements, FIFO manner. It's a process of FIFO, first in, first out. What are the queue functions we have? Insertion, deletion, display. Queue can be implemented with arrays. Queue can be implemented with pointers. Queue can be implemented with linked list. Queue can be implemented with array. Array means fixed size. Queue can be implemented with pointers, dynamically use. Queue can be applied with linked list, list of elements, link of elements. You see that now while working of queue, what are the definitions? Will be move on to the queue. Queue is nothing but abstract data structure. Queue is nothing but abstract data structure. It is similar to stack. But unlike stacks, a queue is open at both ends. Stack will be only one end will be there. One end is closed, one end only open. But the queue is open at both ends, front, rear. One end always to insert data, one end to be insert the data. That insertion called as enqueue function. In the stack, insertion called as push function. In the stack, insertion called as push, but in the queue, insertion called as enqueue. In the stack, deletion called as pop, but in the queue, deletion, removing called as dequeue, deleted queue. Now for the queue, one end for insertion, another end for deletion. But in the stack, same end insertion, same end deletion. Top only insert, top only delete. Queue insertion called as enqueue, queue deletion called as dequeue. Now the queue will be follows which manner? First in, first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. That will be accessed first. In the real world example, queue can be like anywhere, single line or one way. Whenever you take the on the road one way, you have all vehicles are one by one enter the and one by one exits. Whenever you have the one way route, road, which vehicles are first enter, that should be first exit. Which vehicle is last entered, that will be exit last. It's a FIFO manner. In the real life example, many you can take the queues, tickets window, ticket counter or ticket window. At bus stops also, it's followed by queue mechanism. Now, if you understand this queue, you have the both ends, two different ends will be there. It is open, two different ends will be there. You see that whenever you are working with a queue, what is the diagram can be understand for the queue, check it. The queue is it's a vertically data structure you have vertically represent. Stack is horizontally it will be there, but the queue is it's vertically you can represent. Now suppose this is my queue. This is the diagram can be implemented for queue. Suppose my queue name queue, my queue name is queue of 5. Q of 5 means 5 elements. Every Q two indicators, two indexes you have. First index you called as front. The first index is called as front index, front. It's called as front, front equal to 0. The last index, rear index, back. Rear equal to size minus 1, rear is 4. Initially, there is no elements on the Q at that time. What is my statement? Initialize. Front equal to rear equal to minus 1. Front equal to rear equal to minus 1. It's called as, whenever I indicate this front equal to rear equal to minus 1, it is called as front equal to rear equal to minus 1. That is called as Q initialization. Front equal to rear equal to minus 1. It is called as empty. Currently the Q is empty, there is no elements. Every Q one by one to insert the elements. Suppose first I am inserting 10, suppose. Next I am inserting 20. Suppose next I am inserting 30. Next I am inserting 40. The Q elements one by one insert. When I remove these, first 10 will be removed. In this Q, if I want to remove the elements, which will be removed first? 10 elements. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed. Whenever I remove this, the front will be moving this position. Front is moving to next, front plus plus. If I remove that, again moving on that next, front is moving on this. If I remove that, next I want to, front is moving on this position. If I remove that, front is moving on the next position. If I remove that all elements, the front and rear equal to minus 1. Whenever all elements are removed, front and rear equal to again minus 1. Whenever insertion time, if I want to insert elements, this is deletion operation. If I want to insert element, how it is inserting now? First 10 inserted. First 10 inserted. Whenever I inserted the 10, front, rear both are same position. At the time here rear is not available because in my list only one element I inserted. At that time, whenever the Q only one element I inserted, at that time front, rear same position. Front, rear 0 only. After insert this element, second element, when I insert the second element, at that time which index will be move on? Rear. Rear index will be move on. Now rear plus plus. After that, if I insert the 30, insertion at 30, at that time again rear index will be increments. It is moving on rear index will be increments. If I insert the next element, again the rear index will be increments. If I insert the next element, again the rear index will be increments. Every time rear will be move on. Insertion time rear will be move on, deletion time front will be move on. Now you see this is also for rear will be increments. Insertion time, if I insertion that, at that time which will be move on? Rear plus plus. If I want to delete the elements, which will be move on? Front plus plus. One is for front plus plus, another one rear plus plus. Whenever front equal to rear equal to minus 1, Q called as empty. This is the operation, first in first out manner to make a Q, front and rear. Now see that while working of the Q here, which are the basic operations I discussed? See, NQ. NQ will be there. What is meant by NQ function now? If I want to insert an element into the Q, is called as NQ. If I want to add the item into the Q, called as NQ. Next one is DQ, you have deletion Q. If I want to remove the element from the Q, is called as DQ, deleted Q. A few more functions required to make above mentioned Q operations, NQ and DQ. Peak function is required. What is meant by peak function? Which is the very beginning element. That is called as front. In your Q, which is the front element, very beginning element, without removing it, that is called as peak. Peak is called as front element in your Q. E is full function. What is meant by is full function? Whenever q reaches to the size minus 1, rare reaches to the size minus 1, q is full. Actually, my q size is 5. My q size is 5. Initially, rare is 0. After insertion, rare is 1. After that, rare is 2. Rare is 3. Rare is 4. Whenever rare is reaching to size minus 1, there is no insertion. Insertion not possible. At that time, is full. One more is there, is empty. Whenever is empty, check if the q is empty or not. Whenever I delete the 1 by 1 elements, first 10 deleted, next 20 deleted, next 30, next 40, next 50. Whenever all elements are deleted, there is no deletion function. Whenever front end rare equal to minus 1, there is no deletion. If the q is empty, there is no deletion. If the q at least one element or full elements. If the q at least one element or full elements, you can remove. If the q is empty, there is no deletion. That is called as is empty function. Now, we always dq pointed by the front pointer. Every deletion is front position, and if you want to insert the elements, every time always nq. It is called as which pointer? Rare. dq function working with the front. dq function working with front pointer. nq function working with the rear pointer. Back of the q. You see that if I want to work with a program of this q operation program, check it. stdio.h, standard input output header file. String.h, strings can be done. String length, string lower upper. stdlib.h, standard library, and std boolean type also use, boolean functions. Hash define max 6, size of your q. Hash define is macro, size with 6. Int array, q array, size is 6, q array. Initially front is 0, rare equal to minus 1. Initially front I assign with 0, rare equal to minus 1. Our item count equal to 0. I mean, how many items I have? What is my first function? Peak function. Peak. Whenever the q will be display as peak, in your q first element called as peak. In your q front element called as peak. Initial element called as front element called as peak. Return the front. Return the front. Int array called as array. Return the front. Whenever boolean is empty function is empty, whenever q is empty, item count is 0, there is no elements. Whenever return boolean is full, item count equal to max or max minus 1. Whenever the q position item count is 0, there is no elements. Whenever the item count is maximum size, q is full, boolean type. I want to find out size of my q, return the item count. Suppose my q have the 5 elements, what is my size? 5. If my q has the 10 elements, what is my item count? Return 10. What is the logic of insertion? Insertion, how to run off that? Insert, void insert, data, I mean element to be insert. Insert function, insertion, nq, data to be insert. Whenever insertion is not possible, whenever insertion is possible, not is full. If the q is not full, insertion possible. If the q is not full, insertion possible. Rare reaches to max minus 1. If the q is full, at the time insertion not possible, not full. Whenever rare equal to max minus 1, rare assigned to the minus 1, I mean empty. Int array plus rare, I mean rare increments, pre-increment. First increment the index rare, then store the element. Data means element. What is the logic here? Rare equal to max minus 1, rare equal to minus 1. Max minus 1 means you are reaching at last element, rare assigned to the minus 1. If it is not pre-increment, rare should be increment index, then store elements. Item count plus. How many elements you can count? remove data. Whenever remove the element, deletion, front element to be removed first. After that front increments, next element is moving on front. First element remove, then moving on next, second element removing, then moving on next. Whenever front reach to the max size or max minus 1, front 0. Whenever front reach to the max, all elements removed, front initialize 0. Item count minus minus, I mean totally how many elements are there, item count minus minus. If I remove that, count value decrements. If I insert that, item count increments. Return the data, return type. Now you see here, insert 5 items, insert 3, insert 5, 3, 5, 9, 1, 12, order wise inserted, order wise inserted. Now front is 0, rear is 4, because 5 items. Now this is for 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 3, 5, 9, 1, 12. If I insert 15, where it is inserted now after 12? Whenever queue is full, what is the message? Queue is full. If I want to remove one item, first element remove. Which element is removed? 3. Front position element is removed now. At that time, 3 will be removed. Now rear is at 5. Now here, this is the front, this is the rear. If I want to insert 16, after 15 it is inserted now 16. After 15, whenever queue is full, element will not be inserted. 17, 18, like that also I can insert. At that time it is shown the error, because you are already inserted the element. I want to print which is the front, peak. Peak is nothing but front element return. Whenever queue is not empty, then I want to remove the data. Queue is not empty, then remove. This is basically queue operation, queue functions we have. You see that now while working of queue, now here insertion NQ, deletion DQ, and display, these are the major function. Suppose you see that if I go for the queue, it's a linear list, the display the elements order wise you can display the elements. Suppose my queue size is 4 size, it's a vertically you can arrange the data. My queue is my array name, queue of 4. Initially front and rear I used with -1, it's called as is empty, initialize. After that I want to go for function. What is my first function I want to use? NQ function. NQ means insertion, insert the elements. Suppose I want to insert 10 elements. In my queue I want to insert 10 elements. Now the initially queue is no elements, I want to insert the 10 elements. How to insert of that 10 elements? Now here I want to insert. Now I want to insert these queue elements to be insert one by one. First I want to insert with the 10. Under queue I want to insert the 10 elements. That is inserted at the front position. Now 10 it is inserted. After insert that front equal to 0, at that time rear position also 0. Front is 0, rear is 0. Now I want to insert at 11. I want to insert at 11. 11 I want to insert. When I want to insert the 11, at that time also the next position, I mean rear increments. Rear will be increments. Here every insertion time which to be used, plus rear increments, pre-increments. Now here 10 inserted, after that 20 inserted. Now this is front position, now this is front, now which will be moving on? Rear will be moving on. Now here rear will be moving, rear will be increments. Now here front, rear, previously this position, now front, rear, this position. Now it is increments, rear will be moving on this location, rear increments. How it is increment of this here? Plus rear. After that I want to insert the next element now. What is my next element I want to insert here? Suppose I want to insert 30 element. Next is 30 element I want to insert. 30 I want to insert. at that time, then you have to use with the next element insert 12. I want to insert 12. At that time also rear will be moving. Now here rear will be moving here, rear increments. Which element is inserted here? Here I inserted with 12. Here I inserted 12. Previously not 20, na? I changed the elements. Now here this element is, now here this element is 11. Second element I inserted 11. 11 I inserted, this is 11. After that third element is 12. 12 element I inserted. Second element is 11, third element is 12. That position I insert the elements. Order wise it is insert the elements. Rear will be moving. Now I want to insert that next element I have. I want to insert the last element, fourth element. I want to insert that fourth element. This is my fourth Q position index I want to use. Fourth element I want to insert. Now I want to insert that next element now. Here I want to insert. This position to insert. Which element I want to insert now? 13. 13 I want to insert. Insert 13. Now the rear will be moving on. Here 13 will be inserted. Now I want to insert next 14, but that is not possible because 13 is reached to the rear maximum size. Here front rear is 0, here rear is 1, here rear is 2, here rear is 3. Whenever rear is equal to size minus 1, stop there. If what is my condition? Rear equal to size minus 1. Whenever rear equal to size minus 1, which message to be print? Q is full. Q is full. There is no insertion. Q is full. Else, if it is not, plus rear increments. Here I want to insert Q of index position equal to what to be used, or here I used a Q of rear index equal to element or data. Now this is the logic of insertion logic. Whenever Q equal to size minus 1, Q is full. Rear equal to size minus 1, Q is full. Else pre-increment, rear pre-increment, rear position index data. This is the logic of insertion, NQ function logic. If I want to go for deletion, if I want to work with the deletion of this, how to delete of that Q elements? DQ function. I want to go for deletion now, DQ function to be used. Currently I have the 4 elements in this Q. What is my Q? Q of 4 size. Already I inserted some elements 10, 11, 12. Previously I inserted 12 and 13. What is my front position here? This is front. Front is at 10, rear is at 13. Now I want to go for next function DQ, deletion Q. DQ called as deletion Q. How to delete that? I want to delete 10. I want to delete at 10. That means what? And in your Q 10 element will be deletes. In your Q, which is the first element, that is first deletes. Q means order wise. Which element first inserted, that will be delete. I want to delete at 10. When I delete the 10, front is moving on this side. Front moving, front increments. Deletion time front plus, front only increments. Insertion time rear plus, deletion time front plus. Now I want to insert that next I want to delete that again. I want to delete that next element 11. 11 I want to delete. Now I want to delete this 11. In this position I want to delete the 11 now here. Delete 11. Second element to be delete. Previously front is at moving at 11. Now 11 also deleted, that is moving at 12. Now this is 10 is deleted, then 11 is deleted. Now the here front is moving. Next I want to delete at next element I want to delete. Next element I want to delete the 12 element I want to delete. I want to delete at 12. Now here I want to delete at 12. 12 element I want to delete. Previously I inserted with 11, but here 12 I want to delete. When I deleted the 12, now here I want to delete this. This I want to delete, this position to delete the elements. 12 is deleted. Whenever 12 is deleted and this is moving, front is moving, every time front only increments, front plus plus, every time front only increments, front plus plus, front index only increments. Now I want to delete at 13, the last one, I want to delete at 13, last element I want to delete. Now I want to delete at last element. At the time all elements I deleted here. Whenever I deleted with all elements, when I deleted with all elements, I want to delete at 13. At that time all elements are deleted here. At that time what happened? Front rear equal to minus 1, all elements deleted. At that time front rear should be assigned to the minus 1. Whenever all elements are deleted, what is the function logic here? If front equal to rear equal to minus 1, front equal to rear equal to minus 1, printf. What is the message? Q is empty, there is no deletion because all elements are deleted. Otherwise you want to delete that data equal to Q of which index to be deleted? Rear, not rear, front index element to be deleted. Front index element to be deleted. Front plus plus, front index increment. This is the logic. Whenever front equal to rear equal to minus 1, Q is empty. Data equal to Q of front increments. If I want to display the elements, front equal to rear equal to minus 1, there is no display. Whenever front is greater than 0, rear is less than minus 1, display possible. This is called as DQ function, deletion to be processed. Finally, what are the data structure? Q data structure I discussed. Now the Q data structure similar to stack. Stack is a LIFO manner, last in first out. Q is a FIFO manner, first in first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed last. Q insertion called as NQ function, Q deletion called as DQ function. Insertion possible at a front, insertion possible at a rear, rear plus plus, deletion possible at a front. Which element is first inserted, that should be delete first. Front moving, based on front only to delete. Insertion is at rear, rear plus plus, rear increments. Whenever front equal to rear equal to minus 1, no deletion. Whenever rear is equal to size minus 1, whenever rear equal to size minus 1, Q is full, there is no insertion. If the front equal to rear equal to minus 1, there is no Q elements, no display. What is the drawback of the Q? Anywhere you can't insert the elements, anywhere you can't delete the elements. Front only delete the elements, rear only insert the elements. Stack you have only one end, top will be there, one end is closed, topmost only insert element, topmost only delete. But the Q have the two ends, both directions, one is for front, another one rear. Front is nothing but deletion, rear is nothing but insertion. But anyway, stack also, Q also, both are linear data structures, linear. Stack is LIFO manner, Q is FIFO manner. What are the stack functions? Push, pop, display. Q function NQ, DQ, display. What is a stack? Real life example, pile of plates on the dining table. Q means everywhere. If you have the one way on the road, every vehicle, which vehicle first will be placed, that should be quit from the queue. Which vehicle is last place, that should be quit from the last. Tickets counter also you can example. Okay, this is the discussion about Q data structure in C language. In the next session, I discussed one more data structure concept, linked list. How to store the elements in the linked list manner. In the next session, I can continue. Thank you for this video. Hello students, Welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss about linked list in data structures. C language data structure, what is the need of linked list, why you have to use the linked list, what are the advantages of linked list. Now see, the last session I discussed which is the data structure, queue data structure I discussed. Under data structure you have different type of data structures, stack, queues. Stack is nothing but last in first out. Which element is last inserted, that to be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that to be removed last. Queue is also one type of data structure. It's a FIFO manner, first in first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed last. Stack is a LIFO manner, last in first out. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed last. Which are the stack operations? Push, pop, display. Push is nothing but to insert an element into the stack. Pop is nothing but to remove the element from the stack. Display is nothing but to travel the elements from the starting element to ending element. How to make the operations of stack based on the top index. Which element is first inserted, that is the top index. If I inserted second element, top index increments. If I insert the third element, top increments. Every insertion time top increments, every deletion time top decrements, decrement the top. If I have 3 plates are there on the dining table, if I want to place the fourth plate, topmost, top of the third plate you want to insert. If you want to remove the plate from the dining table, which is the topmost plate, that should be removed first. Top only to insert, top only to delete. What is the drawback of stack? It can be worked with arrays, and one more problem, one end only insertion, same end only deletion. Top only to insert, top only to delete. One more data structure you have, queue data structure. Queue is a FIFO manner, first in first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed last. Which are the queue operations? NQ, DQ, display. NQ called as insertion element into the queue. DQ called as deletion element from the queue. Display called as to traverse the elements front to rear. Every queue 2 indicators we have. One is for front, another one is rear or back. First element index is called as front, last element index is called as rear. Front position to delete the elements, rear position to insert the elements. Every NQ operation possible at a rear, insertion at rear. If you are insert the new element into the queue, rear increments, rear plus plus. Every deletion, DQ function, front position to delete the elements. Once you remove the element, which to be increment, front plus plus. Insertion time, rear to be increment, deletion time, front to be increment. If I want to display the elements from the queue, front to rear. Front index is 0, rear index is size minus 1. Front to rear to display the elements. What is the drawback of the queue? Anywhere insertion not possible, anywhere deletion not possible. And one more drawback of the queue, queue is a array manner. Generally array is nothing but static memory allocation. Once you fix the size of queue, you can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. What is the drawback of the stack and queue? Stack and queue drawback, anywhere insertion not possible, anywhere deletion not possible. Insertion is at rear, deletion at the front. And one more drawback, stacks and queues are static memory allocations. Static memory allocation means once you fix the size, You can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. That is the reason one more data structure is introduced in C language. The data structure called as linked list manner. Linked list is one of the data structure to store the data in the form of list. What is the advantage of linked list? Anywhere can insert the elements, anywhere can delete the elements, anywhere you can display the elements. The main advantage of linked list, insertion at anywhere, deletion at anywhere, display the elements from the first to last. One more advantage, linked list dynamic memory allocation. While working of linked list, dynamic memory allocation. What is meant by dynamic memory allocation? Now dynamically you can create the list, dynamically to add the elements. That means dynamically you can increase the size, dynamically you can delete the size, decrease the size. Once your usage of memory, you can delete the memory also. You can create dynamic memory allocation functions you can create. Malloc function, calloc function, free function that you can operate with the help of linked list. Dynamic memory allocation possible with help of pointers. Pointer variable should be created. Finally, what is my conclusion? Why you have to go for the linked list? Advantage of linked list, insertion, deletion, display anywhere. You can insert the element at the front also, rear also, middle also. Deletion also at the beginning also, ending also, middle also. One more advantage, dynamic memory allocation. Once I create the size 2 elements, but later I want to increase my size, possible. You can decrease the size, possible. With the help of dynamic memory allocation functions, malloc function, calloc function, free function. Linked list possible using pointers, with the pointer only to create the linked list. Actually, what is the definition of linked list? List is nothing but store the elements. Linked list is nothing but store the elements and link to the next element address. One list is store the element and it is represent next element address. Link between the two elements. How to link off the in between the two elements? Pointer should be created. How to define the linked list? List of elements linked with the help of pointers. Linked list is a dynamic memory allocation. Linked list insertion, deletion, display anywhere. Linked list how to create with the help of pointers. You can create with a next pointer, previous pointer, element. Linked list types are there. Types of linked list is there. Single linked list, one-way direction to be traveled. Doubly linked list, two-way direction can be traveled the elements. Circular linked list, it's a circular manner. Any node to any node you can travel. Link of the chain, circular linked list. Any node to any node you can travel. Single linked list, doubly linked list, circular linked list. Finally, what is my conclusion? Why you have to go for linked list? Once you create the linked list, the list of elements are stored and that is linked with another list element. That is nothing but one element linked with another element. It's a chaining manner. Pointer will be created. Linked list anywhere insertion possible, anywhere deletion possible. It's a dynamic memory allocation, memory saving. And one more advantage, easy to travel, either front to back or back to front. Left to right can be traveled, right to left can be traveled. The types of linked list are single linked list, one-way direction to be traveled. Doubly linked list, two-way direction to be traveled. Circular linked list, it is similar to doubly linked list, but the last node pointing to the first node address. Circular linked list, any node to any node to be traveled. the last node link connected to the first node pointer. See that how it is works of linked list. Now I want to discuss about linked list. Under C language data structure, linked list to be discussed. Now see the linked list, every list how to represent node. Under linked list, how to represent your data node to be created. Now this is called as node or list, node or list. Every node, if I go for singly linked list, every node 2 partitions. If you go for singly linked list, you can go for 2 partitions. It is called as node. I represented it is called as node. Now this is for what? Data to be stored. Now this is for what? Star pointer. Address of the next element. Now every node 2 partition you have. This is called as element to be represent, and this is called as pointer. It is pointing to the next element address. This is element or data. This is pointing to the next element address. If you go for doubly linked list, the node will be represent 3 partitions. If it is singly linked list, node will be represent 2 partitions, element and pointer to the next. If it is doubly linked list, 3 partitions, data, and this is called as what? Star pointer. It's a left side pointer, and this is also called as another pointer, right side pointer. Now 3 partition you have. This is also called as node, but doubly linked list 3 partition. It is called as left pointer, left element address. This is called as right pointer, right side element address. This is called as element. Now this is the representation of singly linked list. Each node represent 2 partition, data plus next node address, its pointer. And for the doubly linked list, 3 partition for node. This is called as previous pointer, this is element, and this is next pointer. And for circular also the same way, but the circular, the last node can be connected to the first node, which is the last traveling pointer that will be connected to the first node previous pointer. Now see that how to create the nodes. Linked list, you have 3 types are there. First I represent singly linked list. How to represent the singly linked list? Singly linked list or single linked list. Singly or single linked list. How to represent that? Suppose I taken with 3 nodes. If I represented with 3 nodes, here I have 3 nodes are there. 3 nodes I represented. These are called as nodes. This is called as nodes or list. Now this is my node 1. What is my name of the node? A. Node A. This is my node B. This is my node C. I given the name node A, node B, node C. Now I want to represent with 10 elements or data. I want to connect it to the star NXT, next pointer. It's a pointer. Next 20, and for the star next pointer. That means what? A element is 10, A next pointer connected to the B node. And for the B element is 20, B next pointer connected to the C node. And C you have the element is 30. What is the next pointer? For the C there is no next nodes. C is the last node. C is the last node. There is no any next pointer. Instead of next, which will be there? Null. What is meant by null? Represents which node have the null pointer, that node is the last node. Which node have the null pointer, that node is the last node, end node. Which node is the first node, that node called as head node. It is called as head node. This is called as tail node, last node. This is head node, that is last node. Every singly linked list, this is the way to be travel. Observe here, how to create this node. Suppose I want to create this node. How to create the node? What is the syntax of node creation? Struct node. How to create the node? Struct node. Because I want to create the node, node is our defined, user defined data type. How to create a structure name? Inside of that int data or element. Under node, what is my first partition? Element. This element is integer type. If you are enter string means string type. If you are enter character means character type. This element is integer. Under this node, I have the element and the next pointer, next node address. I am working on A node, but under A node, what is the A next pointer to the B node? B also structure, B also node. Now I want to call with struct node star next. Struct node star next. I am creating under node structure, every node 2 partition, element and star next. Again the star next indicating which node? Again structure node, B node. Again this is calling element and star next. And the B next pointer locating to the C next node. B next node is C, C element is 30, C next is null. That is called as what? Every struct node itself calling the node, itself calling the same node. Because every node itself calling the same structure. It is called as recursive structure. What is meant by recursive structure? One structure inside, same structure calling. You are writing on node structure, under node, again you calling the node star next, again calling. It is called as self structure, or it is called as recursive structure to be called. Now, how to create this node memory? How to create this node memory? How to create this node memory? Malloc function to be created. Struct node. Once I declare the structure, I want to declare the variable. Struct node, structure name node, star A. First I created struct node, element and star next. This is the node syntax, node creation syntax. Once I create the structure node, I want to make a variable of node, star A, variable of node. How to make of this memory allocation now? A equal to dynamic memory allocation functions. Which are the dynamic memory allocation function? Malloc, calloc, free function. Now here A node I want to make a memory. A equal to, A is a which type of pointer? Struct pointer. What type of pointer? Struct node star. It's a structure pointer. MALLOC, malloc function. MALLOC, malloc function, memory allocate, size of which data type? Node. Size of node. Size of node means size of A. Suppose A node element 10. If it is 10 is integer, how much memory create? 2 bytes. If this element is string, based on the string size. If element is character, 1 byte. Size of node into 1 called as 1 node can be created. This is the syntax of this. Struct node star A. A is a node pointer. How to create memory? A equal to struct node star, node pointer, MALLOC, malloc, memory allocation, size of node, whatever node I created, size of node. If my node consists with 10 means integer 2 bytes and next node address. Size of node into 1 node memory creates. Once I allocate this memory, after that how to free the memory? Suppose I want to destroy this node. I want to erase this node. Once I create that node, I used that node, I display that node. After that I want to remove the node. Free function. Free of A. Free of A. That means A node will be free. Now this A node already created with malloc function, A node created with malloc function, finally free of A, delete the node, A node will be destroyed. The memory will be deallocate. These are the major syntaxes for singly linked list creation. Every single linked list, each node represent 2 partitions, element and star next node address. If I have A element is 10, A next node is B. B element is 20, B next node is C. C element is 30, C next node is null because there is no any other nodes. Which element have the null? Which node you have the null pointer? It's a last node. Which node you have the null pointer? It's a last node. It is called as style. Which element is the first node? It is called as head. How to create the node? Syntactically, struct node. After that int element, first partition, struct node star next, because every node consists with another node address. That is the reason I calling of self structure. A structure node inside, again struct node calling, recursively calling. How to create memory allocation now? Struct node, what is my variable? Star A. A is a variable of struct node. A equal to struct node star. A is a node type. MALLOC, malloc function. Size of node. I want to make a memory dynamically for size of node. Into 1 means 1 node memory. How to free the memory of that? Free of A. Memory will be destroyed. The node will be destroyed. These are the basic syntaxes for to create the node, create the malloc function, create the free. Every linked list program, this is the basic functionality to use. Single linked list also basic function, doubly also basic, circular also basic. Now, when I create the singly linked list, insertion at anywhere, deletion at anywhere, and display also anywhere. What is the advantage of a linked list? Anywhere can insert the elements, anywhere can delete the node, anywhere can display the node. Suppose I have one linked list. Suppose I created 3 nodes. A, and this is B node, and this is C node. I have 10 and star next pointer, and 20 star next pointer, and 30 null. This is my actually list I created. Totally this list I have 3 nodes, A node, B node, C node. Now what is my request now? Insert. I want to go for insertion. My request is insert. Insert one new node. What is my new node name? Temp node. I want to insert the temp node. Temp node I want to insert. I want to insert the new node, temp node, at the beginning. I mean at the head section. Actually, linked list insertion possible at the beginning also, at the ending also. I mean head position also insert, tail position also insert, in between also insert. Before A also you can insert temp node, after C also you can insert temp node, in between A, B also insert, in between B and C also insert. What is the advantage of linked list? Anywhere insertion possible. Beginning, I mean head position possible, ending, tail position possible, in middle. But when you go for queue, wherever insertion possible, rear only insert. Wherever deletion possible, front only delete. When you go for stack, wherever insertion possible, top only insert, top only to delete this. But here anywhere you can insert the elements, anywhere you can delete the elements. Now here, if I want to insert temp node at the begin, before insert this node, before insert, what is my operation? Before temp node insertion. I want to insert temp node at beginning. Before insertion, what are the conditions? Before insertion, what is the condition? If A node I created, A of element equal to 10. Now this is my first node, A of element equal to 10. A arrow next. What is mean by arrow? Indicates structure pointer. If your variables are normal structure variable, dot operator to use. Dot indicates structure normal elements to be accessed. What is mean by arrow? Indicates structure pointer, structure with pointer. Now A is a structure pointer, element of 10. A is a arrow next, equal to B. What is the mean that? A next node assigned to the B node. A next pointer is B. Now here which is the head node? Head, star head equal to A. What is mean by head? Head is nothing but first node. Which is the first node? A. Initially this A is a head node. A of element is 10, A of next is B. After temp node insertion, after temp node, where I want to insert that? Before A, I want to insert the temp. Before A, I want to insert the temp node. Before A. When I insert the before A, I want to insert the temp node. When I insert the temp node, now this is my temp node now. Before A inserted. Now this is my before A inserted. What is my element here? 40 and star next. Star next. Now see, before temp node, this is my head node. After temp node insertion, now which is my head node? Now head is moving to here. Now this is my head. Head is moving to this position, head. What is my conditions here? Temp. Temp of element equal to 40. Temp of element. Next, temp of next. Temp is my new node. Temp of next pointer equal to A. And which is the head node? Head equal to temp. Head equal to temp. Before temp node, A is the head. After temp node, temp is the head. That means head is moving at a temp. Previously A is the head. Similarly, I want to insert node at ending. I want to insert node. Similar way, I want to insert temp node at ending. Tile position. Tile position to insert. Suppose I have the 3 nodes. I have the 3 nodes. Here I want to insert the temp. A node, B node, C node. 10 star next. 20 star next. 30. Actually this is null, but I inserted new node. Temp node I inserted. After last node I inserted temp. 40 null. Now this is putting null. Which position I inserted? Tile position. Before insertion of temp, this is my tile. After insertion of temp, which is my tile? Temp is tile. Before insertion of temp, C is the last node, tile. After insertion, temp is the tile. Before insertion of temp, C is the tile. C element equal to 30. Before insertion of temp, C element is 30. C of next is null because there is no any next node. C of next pointer equal to null, no element. Which is the tile? Tile is C. C is the tile. After temp node insertion, after insert that, temp of element equal to 40. C of next pointer connected to the temp. C of next pointer connected to the temp. And temp of next pointer. What is my temp of next pointer? Null. Null will be represented. Finally, which is my tile node? Temp is the tile. Temp is the tile. Previously C is the tile. After temp, now tile is the temp. Now in this logic, temp is inserted before A, I mean head position. In this logic, temp is inserted after tile, I mean after C node. Similarly, you can insert the node at the middle also based on our index. Based on our index position, you can insert the node. Similarly, you can insert the node at the middle index. At the middle index also, you can insert the node. How to insert the node at the middle index? Singly linked list only, anywhere you can insert head tile. Now, insert node. I want to insert the node temp at mid position or at 0 index, 1 index. 1 index means second position. 1 index means second position I want to insert. 1 index means second position how to insert. I have 3 nodes. Here I created with actually A. Now this is B, this is C. Here I inserted temp. What does that mean? That in between A and B I inserted temp. In between A and B. Now here 10 star next, 40 star next. Now this is 20 star next. Now this is for 30 null pointer represents. When I link of these, when I use of these, here temp node I inserted at the middle. Previously temp is inserted at head. and one more is temp is inserted at tile, but this is temp is inserted at which position? First index, I mean second position. Second position insert. Now the head is A, no changes. Tile is C, no changes. Head is A, tile is C, no changes. Here I want to insert. How to insert that? What are the conditions? A arrow next equal to temp. Actually, before temp, what are the logic? Before temp. If there is no temp, what is the logic? Before temp, what is the logic? A of next equal to B. A of next is B. After insertion, after temp, what is the logic? A of next connected to the temp. A of next connected to the temp. And temp of next connected to the B. Before temp node insertion, A of next is connected to the B direct, but here A of next connected to the temp of next connected to the B, that is called as after. Head and tile, no changes. This is head, this is tile. Finally, what is my conclusion? Singly linked list, 3 operations we have: insertion at the beginning, insertion at a tile, insertion at a middle. Insertion at the beginning, head position; insertion at ending, tile position; insertion at a middle based on the index. Similarly, deletion also possible. If I want to delete the nodes, singly linked list only deletion, beginning and ending and middle. Suppose delete node at begin. I want to delete the node at the begin, I mean head position. Head position, I want to delete the node. Head position, I want to delete the nodes. Suppose A, now this is B, now this is my temp. Suppose this node I want to erase. 10 star next, 20 star next, 30 null. I want to delete this temp, I mean this middle node I want to delete. When I delete this temp node, sorry, this is delete at not begin, it's mid position. Which position now? First index. Whenever I delete this, A of next connected to the B. Before deletion, A of next is temp, temp of next is B. After deletion, A of next is B. You see that? Before deletion of temp, A of next is B. After deletion of temp, before deletion, A of next equal to temp node, and temp of next is B node. After deletion, how to delete the node? Free function, free temp. Free means erase. At the time, A of next moving to the B node, A of next link to the B. Suppose one more operation I want to use. Delete node at begin or head position. I have 3 nodes. I want to delete the node at the begin. This is my temp node A, B. I want to delete 10 star next, 20 star next, 30 null. This is my last node. Now I want to delete this node, head node, I mean beginning node I want to delete. Before deletion, if I don't want to delete this, before deletion, temp is my head. After deletion, A is my head. Before this node deletion, head is the temp. After deletion, head is moving to A. Temp of element is 10. Temp of next equal to A, which is the head. Temp is head. After deletion, after deletion of this, how to delete? Free of temp. After deletion, now this A is the head. A of element is 20, which is the head. A is the head after deletion. because temp is deleted that. If I want to delete the node at tile position, delete node at end, I mean tile position. If I have 3 nodes, I want to delete the node at the last position. This is A, B, temp. 10 star next, 20 star next, 30 null. Suppose I want to erase this node, temp node I want to erase, last node, which is my tile position node that I want to erase. Whenever I erase this, before deletion, what are the operations? Before deletion, tile is the temp. After deletion, tile is B. Before deletion, suppose if I use with the B of element equal to 20, B of next equal to null. Before deletion now, B of element is 20, B of next is temp. B of next is temp, temp of next is null, temp of next pointer null. But after deletion, once I delete the node, free, which to be free, temp to be free. I want to delete the temp node, free node, temp to be delete. Once I delete that, this B next pointing to the null. Now here B of element 20. What is the B of next pointer? Null. Null will be represented. That is called as what? Totally here 3 deletion operations. Deletion at the middle also delete, deletion at the beginning also you can delete, deletion at ending also you can delete. Whenever I delete the middle node, head tile no changes. Whenever I delete the first node, head is moving on the next node. Whenever I delete the last node, tile is moving the previous node. Those are the changes. Now I want to display the elements, singly linked list only. If I want to display the elements, display the list of elements. Singly linked list only you can display the elements. Which node to which node can be displayed? Head to tile. That all elements can be displayed. Head to tile, that all list of elements can be displayed. How to display that elements? Suppose if I have one linked list, I want to go for display function, display the nodes. My logic is void display, display the nodes. If I have the nodes, how to display the singly linked list nodes? If I want to display the nodes, suppose I have A, this B, this C. Now if I have 10 star next, 20 star next, 30 null. I want to display the node, void display function, I want to display this. Now this is my head node, this is my tile. How to display that? While loop. Here I used with initially first node I take it as head node. Suppose here I started with head equal to A. Initially A node is pointed to the head. Now here I used with while. Otherwise here head I travel to the P. P for head node I consider. While P arrow next. P for pointer. P arrow next not equal to null. P is nothing but initially head. I mean this is my first P. What is the P of next? B. Next what is the P of next? C. What is the C of next? Null. Until that it will be travel. Initially this is my P. P is a temporary pointer. P next is B. Next P is moving here. Now this is my P. Next this is my P. Wherever P next is null, stop the process. Initially P indicate the head. Now how to print off that? Printf %d. I want to print the elements. How to print a P arrow elements? Initially what is my P? A is my P. What is the A element? 10. What is the P of next? B. B is not a null. Again P point out to the B. P of element is 20. P of next C. What is the C? P element 30. What is the P next? Null. Stop there. Until that you have to travel. Element to be print, PRO element. How to move the next? P equal to PRO next. What is mean by P equal to PRO next? Incremental. Initially P is at a head. It is moving to the next. Next P is moving to the next. Wherever null, there to be stop. This is the logic of void display function logic. What is a void display function? Initially P indicates the head. Whenever P of next not equal to null, then I want to print the elements. Whenever P equal to null, stop there. P equal to P of next. Incrementation process. Finally, these are the functions to be operate for singly linked list. Singly linked list, what are the function you have? Insertion, deletion, display. Insertion at 3 positions you have. Insertion at the beginning, insertion at ending, insertion at the middle position. Similarly, deletion also at the beginning, deletion also at the ending, deletion also at the mid index position. And one more function you have, display function. How to travel the first node to last node to be display the elements. But actually every singly linked list one way direction only to travel. What is the drawback of singly linked list? Suppose A is my first node, A next pointer point out to the B, B next pointer point out to the C, C next pointer null. Every single linked list one way direction only travel. Only one null pointer will be indicates. If I go for doubly linked list, two way direction can be travel. I mean A to C can be travel, C to A can be travel. Single linked list only one way direction, doubly linked list two way direction also travel. That is only major difference. Singly linked list and doubly linked list difference. If you go for doubly linked list, what is a partition you have? Doubly linked list. You see the doubly linked list, each node 3 partitions you have. Each node 3 partitions. You have the previous pointer and next pointer. Doubly linked list. Single linked list advanced is doubly linked list. Whenever you mention the doubly linked list, the node you have the 3 partitions. This is called as element star previous star next. 3 partitions we have. How to create the struct node? This is my node, struct node. First one is previous pointer. It is for self structure. Struct node star previous. Middle is element. Int element. Again struct node star next. How to make a variable of these? Struct node star A. Struct node star A. This node consists with the previous pointer, element and next. This is my variable A. How to create that? A equal to dynamic memory. Struct node star MALLOC malloc size of node into 1. I mean one node. This is for malloc function to make a memory for this node memory. How to free the node? Free function. Once I allocate free of A, destroy the node. Malloc function to create the node, free function to destroy the node. Every this doubly linked list node 3 partition you have, previous pointer, element and next pointer. Otherwise this is called as left pointer address, left node address. This pointer indicates right node address and middle. If you go for doubly linked list traveling, you see the traveling of doubly linked list, that is also insertion possible at a head, deletion possible at a tail. Anywhere you can insert, anywhere you can delete. You see that doubly linked list also you have 3 partitions. 3 partitions you have. Suppose this is A node, this is B node, this is C node. For the doubly linked list, 2 null pointers. A first node left pointer null and last node right pointer null. 2 null pointers. First node left pointer null, last node right pointer null. I mean this is my star previous, this is my star next. 2 nulls you have. Now here 2 way direction it will be travel. two-way direction, A to B, B to C, C to A, C to B, B to A, two-way direction. This is 10, star next. This is 20, this node you have star previous, star next. Under A node, B node address only available, but under B node, A node address available, C node address, previous and next. Under C node, previous address available, there is no next address. These are for doubly linked list manner to be travel. Now for the doubly linked list, this is my head node, this is my tail last node. Doubly linked list also insertion at before before head node, insertion at beginning, insertion at ending, at a tail last position you can insert the new node, and in between A and B you can insert, in between B and C. Insertion at a head position, insertion at tail position, insertion at a mid index. Similarly, deletion at a head position, deletion at a tail position, deletion at a mid. Suppose I want to insert one new node. What is my node I want to insert? Temp node I want to insert. I have two nodes. Suppose I have two nodes A, B. This is A node, this is B node. In between I want to insert new node. What is my new node I want to insert? Temp node. This is my temp node, insertion of node. This is my A, star next. Now this is my temp, this is my temp. Now here I inserted that. Now this is my temp, this is next pointer null. This is my previous pointer 30 star previous star next. Now here where I inserted this, this is null, where I inserted the new node in between A and B. Before insertion this node, what is the A of next? B. Before this temp node, A of next is B. B of previous is A. After insertion of this, A of next connected to the temp of previous is A, temp of next is B node. What is the B of previous? Temp. Before this temp node, A of next is B. After this temp node, A of next is temp node, temp of previous is A node, temp of next address is B node, B of previous is temp. At the time head and tail no changes, head and tail is same position to use. Finally, what is my conclusion here? Linked list, what is the advantages of linked list in C language data structure? Majorly two advantages. One is for anywhere insert element, anywhere delete the elements, anywhere display the elements. One more advantage, dynamic memory data structures. Dynamically you can increase the sizes, dynamically you can delete the sizes or update the sizes or display the elements. What is the major advantage of this? Insertion, deletion, display at anywhere, dynamic memory allocation, malloc and calloc, and free functions. Those are used with pointers. What are the drawbacks of stacks and queue data structures? Both data structures static memory data types. Dynamically you can't increase, those are fixed size. And one more problem, queue means insertion at last, stack means insertion at the top only insert, top only delete. Queue means insertion at last, deletion at front. Anywhere insertion, anywhere deletion not possible. That is the reason which data structure introduced a linked list. What is meant by list? List is nothing but to represent the elements. Linked list means in between the two elements to make a pointers. Link will be there. Three types of linked list you have: singly linked list, doubly linked list, circular linked list. Singly linked list means one way direction to travel. Doubly linked list means a two-way direction can be travel. Circular linked list, last node can connect to the first node. Last node pointer can connect with first node pointer. Singly linked list, each node two partition, data and the next node address. Doubly linked list, each node three partitions, previous pointer address and next pointer address and elements. Circular linked list also three partitions, but the last node can connect with first node. but the singly linked list, doubly linked list, circular linked list created with dynamic memory allocations, malloc and free functions. Structure to be created, after that malloc and free. Then tomorrow session I can continue the doubly linked list operations and circular linked list operations. Then tomorrow session I will continue. Thank you for this video.
Good morning everybody, this is Murlidhar. Now I would like to present a topic on valuation of goodwill. This will be useful for BCom second year students. Now I wanted to give my valuation of goodwill topic in 4 segments. So the first one I would like to explain you meaning of goodwill, what do you mean by goodwill, and second one I would like to go for need for valuation of goodwill, and third one factors affecting the value of goodwill, and the last one methods of valuation of the goodwill. So first of all, goodwill, what do you mean by the goodwill? Goodwill is an intangible asset but not fictitious asset, which means it has some realizable value. First of all, let me explain you what do you mean by intangible asset. Intangible asset means which we can't feel, which we can't touch, which we can't which we can't touch and which we can't see. So normally what happens, intangible assets has some value, which means it has some realizable value, but we can't see it, we can't touch it, which we can't feel it. But fictitious asset is nothing but it has, normally it is not an asset, it is an actual loss that will be shown in the asset side of the balance sheet. So goodwill is intangible asset which has some realizable value. Because of this we can get some some amount of profits for the business. Sometimes even tangible asset is less valuable than the goodwill, means even tangible assets like plant and buildings, furniture and fittings, plant and machinery, all these sometimes the value of these tangible assets are less than the goodwill. Goodwill is that much valuable asset for any business. So what do you mean by the goodwill? Again I am going to tell about this is not that it is a reputation of the business, fame and name in the society, and whatever profits we are going to earn in future, it will be having more profits in the future, coming to in the future normal above the normal profits earned by the undertakings belong to the same class of the business. Normally so called we have so many business organizations like Reliance, Tata, Tech Mahindra, Google, Microsoft, all these companies are having more brand value and more name and fame in the society and more reputation in the society, so that is why those companies are earning more and more profits. It is just because of the goodwill. So normally what happens, see, even I told you that goodwill doesn't we can't see, touch and feel, but how do you value the goodwill? Let me also try to tell you that what is the need for valuation of the goodwill. Normally whenever the company wants to dispose its business, there is a need for valuation of the goodwill. There are different types of business organizations are available: partnership, company, sole proprietor, and individual. All those for the valuation of the goodwill is always needed. For example, in the case of the partnership, when there is an admission of the partner, one partner is going to enter into the company, enter into the partnership firm, then there is a need for the valuation of the goodwill. How much amount of goodwill he is going to bring, or how much amount he has to pay for the company, partnership firm. And at the time of retirement, normally the company, the firm, any partner wants to retire from the partnership firm, there is a need for the valuation of the goodwill. And when the partner dies, death of the partner or amalgamation, A plus B is equal to AB, that is known as amalgamation. One partnership firm is mingling with the another partnership firm, then that will also be at the time of that also. And one more thing, there is a change in the profit sharing ratio takes place. Sometimes they wanted to profit sharing ratio they wanted to change. At the time, valuation of goodwill is absolutely necessary. It becomes very necessary at in the case of the company. When two or more companies amalgamate, A company and plus B company amalgamate together and form a new AB company, AB limited company, or one company absorbs another company, it like the acquisition, A company acquires B company, then it is the need of the goodwill. And one company wants to acquire controlling interest in another company, it is nothing but holding and subsidiary company. Holding company which controls another company, that company is known as the subsidiary company. Holding company is acquiring some controlling interest in another company. So normally if it is a more than 51%, that company is known as the holding company, another company is known as the subsidiary company. At that time, there is the need for the valuation of the goodwill, or when the government takes over the business, valuation of goodwill becomes very necessary. In the case of sole proprietor concern, sole proprietor, goodwill is valued at the time of selling die business. He wants to sell to decide the purchase consideration. How much amount he has to pay? How much amount I am going to get by disposing my business? At the time, there is a value of the goodwill is highly essential. Having said this, let me also try to tell you one more thing, that in the case of individual, goodwill is valued for the purpose of estate duty, death duty on death of the person. It is also, even as far as individual is concerned, there are so many artists and prominent personalities, if they wanted to sell it off their estate duty or death duty, at the time of goodwill is to be valued. And having said this, let me also try to tell you about factors affecting the value of goodwill. What are the factors will be affecting? It could be the nature of the business. Normally, if any firm or any company deals with good quality products, means it is a well established product or good quality products, or has stable demand for its product, is able to earn more profit and therefore has some more value. Normally, if you wanted to purchase any product, electronic product or whatever it may be, you are going for the brand name. What is the nature of the business? What type of qualities the company is going to provide? What type of products that is going to provide? Normally, we always prefer the products which are having more brand value. So, the nature of the business will be affecting the value of the goodwill. And second one is location factor. Normally, if it is in village side, if any company is established, the earning capacity of the business may not be good. But if it is in town side, location factors, it could be infrastructure facilities or any other road, transport, water facilities where it will be available highly. That location influences the earning capacity of the business, and the customer base will also be improved. There are different types of the customers will always try to go for the location factors. They will always try to implement their quality products in the location wise. Honest reputation. Another thing is honest reputation. An owner who has good personal reputation in the market is honest and trustworthy, attracts more customers to the business and make more profits and also goodwill. Normally, so that is why most of the advertisements will be giving by the good reputed people, so that their trustworthiness, their honest, and because of that the more profits will be emerged. And some special advantages, I already told you, there are the different types of intangible assets, patents, trademarks, copyrights, import licenses, issued the supply of electricity at lower rates, subsidies for being situated in special economic zones. Normally, most of the countries, they are giving the special advantages for the established organizations, so that in the special economic zones will be available. If anyone wants to establish their organizations in the special economic zones, they are going to get low rates, low subsidies. Because of that, the value of goodwill will be increased. And efficiency in management, always it is very essential. It is very indispensable for any organization. If they wants to improve the goodwill, means efficient management is highly needed, highly essential, because efficient and effective management is always how to handle the situations, how to tackle the people, how to convince the consequences. All these things will be considered in the efficiency management. So, an organization with efficient management is high productivity and cost efficiency. Cost efficiency means cost benefit analysis. How much cost we are incurring, how much benefit we are getting. If you wanted to purchase a pen, how much benefit you are getting, how much cost you are incurring for that. This gives increased profit. Whenever the cost is reducing, obviously our profits will be increased, and also when the profits are going to increase, our goodwill will also be increased. So efficient management is also one of the factors influencing the valuation of the goodwill. And the fourth category of that, very important for examination point of view, methods of valuation of the goodwill. So briefly, there are so many methods are there. For as far as our syllabus is concerned, I am going to explain four major methods, popular methods which can be adopted for valuation of the goodwill. First one is average profit method, second one is super profit method, third one is a capitalization method, fourth one is a annuity method. First one, let me explain what do you mean by average profit method. So normally in this context, goodwill is generally valued on the basis of certain number of years purchase of average business profit for the past few years. Goodwill is always valued. We have taken the consideration of the past year's profits for purchase, for knowing the future maintainable profit. What do you mean by future maintainable profit here? Here valuation of goodwill is equal to future maintainable profits into number of years purchase. Again, I am going to explain you what do you mean by future maintainable profits. Means how much amount of profits we are going to maintain in the future. If you wanted to identify the future, we don't have any other option except we have to identify the years of the profits in the past. So what I am going to try to telling you that how much amount of profits the company is as earned in the past, depend on that we are going to identify future maintainable profits in coming years. So valuation of the goodwill is coming nothing but future after making proper adjustments in the average profit, we are going to get the future maintainable profit. After that we have to calculate multiply with the number of years purchase. Why we are doing that? Because after calculating the future maintainable profits, we need to identify number of years purchase. Generally it depends on the firm to firm, depends on the value to value, or it depends on the company to company, business to business. All those things will be considered whilst taking into consideration of number of years purchase. You don't worry about that one because it will already given by in the problem itself, so no need to worry about that. So what are the steps involved calculating goodwill under the average profit method? First of all, calculate past profits before tax. So how much amount of past profits that will be given in the problem itself, we have to calculate that one, past profits. Calculate future maintainable profit before tax after making past adjustments. We have to they are going to give some adjustments, we have to consider those adjustments. After that we need to calculate average profit, adjusted profits. After making for some adjustment, we need to take into consideration of the average profit taking simple average, sometimes weighted average, depends on the firm to firm, company to company, value to earlier. The simple average and weighted average will be decided. After that, multiply future maintainable profits by number of years purchase, you are going to get the goodwill. Again I am going to tell you how to calculate future maintainable profit. Future maintainable profits means how much you are going to earn your profits in the future by taking into consideration of the past year's profits. So here all actual expenses and losses not likely to occur in the future added back to profits. The first one you need to understand very carefully that whatever the actual expenses and losses not likely to occur in the future, means at the past the expenses we have already incurred, some losses we have already incurred, but that may not be occurring in future, means recurring, it is not recurring in nature. So that type of things will be added back to profits. See, again I am telling you all actual expenses and losses not likely to occur in the future are added back to the profits. The second one, all actual expenses and losses likely to occur in the future or deduct from the profits. That is, if it is occur in the future, they have to deduct from the profits, because that we have to calculate future maintainable profits. For that purpose, if it is in recurring nature, those expenses in the future that has to be deducted. Management cost, rent, telephone expenses, every time we are going to pay all these are the recurring in nature. So that's why they have to deduct from the profits. All profits likely to come in the future are added, all profits not likely to come in the future are deducted. That should be vice versa. the first one. So I am going to explain average profits with small illustration. So you can go for this. Excel Limited agreed to purchase a business of sole trader. For that purpose, goodwill is to be valued at 3 years purchase of average profits of last 5 years. They have given 5 years profits. We need to calculate average profit. Average is nothing but total by number of years. The total amount of profit by number of years is known as your average profit. Very simple method, very easy to calculate and very easy to identify the valuation of the goodwill in this method. And the solution is like this. Profits for the years are, the first one is first year 24,000, second year 20,000, third year 22, fourth year 26 and fifth year 24,000. So average profits will be the total by number of years. There are 5 years are there, so the amount average profit is 23,200. So we are calculating goodwill is nothing but here 3 years purchase of average profit for last 5 years. So we need to, last 5 years we have calculated the average profit. So into multiplication of the 3 years purchase, you are going to get the 69,600 is nothing but your value of the goodwill. That will be the first average profit method under simple average method. Then go for the weighted average. Whenever there is an increasing trend in the profits, again I am going to tell you, whenever there is an increasing trend in the profits, normally we are going to give the weights. It is a correct method normally for valuation of the goodwill. So here I am going to give the illustration 2 here. While Limited proposed to purchase business carried on by Mr. A, goodwill for this purpose is agreed to be valued at 3 years purchase of the weighted average profits of the past 4 years. I have given the weights here. So the profits for the these years and respective weights to be assigned are as follows. 2010, 11, 12, 13, they have given different amounts of the profits there, and weight 1, 2, 3, 4 I have given the weights. So there are some adjustments are also there. So whatever I told you, if the expenses are not recurring in nature, that is added back to the profits. If it is recurring in nature, that is deducted from the profits. So here on 1st September 2002, major repair was made in respect of plant. There is some repair has been done, incurring 6,000, which was charged to revenue. That said sum is agreed to be capitalized for the goodwill. If it is a major, any repair has been identified, that should be capitalized, but they have been charged to the revenue. The said amount sum is agreed to be capitalized for goodwill calculation subject to adjustment of depreciation 10% per annum on reducing balance method, diminishing balance method, or reducing balance method, or written down value method. All are same here. So we have to calculate depreciation, and we have to taking into consideration a major repair also. Here closing stock for the 2001 was overvalued by 2,400 rupees. It has been overvalued. That to cover management cost and annual charge 4,000 should be made for the purpose of goodwill valuation. All these things will be calculated here. So here first one is the management cost is 4,800. So we have to deduct it. It is recurring in nature. Every year it will be coming into the picture. So that is why we have to deduct it. After that we are going to get the profit. After that we also deduct overvaluation of the closing stock. If it is overvalued, the profit has been increased. So that's why we need to deduct it. So and overvaluation of the opening stock. Why I am taking into consideration this 2011 closing stock will be the opening stock of the 2012. So that should be added back to this one. So that is why after that we are going to get some profits. In addition to this, we need to add the capitalization of the repairs. In the 6,000 in the 2012 year, we need to add it back. After that we are going to get 15,400, 17,600, 22,600 and 25,300, around 25,200. So that is why after that we need to calculate the depreciation also. First one is 200 and 580. So you are going to get the some amount of profits over there. We need to taking into consideration of weights. Weight 1, 2, 3, 4. After that profits into weight, we are going to get the average profit under the weighted average method. Weighted average profit you are going to get it by number of total. Here weighted average profit by number of total amount of weight. So this is the 10. So you are going to get the weighted average profit 21,928. So goodwill you need to calculate 3 years purchase of weighted average profit. So we are going to get around 65,784. Again I have given the notes over there. Closing stock of 2011 becomes opening stock of the 2012. So depreciation of 2012 is nothing but we are going to get the 4 months, because 4 months only ending 31st December. I need to calculate it only for 4 months, because for that purpose I got 200 first year, I mean that 1 year 2012, and 2013 I need to calculate for the whole year. After deducting the 200 from the 6000 with 10%, you are going to get the 580 rupees. So next one is very important method. Till now I explained the average profit method, under that simple average method and weighted average method. Second one is the super profit method. Very very important method for your examination point of view. What do you mean by this super profit? Any normal profit, after getting normal profit, normal rate of return, normal profit, average profits, we are deduct it, then we are going to get the super profit. Above the normal profit is known as the super profit. That's simple. As simple as that, if whatever profits you are going to get above the normal profit, that will be called as a super profit method. So super profit is the excess of estimated future maintainable profits over the normal profits. So how we have calculated future maintainable profits in the average profit method, similarly you need to calculate future maintainable profits in the super profit method also. An enterprise may possess some advantage which enable it to earn extra profits over and above the normal profit. That would be, and if the capital of the business was invested in some other business with similar risk. So normally how much amount of profit you are going to earn above the normal profits in the similar business, similar risk, that will be called as a super profit method. See, the goodwill under this method is ascertained by multiplying the super profits with certain number of years purchase. What are the steps involved? First of all, you need to calculate capital employed. So whenever, sometimes in the problem itself they are going to give the capital employed. If they are giving balance sheet, you have to if they did not give capital employed separately, you have to calculate capital employed by taking into the consideration of the capital and related aspects of the capital. That is the first method. Second method, total assets minus outside liabilities. Here I have given the net current assets, means current assets minus current liabilities. Fixed assets and net current assets in the way like that, or shareholders equity and long term debt whenever you are going for the long term funds approach. Simple. In the balance sheet, in the liability side, capital and external liabilities are all there, and assets side, the total assets will be available. Here I am going to specify, I am going to emphasize one point here, that capital is also liability, but it is an internal liability. So that is why because capital is internal liability, but the firm is going to pay to capital or shareholders at the time of winding up of the company itself. But as far as external liabilities or outside liabilities are concerned, you have to pay year wise, or sometimes you have to pay off yearly wise. So you have to pay either interest or creditors, you have to pay to the creditors, depends on the term of the liability. In that context, capital employed will be calculated in two ways. First one is the total capital with related aspects. Second one is the total assets minus external liabilities, or also known as outside liabilities. Capital is internal liability, so no need to worry about that. Just keep that into your mind. Second step is to calculate normal profits by multiplying capital employed with normal rate of return. What do you mean by the normal rate of return? Normal rate of return is nothing but one similar business, how much amount of profit is going to earn in the similar aspects of the risk will be involved. That is known as the normal rate of return. If two industries are there, cement industry, Dalmia and India Cements are there. See, in how much normal rate, in the normal situations, in the normal similar businesses, how much amount of rate of return that company is going to earn. That is known as the normal rate of return. You no need to worry about that. That will also specified in the problem itself. So calculate normal profits by multiplying the capital employed with the normal rate of return. And third one is calculate average maintainable profit. See here again, I told you average maintainable profit we have calculated in the average profits method. Similarly, you have to calculate average maintainable profit. Then super profits as follows. So super profit is nothing but average maintainable profits minus normal profits. Again, I am going to tell you above the normal profits, whatever amount of profit you are going to earn, that is known as the average maintainable profit, I mean the super profits. So here again I am telling you average maintainable profits minus normal profits, you are going to get the super profits. Step 5. We have to calculate goodwill by multiplying super profit by number of years purchase. Again, in the problem itself they are going to give the number of years purchase. You have to multiply super profits with the number of years purchase, then you are going to get the goodwill. So I have given the small illustration in this contest. From the following information, calculate the value of on the basis of 3 years purchase of super profits of the business calculated on the average profit of the last 4 years, simple average and weighted average. So he has given capital employed, trading profit after tax he has given 2010, 11, 12 he got the loss, we need to deduct it, and 2013 he has given. Rate of interest expected from the capital having regard to the risk is involved, that is known as the normal rate of return. How much we are going to expect for earning the profit rate, that is known as the normal rate of return. And the fourth adjustment is also remuneration from alternative employment of the proprietor if not engaged in the business. If he is not engaged in the business, he may get 3,600 rupees per annum. So here I think it will be visible to you. Calculation, first of all, in the simple average we have to calculate the average profits here. So profit for the year 2010, 11, 12, I mean in the 12 itself we got the loss of 2000, so we need to add, deduct that one. So ultimately total amount we are going to get the 46,200 by number of years 4, we are going to add average profit is 11,550. So calculation of super profits, again I am telling you that here above the normal profits is known as the super profits. Here average maintainable profits minus normal profits. How we are going to get the normal profits? Normal profit is nothing but the total capital employed which into multiply with the normal rate of return, you are going to get the normal return. After that we need to deduct that normal profit from the trading profit, you are going to get the goodwill here. So here again average profits are 11,500 less remuneration, we need to deduct it because it is recurring in future also, I mean 3,600 per annum. So average trading profit is 7,950. So after that we need to deduct normal return 10% on capital employed. Capital employed is 50,000, 10% is nothing but it is 5,000. You are going to get 2,950 super profits. Again I am going to explain you that whatever amount of profit you are going to get above the normal profit is known as the super profit. Here future maintainable profits minus normal profit, you are going to get the super profits. How you are going to get the normal profit is nothing but capital employed into normal rate of return, you are going to get the normal profit. Future maintainable profit minus normal profit is known as the super profits. After that super profit is into number of years purchase. Here he has given 3 years of purchase of super profits here, so that is why you got the goodwill is 8,850 rupees. So weighted average, we can calculate weighted average. He has given adjustable profits 3,600, all those things he has given. Weights also 1, 2, 3, 4 he has given. So product also so weight into the profit, you are going to get the total one is 84,200 by total weights is 10. So average profit is 8,000, normal profit is as calculated earlier. So super profit will be 3,420. Goodwill is super profit into number of years. So that is the super profit method. Again in nutshell, average profit into number of years purchase is known as the goodwill under the average profit method. Super profits into number of years purchase under the super profit method. Average profit we need to calculate future maintainable profit by taking all the adjustment, all expenses or losses not recurring in nature added back to the profits, that should be taken into the consideration. While calculating the super profit method, you need to keep it that into your mind is capital employed. Whether you can take that capital and related items of the capital or total assets minus outside liabilities will be known as the capital employed. So after that normal rate of return, you are going to give capital employed normal rate of return is known as the normal profit. Future maintainable profits minus normal profit is known as the super profit. Super profits into number of years purchase is known as your value of the goodwill in the super profits method. And third method, important method, capitalization method. Goodwill under this method can be calculated by capitalizing average normal profit or capitalizing super profits. Again I told you that normal profits, capital employed into normal rate of return. Super profits, future maintainable profits minus normal profits is known as the super profits. So that thing you have to see here in the capitalization method, capitalizing average normal profit or capitalizing super profits, whatever it may be. See, sometimes we need to take these things into the consideration. First of all, I would like to go for the capitalization of average profit method. Under this method, goodwill is ascertained by deducting annual capital employed. So net assets as on the valuation date from the capitalized value of the average profits on the basis of normal rate of return, also known as the value of the firm or capitalized value of the business. Okay, after that you got the capitalized value. Goodwill is nothing but capitalized value minus net assets of the business. Here steps we need to keep that into your mind is there are different steps are available under the calculation under the capitalization method of average profits method. The first step is calculate average future maintainable profits. As I told you, in the average profit method you have to calculate average future maintainable profits. Then after that, in the steps 2, calculate capital value of the business on the base of average profits. You have to calculate capitalized value of the business, then calculate the value of net assets on the valuation date. Here net assets is nothing, all assets other than the fictitious assets like preliminary expenses and non-trade investment, discount on issue of shares, any other capital losses are shown in the asset side of the balance sheet. You have to deduct it, then you are going to get the net assets of the business at their current values. So we have to take that into the consideration of the current value. If landed building earlier that is 1000 but the current value is 1 lakh, you have to take that one into the consideration as a 1 lakh year. So current values you need to take into the considerations. Minus outsiders liabilities. As I told you, there are insider liability, outsider. Internal liability is nothing but it is a capital. Outside liabilities is nothing but other than the capital will creditors, bills payable, bank overdraft, those will be the outsiders liabilities that will be deducted. You are going to get the net assets. Then you have to calculate the goodwill. As I told you, goodwill is nothing but capitalized value minus net assets of the business. So having said this, I am going to explain small illustration for your better understanding. So average capital employed of business he has given 7 lakhs. So you need to calculate normal profit, average normal profit. After that, here if you wanted to calculate average profit here, so super profits, capitalized value of the business. First of all, we are taking into the consideration of capitalization under the average profit method. Then we will go for the super profits method. So net trading profit of the firm for the 3 years 2011, 12, 13. So there are different types of profits: 1,47,600, 1,48,100 and 1,52,500. Rate of interest is risk involved 80%, that is a normal rate of return. Sundry assets excluding the goodwill, sundry liabilities 31,329 he has given. Fair remuneration to the partners for the services 12,000 per annum. We need to deduct it. We have to pay remuneration per every year. So it is recurring in nature. So I am going for the solution here. There are, first of all, we need to calculate average profit. After that, we need to deduct fair remuneration to the partners. We have to deduct 12,000 per annum, because so see why I did not deduct from the year wise. Year after calculating the average profit we deducted, because 12,000 is per annum purpose. So that is known as the average future maintainable profit. Then how we are going to calculate the capitalized value? So here I have given the formula here: average profits into 100 by normal rate of return. We are going to get the normal capital employed. The value of this is 7,63,333. So actual capital employed, we can get that sundry assets minus sundry liabilities. We are going to get the 7,23,433. So here capitalized value 7,63,333 63,333 minus net assets value, here actual capital employed 7,23,433, then you are going to get the goodwill. So again I am going to explain you. First of all, we need to calculate average profits. After that, we need to calculate the average future maintainable profit. We need to capitalize the value of the average future maintainable profit. After that, capitalized value minus net assets, you are going to get the goodwill. That is the one method in the super profits method, capitalization of average profits method. Having stated this, let me also try to tell you one more thing, that the capitalization of super profits method. So here, goodwill value under this method is ascertained by capitalizing the super profits on the basis of normal rate of return. This method assesses the capital needed for earning super profits. See the value of the goodwill, here I told you that average profits into 100 by normal rate of return under the average profit method, while calculating the super profits, average annual super profits into 100 by normal rate of return, you are going to get the goodwill here. So that is called as a capitalization of the super profits method. So I am going to give some balance sheet in the illustration. So capital, creditors and bills payable, and land and buildings, machinery, furniture, stock, cash at bank, they have given the balance sheet here, and the profits for the business for the last 5 years it has given, and after that the assets were revalued, land and building, machinery, furniture. Find out the goodwill by capitalization of super profit method. First, what I need to calculate? I need to calculate average profit. After that, we need to calculate the capitalized value. After the future maintainable profit, if there is any, then we need to calculate the capitalized value of the business. So here, first of all, I calculated the average profit, that is 46,000. You got the average profit. Then capital employed, you are going to get total assets minus outside liabilities. Here outside liabilities, creditors and bills payable, both are altogether that will be 1 lakh. The total amount of capital employed is at 2,71,000. So normal profit you need to calculate here. Normal profit is nothing but capital employed into normal rate of return. So you are going to get the 27,100 your normal profit. Again I told you that super profit is nothing but future average profits minus normal profit is your super profits method. So value of goodwill is capitalization method is super profit into 100 by normal rate of return. Here total super profit is going to get here 18,900 into 100 by 10, you got the 1,89,000 your value of the goodwill under the capitalization of the super profit method. See here in the super profits method, see first of all we need to calculate capital average profit. After that you calculate normal profit by taking into consideration of the capital employed in the normal rate of return. After that super profits, future average above the normal profit, how much you are going to earn, that is known as your super profit. Then you have the capitalization of your super profits is known as your goodwill. So that is super profit method. So here annuity method, the last method is annuity method. In this context, goodwill is calculated by taking average super profits as the value of annuity over certain number of years. So normally annuity method it can be calculated on the super profits method. In this method, see we are going to get the tables in the annuity tables in every book. At the end of the page it will be all financial and accounting books, the tables are available. We need to consider that one into the into the consideration, that if suppose we need to calculate super profits, after see average maintainable profits minus normal profits is known as super profits. But after getting the super profits, if it is a 1 rupee, how much value after 4 years, after 5 years, after 6 years, it will be available in the annuity tables. If we are going to get the same profits continuously, you are going to get the use the annuity table. If it is a 1 rupee, earlier it will be 80 paise, or before that 70 paise, or whatever it may be, that will be the calculate. We have to multiply with the annuity amount into that one. So here under this method, goodwill is calculated by taking average super profits as the value of an annuity over certain number of years. So again I am telling, present value of annuity is computed by discounting at the given rate of interest. So here what I am going to tell you that see here the present value of annuity computed by discounting at the given rate of interest, the normal rate of return. How much amount, if it is a 10%, we need to see that 10%, if it is a number of years, 5 years, we need to see that table, 10%, 5 years, what is the present value of rupee, 1 rupee. If it is after 5 years, it could be 4 rupees or 2 rupees or less than that. Sometimes the value of the rupee might be decreased. Whatever amount of that annuity amount, we need to multiply with the super profits, then you are going to get the value of the goodwill. This discounted present value of the annuity is the value of goodwill. The value of annuity rupee 1 can be known by reference to the annuity tables. You have to take into the annuity tables at the end of the accounting book or financial management book or any other book or log books. You are going to get the present value factors or future value factors. That thing will be, the annuity tables will be available in any log book. You have to see that table and identify what is the 1 rupee after 4 years, present value of the 1 rupee, that thing into the consideration. So value of the goodwill is here nothing but average super profit into present value of annuity for a rupee at a given rate of interest. So this is the annuity method. So in nutshell, what I am going to try to telling that the value of the goodwill is, again I am going to tell you the aspects of the goodwill is concerned. First, I explained what do you mean by the goodwill. Goodwill is nothing but it is a reputation of the firm. It is an intangible asset, it is not a fictitious asset. Goodwill has some fair value. It is giving some extra amount of the profits. So that is why the goodwill is highly needed for any firm. Goodwill which we can't see, which we can't touch and which we can't feel. So, but it has a realizable value. But as far as fictitious is concerned, it is not a fictitious asset. Fictitious is nothing but preliminary expenses, discount on issue of shares, discount on issue of debentures, all these things will be the considered. So, goodwill is an intangible asset but not fictitious asset. See, not only there are some other intangible assets also available, trademarks, copyrights, patents, all these things will also be considered as a value. I mean, a goodwill is most valuable of business for any organization. After that, I explained different factors, nature of business and location factors, special economic zones, and depend on the reputation of the owner. That will also be the considered while different factors influencing the valuation of the goodwill. So goodwill will also be valued depend on these factors. After that, what is the need for valuation of the goodwill? Again, I am going to tell you in that partnership firm, it is at the time of admission, retirement, death of the partner, then we need to calculate the goodwill at that juncture. In the case of company, when it is an amalgamation, acquisition or disposing of the business, or at that time, that will be considered, valuation of the goodwill is highly and it becomes very necessary. After that, there is a sole trader concerned. Whenever the wants it dispose the business in the sole trader, that then the valuation of goodwill is highly needed. And if it is an individual, if it is a reputed person, if it wants to sell the estate duty, death duty, then we need to value the goodwill is highly essential. After that, the methods of valuation, I told you, first one is the average profit method. In that we need to keep that into your mind is average maintainable profit. After taking into the adjustments of from the average profits, any expenses or losses not recurring in nature, you need to add back the profits and vice versa. That will be the average profits method, average maintainable profit. After that, we need to after making proper adjustment, whenever you are going to get the average maintainable profit, we need to multiply with the number of years purchase. Then that will be the valuation of the goodwill is under the average profit method. It could be simple average or it could be weighted average. Whenever there is a profits and increasing trend, normally we are going to use the weighted average method. That depends on the person to person, value to value, firm to firm, and company to company, product to product. That depends on the discretion powers of the valuer. And simple average and weighted average method in the average profit method. Coming to the super profits method, I told you that you need to calculate capital employed if the problem is not given in the capital employed separately. Then we have to calculate capital employed by taking into the total assets minus outside liabilities, or capital and related items will be the your capital employed. After that, we need to take into the normal rate of return. Then normal rate of return, we need to multiply with the capital employed. You are going to get the normal profits. After that, you are going to get the super profits above the normal profits. Future maintained profits minus normal profits, you are going to get the super profits. After that, super profits in number of years purchase, you are going to value of the goodwill. Capitalization method, average profits into 100 by normal rate of return. Your capitalization method under the average profit method. If it is a super profits, average super profits into 100 by normal rate of return, capitalization under the super profits method. And the last one is the annuity method. So value of the goodwill is nothing but here average super profit into number of present value of annuity for a rupee at given rate of interest is your annuity method. See, this is totally about the valuation of the goodwill.
రాజనీతి శాస్త్రానికి రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారం పునాది లాంటిది. మంచి రాజ్యం, మంచి పౌరుడు, మంచి వ్యవస్థ, అలాగే మంచి సమాజాన్ని ఎలా నిర్మించుకోవాలో రాజనీతి శాస్త్రానికి కానుకగా అందించేటువంటిది రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారం. ఇలాంటి రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారాన్ని తొలుత గ్రీకులు అధ్యయనం చేయడం, ఒక శాస్త్రీయంగా అధ్యయనం చేయడం అనేటువంటిది జరిగింది. మరి గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారానికి చెందినటువంటి ప్లేటో, అరిస్టాటిల్, అలాగే ఆధునిక రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర పితామహుడైనటువంటి మ్యాకివెల్లి గురించి ఈరోజు మనం తెలుసుకుందాం. గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారంలో ప్రధానమైనటువంటి అంశాలు ఏంటంటే నగర రాజ్యం. ఆనాటి రాజ్యాలు చాలా చిన్నవిగా ఉండేవి, జనాభా పరంగా కానీ అలాగే వైశాల్యంలో అవి కేవలం కొన్ని వేలు మాత్రమే ఉండేవి. అలాగే రాజ్యానికి వాళ్ళు చాలా ఎక్కువ విలువనివ్వడం జరిగింది. రాజ్యాన్ని ఒక మహోన్నతమైనటువంటి నైతిక సంస్థగా, అంటే రాజ్య ఆదేశాలను ప్రజలు తప్పనిసరిగా పాటించాలనేటువంటి గౌరవం రాజ్యానికి ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ప్రజలు వాళ్ళ కర్తవ్యాన్ని నిర్వర్తించాలనేటువంటి ధర్మభావన ఆనాటి గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారంలో అతి మౌలికమైనటువంటి అంశం. అలాగే మతాన్ని వేరు చేసేసి రాజకీయాలని ఒక స్వతంత్ర అధ్యయనంగా రూపొందించినటువంటి వాళ్ళు గ్రీకులు. అలాగే సోఫిస్టులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఆనాటి సమాజంలో విద్యను అందించేటువంటి గురువులు. ఆ సోఫిస్టులు అందించేటువంటి విద్య ద్వారా ఎలా చర్చలు చేయాలి, ఇతరులతోటి వాదాల్లో ఎలా నెగ్గి ప్రభుత్వ పదవులను చేజిక్కించుకోవాలనేటువంటిది ఆయా ప్రజలు పోటీపడి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర విద్య నేర్చుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నించడం జరిగేది. అలాగే నాటి గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారంలో పౌరసత్వ భావన, అలాగే బానిస వ్యవస్థ మరొక ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశాలుగా చెప్పవచ్చు. పౌరసత్వానికి ఎక్కువ విలువనివ్వడం జరిగింది. అలాగే బానిస వ్యవస్థ ఆనాటి సమాజంలో ఒక ముఖ్యమైనటువంటిది. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఈ గురు శిష్య త్రయాన్ని చూద్దాం. గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారానికి మూల స్తంభాల్లాగా నిలిచినటువంటి వ్యక్తులు సోక్రటీస్, ఆ సోక్రటీస్ శిష్యుడు ప్లేటో శిష్యుడు అరిస్టాటిల్, వాళ్ళకి సంబంధించినటువంటి చిత్రం ఇది. ఇప్పుడు మనం ప్లేటో గురించిన వివరాలని తెలుసుకుందాం. ప్లేటో క్రీస్తు పూర్వం 427లో ఆయన జన్మించడం జరిగింది. ఆయన్ని ఫాదర్ ఆఫ్ పొలిటికల్ థాట్ అని పిలవడం జరుగుతుంది. రాజనీతి తత్వ విచార పితామహుడు ఆయన అసలు పేరు అరిస్టోకిల్స్, అలాగే తల్లి పేరు పెరిక్టోన్, అలాగే తండ్రి అరిస్టోన్. పుట్టుకతోటే ఆయన ఒక సంపన్న కుటుంబంలో జన్మించడం జరిగింది. పుట్టిన కొద్ది రోజులకే తండ్రి మరణించడంతో తల్లి పైరలాంప్స్ తోటి రెండవ వివాహం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. పైరలాంప్స్ ఆనాడు ఒక ప్రసిద్ధి చెందినటువంటి గ్రీకు పౌరుల్లో ఒకడు. అలాగే ఆనాడు సమాజంలో ఏథెన్స్ స్పార్టా చేతిలో ఓడిపోవడం, ఫిలిపోనియన్ యుద్ధంలో ఓడిపోవడం అనేటువంటిది ఏథెన్స్ ప్రజలు చింతిస్తున్నటువంటి దశ అదని చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే నాడు 30 మంది ప్రభువులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు అక్కడ పరిపాలన సాగిస్తున్నారు ఏథెన్స్లో. వాళ్ళు లాటరీ పద్ధతుల ద్వారా అధికారానికి వచ్చేటువంటి వాళ్ళు. అలాగే సంపన్న వర్గాలు మాత్రమే పాలనాధికారాన్ని చేపట్టేటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఉండేది. అందువల్ల ప్రజాస్వామ్యం ధనస్వామ్యంగా మారిపోయింది. లాటరీ పద్ధతుల ద్వారా చీటీలు తీయడం ద్వారా మేధావులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు పాలనాధికారానికి ఎలా రాగలుగుతారు? అందువల్ల అజ్ఞానులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళు పాలనాధికారానికి రావడం అనేటువంటిది బాధాకరమైనటువంటి విషయం. ఆ అంశం ప్లేటో మీద అమితంగా ప్రభావం చూపింది. ఆయన రాజకీయాల్లోకి రావాలి, రాజ్యాధికారాన్ని చేపట్టాలని ఆ ఆశ నుంచి వైదొలిగిపోయి ఆయన ప్రజాస్వామ్యం మీద ఆయన పెట్టుకున్నటువంటి భ్రమలన్నీ పటాపంచలైపోయినటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఆయన్ని తీవ్రంగా కలిచివేసినటువంటి మరొక అంశం. అలాగే అసమర్థులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళు, అవినీతి పరులు రాజ్యాధికారానికి రావడం అక్కడ జరుగుతున్నటువంటి దుస్థితికి మరొక పరిస్థితి. అలాగే ఆయన సోక్రటీస్కి శిష్యుడిగా చాలా కాలం పాటు దాదాపు 8 ఏళ్ల పాటు శిష్యరికం చేయడం జరిగింది. సోక్రటీస్ ఏథెన్స్ పౌరుల్ని చైతన్యవంతుల్ని చేయడంలో మంచి రాజ్యం అంటే ఏంటి, ఇప్పుడు రాజ్యం ఎలాగా ఉంది, ఇప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం ఎలాగా పనిచేస్తుంది ప్రశ్నించడాన్ని నేర్పినటువంటి తత్వవేత్త సోక్రటీస్. అలాంటి మేధావి సాంగత్యం ప్లేటోకి దొరికింది. అందువల్ల గురువు గారి యొక్క ప్రభావం అమితంగా ఈ శిష్యుడైనటువంటి ప్లేటో మీద పడింది. 399లో గురువు గారు మరణించిన తర్వాత ఆయన ఏథెన్స్ను వదిలి విదేశీ పర్యటనలు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఈజిప్ట్లో, ఇటలీలో ఆయన పర్యటించడం జరిగింది. ఇటలీలో తాను పర్యటించేటువంటి కాలంలో పైథాగరస్ తోటి ఆయన శిష్యులతోటి తనకు పరిచయం ఏర్పడింది. ఇటలీలో పైథాగరస్ తోటి ఆయన పరిచయం ఆయన రేఖాగణితం మీద ఆసక్తి చూపేలాగా, గణితం రేఖాగణితాలకు ఉండేటువంటి ఖచ్చితత్వం రాజనీతి శాస్త్రంలో కూడా ఉండాలి అని ఆయన భావించడానికి కారణమైనటువంటి మరొక అంశం. ఆ తర్వాత ఆ పర్యటన తర్వాత ఆయన 386లో ఏథెన్స్కు వచ్చి అకాడమీని స్థాపించడం జరిగింది. అకాడమీ ఆనాడు ప్రపంచంలోనే మొట్టమొదటి విశ్వవిద్యాలయంగా చెప్పొచ్చు. తత్వశాస్త్ర పరిశోధన, రాజకీయ శిక్షణా కేంద్రంగా అది విల్లసిల్లింది. అక్కడ ఆ సాంగత్యంలోనే ఆ శిష్యులకి విద్యాబోధన చేస్తూ ఆయన 347లో మరణించడం జరిగింది. ఇది సోక్రటీస్ చిత్రం, ప్లేటో గురువు గారి సోక్రటీస్. అలాగే సోక్రటీస్ మరణించినటువంటి సన్నివేశం ప్లేటోను అమితంగా బాధించినటువంటి పరిస్థితి. ఆయన ప్రజలను రెచ్చగొడుతున్నాడని, గ్రీకు దేవతల్ని విమర్శిస్తున్నాడని ఆయన మీద అభియోగాలు మోపబడి ఆయనకి మరణదండని, హెమ్లాక్ అనేటువంటి విషయం ఇచ్చి మరణదండన విధించడం జరిగింది. ఆ మరణదండన విధించి ఆయన చనిపోతున్నటువంటి సందర్భంలో ఏమాత్రం చెలించకుండా, ఏమాత్రం భయపడకుండా ఆయన శిష్యులందరూ బాధతో రోధిస్తూ ఉన్న సందర్భంలో తాను ధైర్యంగా విషం స్వీకరిస్తున్నటువంటి సందర్భం ఇది. ఇలా ప్లేటో గురువు గారి మరణం ఆయన్ని అత్యంత కలచివేసినటువంటి సంఘటన. అందువల్ల పాలన అనేటువంటిది తెలిసినటువంటి వాళ్ళు చేయాలి, మేధావులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళు పాలనలోకి రావాలి అనే అంశాన్ని ప్రాతిపదికగా చేసుకొని తాను రచనలు చేయడం జరిగింది. ప్లేటో రచనలు రిపబ్లిక్, స్టేట్స్మెన్, ది లాస్, అపాలజీ, ఫెడో, సింపోజియం, క్రీటో. అలాగే ఈ రిపబ్లిక్ అనేటువంటిది 10 అధ్యాయాలు కలిగినటువంటి ఒక మహత్తరమైనటువంటి రచన. అందులో ఆదర్శ రాజ్యం, ధర్మం, పౌరసత్వం, అలాగే చట్టం మినహాయింపు, వృత్తి నైపుణ్య సిద్ధాంతం, సుగుణమే జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి సిద్ధాంతం, ఇవన్నీ రిపబ్లిక్లో ఆయన యువకుడిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు రాయబడినటువంటి గ్రంథం. స్టేట్స్మెన్ ఆయన నడి వయసులో రాసినటువంటి గ్రంథం. ఈ స్టేట్స్మెన్లో ఆయన శాసనాల ఆవశ్యకతను కొంత గుర్తించడం జరిగింది. ది లాస్ ఆయన 80 ఏళ్ల వయసు అప్పుడు చనిపోయేందుకు కొంచెం ముందుగా రాసినటువంటి మరొక ప్రముఖమైనటువంటి గ్రంథం. ఈయన ఆదర్శం నుండి ఆచరణ వైపు, అలాగే వాస్తవికతకు దగ్గరగా ఎలా జరిగాడు అనేటువంటిది మనకి ది లాస్ గ్రంథం ద్వారా అర్థమవుతుంది. అందులో శాసనాలకు ప్రాధాన్యతను కల్పించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే కమ్యూనిజంలో అనేక సడలింపులు ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈయన రచనలన్నీ కూడా సంభాషణల పద్ధతిలో, ప్రశ్నోత్తర పద్ధతిలో, అలాగే ఆయన సూత్రీకరణలు చేసి సూత్రాలని వాస్తవాలకు అప్లై చేయడం జరిగింది. దాన్ని మనం నిగమన పద్ధతి అంటాం. ఆ నిగమన పద్ధతిలో ఆయన అధ్యయనం చేయడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత ప్లేటో మీద ప్రభావం చూపినటువంటి నాటి పరిస్థితులను కానీ మనం గమనిస్తే, ఆనాడు ఏథెన్స్ స్పార్టా చేతిలో ఓడిపోవడం, ఏథెన్స్లో అస్తవ్యస్త రాజకీయ పరిస్థితులు ఏర్పడడం, సోక్రటీస్ చెప్పినటువంటి సుగుణమే జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి సిద్ధాంతం, గురువు గారు విషం తాగి మరణించినటువంటి ఆ సన్నివేశం, ఆయనను కలచవేసినటువంటి అత్యంత ప్రధానమైనటువంటి సంఘటనలు, అలాగే పైథాగరస్ నుంచి తాను గణితం, రేఖాగణితాలకి రాజనీతి శాస్త్రంలో ప్రాధాన్యతనివ్వడాన్ని ఆయన చూపించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఆ గుణత్రయ సిద్ధాంతాన్ని, అలాగే దాన్ని లేదా త్రిగుణ సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ఆయన పైథాగరస్ నుంచి గ్రహించడం జరిగింది. ఈ చిత్రం చూడొచ్చు, ప్లేటోకి సంబంధించినటువంటి చిత్రం అది. ఇంకొకటి, ఆనాడు ప్లేటో కాలంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఏథెన్స్ నగరం యొక్క శిథిలాలు నేటికి కూడా ఉన్నాయి. దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి చిత్రం అది. తర్వాత ప్లేటో రాజనీతి భావనలోని ప్రధానమైనటువంటి అంశాలను చూద్దాం. ధర్మ సిద్ధాంతం, ఆదర్శ రాజ్యం, విద్యా విధానం, కమ్యూనిజం. వాటిల్లో ఒక్కొక్కటి మనం పరిశీలిద్దాం. ప్లేటో ధర్మ సిద్ధాంతం. గ్రీకులు ధర్మానికి అత్యంత ప్రాధాన్యతనివ్వడం జరిగింది. అసలు రిపబ్లిక్ గ్రంథం అనేటువంటిదే ధర్మానికి సంబంధించిన గ్రంథం అంటాడు ఎర్నెస్ట్ బార్కర్. అంటే ధర్మానికి అత్యంత ప్రాధాన్యతనిచ్చినటువంటి గ్రంథం రిపబ్లిక్. అలాగే ఆ ధర్మం గురించి సోక్రటీస్ తన మిత్రులతోటి చేసినటువంటి చర్చల సారాంశాన్ని ప్లేటో తన రిపబ్లిక్ లో గ్రంథస్థం చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ గ్రంథస్థం చేసినటువంటి ధర్మ భావనలో ఆయన ఇతరులతో చేసినటువంటి చర్చల్లో ప్రముఖులైనటువంటి చర్చల సారాంశాన్ని మీ ముందుంచుతాను. కెపాలస్ తో చేసిన చర్చల్లో కెపాలస్ ని ధర్మం అంటే ఏంటి అని సోక్రటీస్ అడిగినప్పుడు, సత్యాన్ని పలకడం, ఎవరికి ఇవ్వాల్సింది వారికి ఇవ్వడం ధర్మం అంటాడు. కెపాలస్ ఒక వాణిజ్య వర్గానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్రతినిధి, ఒక వ్యాపారం చేసుకునేటువంటి వ్యక్తి. అతని ఉద్దేశంలో సత్యం అంటే అబద్ధం చెప్పకుండా ఉండడమే ధర్మం. అలాగే ఎవరికి ఏమి ఇవ్వాలో ఎక్కొట్టకుండా వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వాల్సింది వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వడం అనేటువంటిది ధర్మం అనేటి నిర్వచనాన్ని తాను ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అయితే సోక్రటీస్ కెపాలస్ వాదనలోని లోపాన్ని ఎత్తి చూపడం జరిగింది. కెపాలస్ చెప్పినట్లుగా అన్ని వేళలా సత్యాన్ని పలకడం అనేటువంటిది ధర్మబద్ధం కాదు. అవసరమైనప్పుడు, ప్రాణాపాయం సంభవించినప్పుడు, కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో అసత్యాన్ని పలికినా అది ధర్మబద్ధమే. అలాగే ఎవరికి ఇవ్వవలసింది వారికి ఇవ్వడం అనేటువంటి దాంట్లో కూడా లోపాన్ని సోక్రటీస్ ఎత్తి చూపడం జరిగింది. అంటే ఒక పిచ్చివాడిది తనదే అయినటువంటి కత్తిని అతనికి ఇస్తే అతను మొత్తం సమాజం మీద దాన్ని తప్పుగా ప్రయోగించవచ్చు. అలాగే తుపాకీ సంస్కృతి మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఒక ఆ వస్తువును ఎలా ఉపయోగించాలో తెలియనటువంటి వ్యక్తికి ఆ వస్తువుని ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ వస్తువు దుర్వినియోగం అవుతుంది. అందువల్ల ఎవరికి ఇవ్వవలసింది వారికి ఇవ్వడం కూడా తప్పని కెపాలస్ వాదనలోని లోపాన్ని ఎత్తి చూపడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత ప్లేటో పాలిమార్కస్ ని ధర్మం అంటే ఏంటి అని అడగడం జరిగింది. పాలిమార్కస్ ఏం చెప్తాడంటే, స్నేహితులకు మేలు చేయడం, శత్రువులకు కీడు చేయడం. స్నేహితులకి మేలు చేయడం అంటే ఎవరు స్నేహితుడు, ఎవరికి మేలు చేయాలి, ఎవరు శత్రువు, ఎవరికి కీడు చేయాలి అనేటువంటిది కూడా మనం ఒక అంచనాకు అంత కరెక్ట్గా రాలేం. ఎందుకనంటే మనకు పైకి స్నేహితులుగా కనిపిస్తుంటారు, లోపల కుట్రలు బన్నొచ్చు. అలాగే నిన్నటికి మనకు శత్రువు కావచ్చు, ఈ రోజుకి మనకు అతను స్నేహితుడు కావచ్చు. అలా ఒక వ్యక్తి అన్ని వేళలా ఒకే విధంగా ఉంటాడు అనేటువంటి ఒక సూత్రీకరణను మనం చేయలేం. అందువల్ల సమాజంలో ఎవరు నిజమైనటువంటి స్నేహితులు, బయటకు మాట్లాడుతున్నటువంటి వాటి ఆధారంగా కాకుండా అంతర్గతంగా కూడా మనల్ని ప్రేమిస్తున్నారా, మన మీద అభిమానం చూపుతున్నారా అనేటువంటిది గుర్తించడం చాలా కష్టసాధ్యమైనటువంటి విషయం. అలాగే శత్రువులకు కీడు చేయడం అనేటువంటిది కూడా అది సమంజసమైనటువంటి విషయం కాదు. అసలు కీడు అనేటువంటిది ఎవరికీ చేయకూడదు. ఒక డాక్టర్ దగ్గరికి రోగి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు డాక్టరు అతను శత్రువా స్నేహితుడా అనే విషయాన్ని ఆలోచించి వైద్యం చేయడు కదా, ఎవరికైనా తన వైద్యాన్ని అందిస్తాడు. అందువల్ల శత్రువులకు కీడు చేయడం అనేటువంటిది తప్పు అని పాలిమార్కస్ వాదనలోని లోపాన్ని ఎత్తి చూపడం జరుగుతుంది సోక్రటీస్. తర్వాత త్రాసిమాకస్ ని తన అభిప్రాయం అడగా, బలవంతుని స్వప్రయోజనమే ధర్మం అంటాడు. అంటే బలవంతుడు తాను ఏం చేయాలనుకుంటే అది చేయగలుగుతాడు, శక్తివంతుడు ఏదైనా తాను సాధించుకోగలుగుతాడు. అందువల్ల తాను ఏం చేసినా అది ధర్మబద్ధం అవుతుందని త్రాసిమాకస్ వాదించడం జరిగింది. అందులోని లోపాన్ని సోక్రటీస్ ఎత్తి చూపి, బలవంతుడి స్వప్రయోజనం ధర్మం కాదు. ఎందుకనంటే పాలన అనేటువంటిది ఒక కళ, పాలన అనేటువంటిది ప్రజల కోసం. ఇక్కడ పాలకుడు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళ యొక్క స్వార్థం అనేటువంటిది ఇందులో ఉండదు. ప్రజల కోసమైనప్పుడు, ప్రజాక్షేమం కోసం పాలన అవసరమైనప్పుడు ప్రజల శ్రేయస్సు ప్రధానం అవుతుంది కానీ పాలకుడి స్వార్థం లేక పాలకుడి స్వప్రయోజనం ధర్మబద్ధం కాదు. ప్రజల కోసం పాలన కాబట్టి ప్రజల శ్రేయస్సే ధర్మం అవుతుంది. అందువల్ల అది గుర్తించాలని త్రాసిమాకస్ వాదనలోని లోపాన్ని ఎత్తి చూపడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత గ్లాకన్ ఆయన ప్రశ్నించగా బలహీనుల రక్షణ కోసం ఏర్పడిందే ధర్మం అని గ్లాకన్ చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ బలహీనులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు తమ రక్షణ కోసం తాము న్యాయాన్ని ధర్మాన్ని పొందలేరు కాబట్టి ఒక చట్టాన్ని ధర్మాన్ని న్యాయ వ్యవస్థను ఏర్పాటు చేసుకుని వాళ్ళు సంరక్షణ పొందుతారు అని చెప్పడం జరిగింది ఆయన. అలాగే సామాజిక ఉడంబడిక సిద్ధాంతం కూడా ఈ గ్లాకన్ చెప్పినటువంటి ధర్మ భావనకి దగ్గరగా ఉంటుంది. అభద్రతకు గురైనటువంటి ప్రజానీకం అంతా ఒక ఒప్పందం చేసుకోవడం ద్వారా రక్షణ పొందుతారనేటువంటిది మనకి హాబ్స్ రాజనీతి తత్వ విచారం వివరిస్తుంది. అయితే ఇక్కడ గ్లాకన్ చెప్పినటువంటి ప్రకారం ధర్మం అనేటువంటిది కృత్రిమమైనటువంటిది, మారుతూ ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఈ వాదననే ఆయన వ్యతిరేకించడం జరిగింది సోక్రటిస్. ధర్మం అన్ని వేళలా అందరికీ సమానంగా వర్తిస్తుంది. బలహీనులకు ఒక విధంగా, బలవంతులకు ఇంకొక విధంగా ధర్మం అనేటువంటిది వర్తించదని గ్లాకన్ వాదాన్ని తిరస్కరించడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత ప్లేటో తన అభిప్రాయాన్ని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ప్లేటో ఇతరుల వ్యవహారాల్లో జోక్యం చేసుకోకుండా తన కర్తవ్యాన్ని సక్రమంగా నిర్వర్తించడమే ధర్మం అనేది చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అంటే తాను ఏం చేయాలో, తన కర్తవ్యం ఏంటో, తను ఏ పని కోసం నిర్దేశించబడ్డాడో ఆ పనిని సరిగా పూర్తి చేయడమే ధర్మం అని ప్లేటో తన వాదనని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ప్లేటో చెప్పిన ప్రకారం ప్రతి వ్యక్తి తన వృత్తి లేకపోతే తన కర్తవ్యం అనేటువంటిది ముఖ్యంగా భావించి దానిని సక్రమంగా నిర్వర్తించాలి. వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, ఇతరులు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, ఇతరులు సరిగా చేస్తున్నారా లేరా ఆ విషయాలను ఆలోచించకుండా తాను సక్రమంగా తన పనికి సంపూర్ణమైన న్యాయం చేయడమే నిజమైనటువంటి ధర్మం అని ప్లేటో తన నిర్వచనాన్ని ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ విధంగా ప్లేటో ధర్మ సిద్ధాంతం అనేటువంటిది ఒక ప్రముఖమైనటువంటి అంశం. నెక్స్ట్ ఆయన ఆదర్శ రాజ్యాన్ని చూద్దాం. ప్లేటో ఒక చిత్రకారుడు ఒక చిత్రాన్ని వేసేటప్పుడు ఇది ప్రకృతిలో ఉందా లేదా అనే విషయాన్ని పరిశీలించకుండా ఒక అందమైనటువంటి పెయింటింగ్ని వేయడానికి ఎలా ప్రయత్నిస్తాడో ప్లేటో కూడా తన ఆదర్శ రాజ్యాన్ని వాస్తవంగా ఇది సాధ్యమా అసాధ్యమా ఆ విషయాన్ని పట్టించుకోకుండా ఒక అద్భుతమైనటువంటి స్వర్గాన్ని భూమి మీద దించడానికి ఆయన ప్రయత్నించాడు తన ఆదర్శ రాజ్యం ద్వారా. ఆ ఆదర్శ రాజ్యాన్ని రూపొందించడంలో ఆయన మీద చూపిన ప్రభావాలు పైథాగరస్ చెప్పినటువంటి గుణత్రయ సిద్ధాంతం, గ్రీకుల ధర్మ సిద్ధాంతం, సోక్రటీస్ చెప్పినటువంటి సుగుణమయ జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి భావన ముఖ్యమైనటువంటివి. మరి ఈ పైథాగరస్ చెప్పినటువంటి ఈ గుణత్రయ సిద్ధాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రధానమైనటువంటి అంశం ప్రకారం రాజ్యం అనేటువంటిది పెద్దదిగా ఉండేటువంటి వ్యక్తి యొక్క విరాట్ స్వరూపం లేక పెద్దదైనటువంటి రూపం, పెద్దదైన వ్యక్తి రూపం. స్టేట్ ఈజ్ అన్ ఇండివిజువల్ రిట్ లార్జ్ అని చెప్తాడు ఆయన. అంటే మానవుడిలో స్వతహాగా 3 రకాలైన గుణాలు ఉంటాయి. అవి ఒకటి హేతువు, ధీరత్వం, ఇచ్ఛ. హేతువు రీజన్, ఈ హేతుబద్ధంగా ఆలోచించటం, ప్రతిదాన్ని వివక్షతతోటి విచక్షణాపూర్వకంగా మంచిగా ఆలోచించి నిర్ణయం తీసుకునేటువంటి గుణం కొందరిలో ఉంటుంది. కొందరిలో ధైర్య సాహసాల పాలు ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది. మరికొందరు కొన్ని రకాలైనటువంటి సృజనాత్మక లక్షణాలు కలిగి ఉంటారు. దాన్ని ఇచ్ఛ అంటాం. అందువల్ల మానవ స్వభావంలో ఉండేటువంటి హేతువు, ధీరత్వం, ఇచ్ఛ ఆధారంగా రాజ్యంలో కూడా 3 రకాలైనటువంటి కర్తవ్యాలని వ్యక్తి నిర్వర్తించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. హేతు పాళ్ళు ఎక్కువగా కలిగినటువంటి వాళ్ళు అంటే ప్రతిదాన్ని నిశితంగా పరిశీలించేటువంటి గుణం, ప్రతి దానిలోని మంచి చెడుల్ని తర్కించేటువంటి తత్వం ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు పాలనకు అనువైనటువంటి వాళ్ళు. అలాగే కొంతమందిలో ధైర్య సాహసాలు ఎక్కువగా ఉంటాయి. ఆ ధైర్య సాహసాల పాళ్ళు ఎక్కువగా ఉండేటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఎదుర్కోవాల్సినటువంటి అంశం యొక్క శక్తిని కూడా పక్కన పెట్టేసి దానిని తాము ఛేదించగలం అనేటువంటి ధైర్యంతో ముందుకు ఉరకడం జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. అందువల్ల అలాంటి ధీరత్వ లక్షణం ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు రక్షణకు వర్గంగా ఉపయోగపడతారు. అందువల్ల సైన్యంగా వాళ్ళని ఉపయోగించుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అలాగే 3వ గుణం ఇచ్ఛ. లేక దీన్ని ఎపిటైట్ అంటాం. ఈ ఇచ్చ అంటే ప్రతి వ్యక్తిలో ఏదో ఒక రంగంలో ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి సృజనాత్మకత ఉంటుంది, నైపుణ్యం ఉంటుంది. దీన్నే మనం వృత్తి నైపుణ్య సిద్ధాంతం అని కూడా అంటాం. ఎవరు ఎందులో బాగా రాణిస్తారో వాళ్ళని అందులో నియమించాలి. అందువల్ల రాజ్యానికి అవసరమైనటువంటి శారీరక శ్రమ, ఉత్పత్తి, వాణిజ్యంకి ఈ వర్గం, ఈ ఇచ్చ ప్రాతిపదికగా ఉన్నటువంటి వ్యక్తుల్ని శ్రామికులుగా, రకరకాల వృత్తుల వాళ్ళుగా వాళ్ళని ఉపయోగించుకోవాలని ప్లేటో చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ మనం ఇంతకుముందు చెప్పుకున్నటువంటి విషయం, వృత్తి నైపుణ్య సిద్ధాంతం ఏం చెప్తుంది అంటే ఎవరు ఎందులో రాణించగలరో వాళ్ళని అందులో నియమించాలి. అంటే వాళ్ళలో హేతుపాలు ఎక్కువగా ఉందా, వాళ్ళు పాలక వర్గంగా ఉపయోగపడతారు. వాళ్ళల్లో ధైర్య సాహసాలు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నాయా, వాళ్ళు రాజ్య రక్షణ కోసం సైనికులుగా ఉపయోగపడతారు. వాళ్ళల్లో ఇచ్చ లేకపోతే సృజనాత్మకత ఎక్కువగా ఉందా, వాళ్ళు రాజ్యానికి అవసరమైనటువంటి ఉత్పత్తిలో, వాణిజ్యంలో, రకరకాల వృత్తుల్లో వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగపడతారని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. నెక్స్ట్ వన్, తాత్విక ప్రభువులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు. ప్లేటో రిపబ్లిక్ లో చర్చించినటువంటి అత్యంత ప్రధానమైనటువంటి అంశం, ఆదర్శ రాజ్యానికి తాత్విక ప్రభువులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఉండాలి. తాత్విక ప్రభువులు లేకపోవడం వల్ల, పాలన ఎలాగా చేయాలో తెలియనటువంటి వాళ్ళు పాలకులు కావడం వల్ల తన గురువు గారు మరణించారు. అందుకు విరుగుడుగా సర్వజ్ఞాన సంపన్నులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళే పాలనాధికారంలో ఉండాలి అని ఈ తాత్విక ప్రభువుల భావన ద్వారా ప్లేటో విశదీకరించడం జరిగింది. పాలన అనేటువంటిది ఒక కళ, ఒక ఆర్ట్. అది అందరూ చేయదగినటువంటిది కాదు, అది జ్ఞానులు మాత్రమే చేయగలిగినటువంటి వాళ్ళు. ఆ జ్ఞానం ఎవరికైతే ఉంటుందో వాళ్ళే సమర్థంగా పరిపాలించగలుగుతారు. అందువల్ల పాలన చేయడానికి అందరూ అర్హులు కారు కాబట్టి జ్ఞానులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళ పాలన ఉండాలని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అందుకే ఎవరికి తెలుసో వాళ్ళే పరిపాలించాలి. ఈ సందర్భంలోనే ఆయన సుగుణమే జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి సిద్ధాంతాన్ని సోక్రటీస్ నుంచి గ్రహించడం జరిగింది. సుగుణం అంటే ఏంటి, సుగుణమే జ్ఞానం అంటే ఏంటి, ఆ విషయం గురించి కొంచెం మాట్లాడుకుందాం. జ్ఞానం రెండు రకాలు, ఒకటి అభిప్రాయం లేదా విశ్వాసం. అభిప్రాయం లేదా విశ్వాసం అనేటువంటిది మనకు కంటికి కనిపిస్తున్నటువంటి వాటి ఆధారంగా మనం ఏర్పరచుకునేటువంటివి. ఈ అభిప్రాయం లేదా విశ్వాసం అనేటువంటివి కాలానుగుణంగా మారుతూ ఉంటాయి. అలాగే పరిస్థితులను బట్టి మనకు తెలిసినటువంటి పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని బట్టి మారుతూ ఉంటాయి. నిజమైన జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటిది శాశ్వతమైనటువంటిది. ఈ నిజమైనటువంటి జ్ఞానం అంటే ఏంటి, ఈ శాశ్వత జ్ఞానం అనేటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఎలా సంపాదించుకోగలుగుతాడు అని అంటే, నిజమైనటువంటి జ్ఞానం అంటే మనకు కంటికి కనిపించినటువంటి అంశాలను కూడా లోతుగా, క్షుణ్ణంగా, నిశ్చితంగా పరిశీలించడం ద్వారా అసలైనటువంటి జ్ఞానాన్ని మనం పొందగలుగుతాం. ఉదాహరణకు మనకి గాలి కనిపించటం లేదు, అంత మాత్రాన మనకి గాలి లేదని చెప్పగలుగుతామా? అలాగే ఈ వాతావరణంలో అనేక వాయువులు ఉన్నాయి, అవి మన కంటికి కనిపించట్లేదు, అంత మాత్రాన అక్కడ వాయువులే లేవని మనం చెప్పగలుగుతామా? అలా ప్రతి అంశాన్ని నిశితంగా పరిశీలించేటువంటి జ్ఞానం ఎవరికైతే ఉంటుందో వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే తాత్విక ప్రభులు అవుతారు. హేతుబద్ధంగా ఆలోచించగలిగినటువంటి వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే పాలకులు అవుతారు. అందుకే ఆయన అంటాడు, తత్వవేత్తలే పాలకులు కావాలి, లేదా పాలకులు తాత్విక పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని పొందాలి. అప్పటి వరకు నగర రాజ్యాల సమస్యలు పరిష్కారం కావు అంటాడు ప్లేటో. అందువల్ల పాలకులు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళైనా తాత్విక జ్ఞానాన్ని పొందాలి, లేకపోతే తత్వవేత్తలైనటువంటి వాళ్ళనే పాలకులుగా కూర్చోబెట్టాలి. అప్పుడు మాత్రమే నగర రాజ్యాలు తాము ఏ సమస్యలతో అయితే సతమతమవుతున్నాయో ఆ సమస్యల నుంచి అవి విముక్తి చెందడం జరుగుతుందని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ప్లేటోకి సంబంధించిన ఒక కొటేషన్, ఇఫ్ యూ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ do not take an interest in the affairs of your government, then you are doomed to live under the rule of fools. రాజ్య వ్యవహారాల్లో ఆసక్తిగా పాలు పంచుకోకపోతే నువ్వు అజ్ఞానుల చేత పరిపాలించాల్సినటువంటి దుస్థితి ఏర్పడుతుంది. అందువల్ల రాజ్య వ్యవహారాలలో ప్రతి వ్యక్తి చురుకుగా పాలు పంచుకోవాలి. ఈ రాజ్యం ప్రభుత్వం మనది అనేటువంటి భావనతోటి ప్రతి వ్యక్తి చొరవ తీసుకుని రాజ్య కార్యకలాపాల్లో భాగస్వామి కావాలి అన్న ఆయన అన్నమాట ఆనాటికే కాదు ఈనాటికి కూడా వర్తిస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్ మరొక కాన్సెప్ట్, చట్టం మినహాయింపు. తాత్విక ప్రభువు అనేటువంటి వాడు నిజమైనటువంటి జ్ఞానం కలిగినటువంటి వ్యక్తి కాబట్టి, ఆయన సర్వజ్ఞాన సంపన్నుడు కాబట్టి, ఆయనకి అన్ని విషయాలు తెలుసు కాబట్టి అక్కడ ఏ చట్టాలు, ఏ రాజ్యాంగం, ఏ నిబంధనావళి అక్కర్లేదు అంటాడు ప్లేటో. ఎందుకనంటే ఒక రోగి ఏ విధమైనటువంటి జబ్బు వచ్చింది, ఆ రోగానికి ఏ వైద్యం చేయాలి అనేటువంటిది వైద్యుడు తన అనుభవం ఆధారంగా వైద్యం చేయాలి కానీ వైద్య గ్రంథాల ప్రకారం కాదు. అందువల్ల వైద్యుడు తన వైద్య అనుభవాన్ని, తన వృత్తిలో తాను పొందిన పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని ఈ రోగికి ఎలా వైద్యం చేస్తాడు. తాత్విక ప్రభు కూడా ఒక వైద్యుడు లాంటి వాడే. అందువల్ల రాజ్యం అనేటువంటిది ఒక రోగి లాంటిది. రాజ్యం అనేటువంటి రోగికి వచ్చేటువంటి సమస్యల్ని ఈ తాత్విక ప్రభువు తన పరిజ్ఞానం ద్వారా అతని రాజ్య రోగాల్ని నయం చేయాల్సి ఉంటుందని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత ప్లేటోకి సంబంధించినటువంటి మరొక ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి భావన ఆయన చెప్పినటువంటి విద్యా విధానం. రూసో అంటాడు, ప్లేటో రిపబ్లిక్ విద్యా విషయాల మీద అత్యున్నతమైనటువంటి గ్రంథం అంటాడు. అంటే విద్య మీద అత్యంత ప్రధానమైనటువంటి గ్రంథం అని రూసో వర్ణించడం జరిగింది. ఈ రూసో విద్య చెప్పినటువంటి ఆ మాట ప్రకారం ఈ ప్లేటో విద్యా విధానం యొక్క ప్రధానమైనటువంటి లక్ష్యం వృత్తి నైపుణ్య సిద్ధాంతం ప్రకారం పాలకులను తయారు చేయడం, రాజ్యానికి కావలసినటువంటి తాత్విక ప్రభువులను తయారు చేయడం అతి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి ఆశయం. మరొకటి ఆనాటి స్త్రీల దుస్థితి. వాళ్ళ పరిజ్ఞానం పిల్లల్ని కనడానికి, ఇంటికి కుటుంబ వ్యవహారాలు చక్కబెట్టడానికి పరిమితం అయిపోయింది. ఆ పరిస్థితి ఆయన్ని కలిసివేసింది. రాజ్యంలో సగభాగమైనటువంటి స్త్రీలు వంటింటికి పరిమితం కావడం, కుటుంబానికే పరిమితం కావడం, ఆ బంధనాల నుంచి స్త్రీలని విముక్తి చేయాలని నడుం కట్టి వాళ్ళని విముక్తి చేయడానికి ఆయన తన విద్యా విధానాన్ని ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. ఆయన విద్యా విధానంలో పురుషులతో సమానంగా స్త్రీలకు కూడా సమానమైనటువంటి భాగస్వామ్యం, అందరికీ విద్యని ఆయన అందించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే విద్య రాజ్య ఆధీనంలో ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. అనుసరించి ఆయన రాజ్య ఆధీనంలో విద్యని ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆయన విద్యా ప్రణాళికలో మనం చూస్తే ప్రాథమిక విద్యలో 5 నుంచి 20 సంవత్సరాల వరకు ప్రాథమిక విద్య, 21 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి 50 సంవత్సరాల వరకు ఉన్నత విద్యగా వర్గీకరించడం జరిగింది. ఈ ప్రాథమిక విద్యలో 2 దశలు ఉంటాయి. మొదటి దశని 5 నుంచి 18 ఏళ్ల మధ్య కాలం నీతి కథల ద్వారా, ఆటపాటల ద్వారా, సంగీతం రూపంలో, పద్యాల రూపంలో, పాఠాల రూపంలో విద్యార్థులను ఆకర్షించే విధంగా విద్యా విధానం ఉండాలని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అలాగే వ్యక్తుల ధైర్య సాహసాలు పెంచేలాగా, మంచితనం పెంపొందించేలాగా విద్య ఉండాలి. నరకం లాంటివి, దుఃఖాంత కథలు, వ్యక్తుల్లో ఒక చెడు ప్రభావాన్ని చూపేటువంటి కథల్ని ఆయన చెప్పకూడదని కూడా చెప్పాడు. అలాగే 2వ దశ వ్యాయామం, జిమ్నాస్టిక్స్ కి ఈ దశలో ప్రాధాన్యం ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. 19-20 సంవత్సరాల మధ్య ఈ దశ కొనసాగుతుంది. ఇక్కడ సైనిక శిక్షణకి ఎక్కువ ప్రియారిటీ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. వాళ్ళ ఆహారాన్ని, వాతావరణాన్ని, పానీయాన్ని ఎలాంటి వాతావరణంలోనే తట్టుకోగలిగినటువంటి ఒక దృఢమైనటువంటి శరీరం కలిగినటువంటి వాళ్ళుగా వ్యక్తులు తయారు చేయటం ఈ దశ కర్తవ్యం. మద్యం, మాంసం లాంటివి ఇక్కడ నిషేధం. అలాగే ఉన్నత విద్యని మనం కానీ గమనిస్తే ప్లేటో ఉన్నత విద్య చాలా మౌలికమైనటువంటిదని సభని అంటాడు. ఇందులో 3 దశలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇది తాత్విక ప్రభువులను తయారు చేయడానికి, సైనికులకి శిక్షణ ఇవ్వడానికి ప్రాధాన్యత కలిగినటువంటిది. మొదటి దశ 21 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి 30 సంవత్సరాల వరకు రేఖాగణితం, ఖగోళం, తర్కం, సైనిక శిక్షణ వీటికి ప్రియారిటీ ఉంటుంది. 2వ దశలోకి వచ్చేసరికి ప్రతి వస్తువు యొక్క స్వభావాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికి, గతితార్కిక పద్ధతిని అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికి ఇది ప్రాధాన్యతనిస్తుంది. 3వ దశ ఇక్కడ తాత్విక ప్రభువుల్ని వాస్తవంగా తయారు చేయడానికి ఈ దశ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తుంది. వాళ్ళకి లోకానుభవం కల్పించడం జరుగుతుంది. 35 నుంచి 50 ఏళ్ల మధ్య ఈ విద్యా విధానం అనేటువంటిది ఏథెన్స్లోని విలువల్ని స్పార్టాలోని క్రమశిక్షణ తోటి మిళితం చేస్తుంది. లాస్ట్ వన్ కమ్యూనిజం ప్లేటోకి సంబంధించి ఆనాడు నగర రాజ్యాల్లో ధనిక పేదల మధ్య వైషమ్యాలు ఉన్నాయి. స్త్రీలు చాలా దుస్థితిలో ఉన్నారు, మనం ఇంతకుముందు చెప్పుకున్నాం. అందువల్ల రాజ్య సమైక్యతకు ఆటంకాలుగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ ఆర్థిక అసమానతల్ని, స్త్రీల దుస్థితి నుంచి వాళ్ళని విముక్తి చేయడానికి ఆస్తి విషయంలో, కుటుంబ విషయంలో కమ్యూనిస్టాన్ని ఆయన ప్రపోజ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆనాడు ఏథెన్స్లో ప్రైవేట్ ఆస్తి పట్ల నిరసన వ్యక్తం అవుతూ ఉంది. దాన్ని ఆయన గుర్తించాడు. అలాగే క్రీటోస్ పార్టీలో నాటికే సమిష్టి వ్యవసాయ పద్ధతి అమల్లో ఉంది. యూరిపిడస్ రచనల్లో కూడా భార్యల విషయంలో కమ్యూనిజాన్ని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అలాగే కమ్యూనిజంలో మొదటిది ప్రైవేట్ ఆస్తి నిషేధం విషయం చూస్తే, ప్రైవేట్ ఆస్తి అనేటువంటిది వ్యక్తుల స్వార్థాన్ని పెంపొందిస్తుంది, ధనికులే పాలనాధికారాన్ని చేపట్టడానికి మార్గం చూపుతూ ఉంది, వాళ్ళ అధికారాన్ని వాళ్ళు దుర్వినియోగం చేయడానికి కారణం అవుతుంది. అందువల్ల ఈ చెడుగుల్ని నిర్మూలించడం కోసం ఆయన ఈ పాలక వర్గాలైనటువంటి వాళ్ళకి, రక్షక వర్గాల వాళ్ళకి ఆయన సామూహిక వసతి గృహాల్లో ఉండేలాగా నివాసం, భోజనం కూడా సంపూర్ణంగా రాజ్యమే భరించేలాగా, వాళ్ళు రాజ్యంలో ప్రజల శ్రేయస్సు లక్ష్యంగా పెట్టుకుని జీవించేలాగా మార్పులు చేయడం జరిగింది. అలాగే కుటుంబ వ్యవస్థ అనేటువంటిది స్వార్థానికి, పక్షపాతానికి, బంధి ప్రీతికి అది ఆలవాలం. అందువల్ల స్త్రీల దుస్థితి నుంచి విముక్తి చేయడం కోసం కూడా ఆయన నడుం కట్టడం జరిగింది. అందుకోసం తాత్కాలిక వివాహాల పద్ధతిని ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. ఏకపత్ని వివాహాలని రద్దు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఒక శుభదినాన రాజ్యమే ఆరోగ్యవంతులైనటువంటి స్త్రీ పురుషుల కలయికకి ఏర్పాట్లు చేస్తుంది. అలా ఉత్పత్తి అయినటువంటి సంతానాన్ని రాజ్యం స్వాధీనం చేసుకుంటుంది. తల్లిదండ్రులకు వాళ్ళ బిడ్డలు ఎవరో తెలియదు, బిడ్డలకు తమ తల్లిదండ్రులు ఎవరో తెలియదు. ఆ ప్రజల్ని రాజ్యమే అభివృద్ధి చేసే బాధ్యతని తీసుకుంటుంది. అలాగే ప్లేటో కమ్యూనిజానికి, ఆధునిక కమ్యూనిజానికి మధ్య వ్యత్యాసాలను మనం గమనిస్తే ఇది కేవలం ఆస్తి కుటుంబానికే, కానీ నేటిది ఆస్తికి మాత్రమే వర్తిస్తుంది. ఇది పాలక వర్గాలకే వర్తిస్తుంది ప్లేటో కమ్యూనిజం. ఇది అందరికీ వర్తిస్తుంది. అలాగే ఇది రాజ్యం కొనసాగుతుంది ప్లేటో ప్రకారం, కానీ రాజ్యం అంతరించాలంటాడు కార్ల్ మార్క్స్. ఇక్కడ ప్లేటో కమ్యూనిజంలో శాంతియుతంగా మార్పు సాధ్యమవుతుంది. ఇది విప్లవ హింసతో ముడిపడినటువంటిది. ఇక్కడ ప్లేటో కమ్యూనిజంలో 3 వర్గాలు ఉంటే ఇది వర్గరహిత సమాజం. ఇది ఒక ఆదర్శం మాత్రమే, కానీ కమ్యూనిజం అనేటువంటిది ఆధునిక కమ్యూనిజం కొంతవరకు వచ్చి వెళ్ళింది. అరిస్టాటిల్ 384 నుండి 322 వరకు జీవించినటువంటి రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర పితామహుడు. ఆయన గురించి తెలుసుకుందాం. అరిస్టాటిల్ జీవిత విశేషాల గురించి మాట్లాడుకుందాం. ఆయన 384లో గ్రీస్లోని స్టజీరస్లో జన్మించడం జరిగింది. తల్లి ఫెస్టిస్, తండ్రి నికోమాకస్. అలాగే ప్లేటో, అరిస్టాటిల్ చిన్న వయసులోనే తన తండ్రి మరణించడం జరిగింది. తండ్రి నికోమాకస్ ఆనాడున్నటువంటి మ్యాసిడోనియా ప్రభువు దగ్గర తాను ఆస్థాన వైద్యుడిగా పనిచేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత ప్లేటో ఏర్పాటు చేసినటువంటి అకాడమీలోకి ఆయన ప్రవేశించడం జరిగింది. అకాడమీలో శిష్యుడిగా ప్లేటోకు, అలాగే తాను కూడా గురువుగా కొంతకాలం విద్యాబోధన చేయడం జరిగింది. గురువుకి శిష్యుడంటే అమితమైనటువంటి అభిమానం. అందుకే మేధానిధి, ద బ్రెయిన్ అని పిలిచేవాడు ప్లేటో అరిస్టాటిల్ని. అలాగే ఆయనని పుస్తకాల పురుగు అని వ్యంగ్యంగా అంటుండేవాడు. అయితే అరిస్టాటిల్ కూడా గురువుతోటి ప్లేటోతోటే విజ్ఞానం ఆగిపోదు, ప్లేటో కంటే కూడా విజ్ఞానం ఇంకా అనంతమైనటువంటిది అని ప్లేటో తోటి విభేదిస్తూనే ఆయన మాట్లాడేటువంటి వాడు. ఇలా ప్లేటో తోటి 20 సంవత్సరాలు కలిసి ప్రయాణం చేసిన తర్వాత ప్లేటో 347లో మరణించిన తర్వాత అకాడమీ ఆధిపత్యం లేక నాయకత్వం తనకి లభించకపోవడం వల్ల దేశం వదిలి ఆయన ఆసియా మైనర్కి రావడం జరిగింది. ఆసియా మైనర్లో హెర్మియస్ పాలకుడైనటువంటి ఆయన సోదరి పిథియస్ని తాను వివాహం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత అలెగ్జాండర్ నాన్న ఫిలిప్ ఆహ్వానించడం జరిగింది. ఫిలిప్ అలెగ్జాండర్కి శిష్యుడిగా, అలెగ్జాండర్కి గురువుగా అరిస్టాటిల్ని నియమించడం జరిగింది. శిష్యుడికి అనేక విద్యాబుద్ధులు నేర్పించడం జరిగింది. అలెగ్జాండర్ జైత్రయాత్రకు బయలుదేరిన తర్వాత మళ్ళా అరిస్టాటిల్ ఏథెన్స్ వచ్చి 335లో విద్యాలయాన్ని స్థాపించడం జరిగింది. ఆ విద్యాలయం పేరు లైసియం. అక్కడ అది ఆనాటికి అత్యంత పెద్ద విద్యా కేంద్రంగా, విజ్ఞాన శోధనకే ప్రధాన పాత్ర వహించేటువంటి కేంద్రంగా భాసిల్లింది. ఆయా దేశాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి గ్రంథాలన్నింటినీ ఆయన తీసుకొచ్చి లైసియంలో ఉంచడం జరిగింది. అరిస్టాటిల్. అలాగే అలెగ్జాండర్ బాబిలోనియాలో 323లో మరణించిన తర్వాత అలెగ్జాండర్ దూతగా ఈయన మీద ముద్ర వేసి ఈయనని చంపడానికి ఒక ప్రయత్నం జరిగి అభియోగాలు పెట్టడం జరిగింది ఏథెన్స్లో. ఆ పరిస్థితుల్లో తాను తత్వశాస్త్రం మీద మరోసారి హత్యా ప్రయత్నం జరగనివ్వను అని, అంటే ఒకసారి సోక్రటీస్ని చంపడం జరిగింది, మరొక అవకాశం మీకు ఇవ్వను అని అక్కడి నుంచి పారిపోవడం జరిగింది. చాల్సిస్లో 322లో తాను మరణించడం జరిగింది. ఇది ప్లేటో అరిస్టాటిల్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి చిత్రం. గురు శిష్యుల మధ్య అనుబంధం, చర్చలు, వాగ్వాదోపవాదాలు. తర్వాత ఇది అరిస్టాటిల్ అలెగ్జాండర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి చిత్రం. శిష్యుడికి విద్యాబోధనలు నేర్పిస్తున్నటువంటి అరిస్టాటిల్. తర్వాత అరిస్టాటిల్పై ప్రభావం చూపినటువంటి అంశాలు, ఒకటి గురువు గారితోటి దాదాపు 20 ఏళ్ల పాటు సహవాసం చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆయన మీద అమితమైనటువంటి ముద్ర వేసిన అంశం అదొకటి. తర్వాత ఆనాటికే గ్రీకులలో తాము చాలా ఆధిక్యులమనే భావన ఉండేది. బానిసత్వం సహజమైనటువంటి భావన ఆనాటి సమాజంలో ఉండేది. నగర రాజ్యాలే ఉత్తమమైనటువంటి భావన వాళ్ళలో ఉండేది. ఆనాటికే అలెగ్జాండర్ నాయకత్వంలో సామ్రాజ్యాలు ఏర్పడుతున్నా దాన్ని ఆయన అంతగా పట్టించుకోలేదు. అలాగే నాటి అంతర్యుద్ధాలు, అస్థిర ప్రభుత్వాలు ఆయన మీద ఎక్కువ ప్రభావం చూపాయి. రాజ్య ప్రయోజనాలకే ప్రాధాన్యతనిచ్చి వ్యక్తి రాజ్యానికి లోబడాలనే విధానాన్ని ఆయన అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. ప్లేటో అరిస్టాటిల్ మధ్య వ్యత్యాసాలను కానీ చూస్తే, ఈయన ఆ కల్పిత పద్ధతికి, ఆదర్శాలకి ఎక్కువ పెద్దపీట వేస్తే అరిస్టాటిల్ వాస్తవికవాది. నేల విడిచి సాము చేయడం తనకి ఇష్టం ఉండేది కాదు. అలాగే ప్లేటో నిగమన పద్ధతిని అనుసరిస్తే అరిస్టాటిల్ ఆగమన పద్ధతిని అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. వాస్తవాలను సిద్ధాంతాలుగా రూపొందించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ప్లేటో ఊహాత్మక పద్ధతిని అనుసరిస్తే అరిస్టాటిల్ శాస్త్రీయ పద్ధతిని అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఆయన ప్లేటో విప్లవవాది అయితే ఈయన విప్లవాలకి కాకుండా సాంప్రదాయ పద్ధతుల్ని, అంటే మార్పులు శాంతియుతంగా రావాలి, రాజ్యాంగ పద్ధతుల ద్వారా రావాలి అని కాంక్షించేటువంటి వ్యక్తి అరిస్టాటిల్. అలాగే ఆయన 158 గ్రీకు నగర రాజ్యాల రాజ్యాంగాల్ని పరిశీలించి తన పాలిటిక్స్ రాయడం జరిగింది. ఆ విధంగా తులనాత్మక పద్ధతిని అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. అరిస్టాటిల్ రెండవ ఉత్తమ రాజ్యం లేక ఆచరణాత్మక ఉత్తమ రాజ్యం అనేటువంటిది చూద్దాం. ఇది ప్లేటో చెప్పినటువంటి రెండో ఉత్తమ రాజ్యాన్ని పోలి ఉంటుంది. అరిస్టాటిల్ ఉత్తమ రాజ్యాన్ని గురించి మాట్లాడే ముందు అసలు రాజ్యం ఎలా అవతరించింది? రాజ్యం వ్యక్తికి అత్యంత సహజమైనటువంటి సంస్థ అంటాడు ఆయన. వ్యక్తి ప్రాథమిక అవసరాలను తీర్చడం కోసం రాజ్యం అవతరించి వ్యక్తులకు ఉత్తమ జీవితం కల్పించడం కోసం అది కొనసాగుతుంది. రాజ్యం వద్దనేటువంటి వాడు జంతువైనా అయి ఉండాలి, లేదా భగవంతుడైనా అయి ఉండాలి. కుటుంబం అనేటువంటిది కేవలం ప్రాథమిక అవసరాలను మాత్రమే తీర్చగలుగుతుంది. రాజకీయ అవసరాలను తీర్చడానికి రాజ్యం తప్పనిసరి అంటాడు అరిస్టాటిల్. అలాగే ఉత్తమ రాజ్యానికి ఈ 4 లక్షణాలు ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి. చూడండి, మనం ఈరోజు ఉత్తమ రాజ్య లక్షణాలుగా వీటినే చదువుతూ ఉన్నాం. అవి ఆనాడే ప్రస్తావించి చెప్పినటువంటి తత్వవేత్త అరిస్టాటిల్. ప్రజలు, ప్రదేశం, ప్రభుత్వం, సార్వభౌమాధికారం, వాటి గురించినటువంటి డీటెయిల్స్ చూద్దాం. ప్రజల సంఖ్య మరీ ఎక్కువగా మరీ తక్కువగా ఉండకూడదు అంటాడు అరిస్టాటిల్. ఆయన ప్రకారం ప్రజలు ఒకరికొకరు తెలిసి ఉండాలి, ప్రజల సంఖ్య పరిపాలనకు అనువుగా ఉండాలి. ఆయన యుద్ధమిద్దంగా ఇంతమంది రాజ్యంలో జనాభా ఉండాలని చెప్పలేదు, కానీ ప్రజలు తక్కువగా ఉంటే పాలన సులభంగా సమర్థంగా ఉంటుందని ఆయన భావించడం జరిగింది. ప్రజల్లో 6 వర్గాలు ఉంటాయి. అవి పాలకులు, యుద్ధభటులు, ధనికులు, మతవర్గం, కర్షక వర్గం, శ్రామిక వర్గం. అలాగే రాజ్య భూభాగం గురించి చూస్తే ప్రదేశం మరీ పెద్దదిగా కానీ మరీ చిన్నదిగా కానీ ఉండకూడదు. మరీ పెద్దదిగా ఎందుకు ఉండకూడదు అంటే, ఒక నావ సముద్రంలో మరీ పెద్దదైతే దాన్ని నిర్వహించడం చాలా కష్టం అవుతుంది. అలాగే నావ మరీ చిన్నదైందనుకోండి, ఆ నావ సముద్రంలో వచ్చే ఆటుపోట్లకి, తుఫానులకి, సునామీలకి మునిగిపోతుంది. అందుకని నావ ఎలాగా సముద్రంలో ఒక సమతౌల్యంలో ఉండాలో, రాజ్యానికి భూభాగం కూడా మరీ చిన్నది కాకుండా మరీ పెద్దది కాకుండా ఉండాలంటాడు అరిస్టాటిల్. అలాగే రాజ్యం శత్రు దుర్భేద్యంగా ఉండాలి, అందుకు అవసరమైనటువంటి భౌతిక పరిస్థితులు ఉండాలి, ప్రజలకు నివాసయోగ్యం ఉండాలి, అలాగే అవసరమైనటువంటి ఆహారాన్ని సంపాదించుకోవడానికి నీటి వనరులు కానీ, సముద్రం కానీ, ఇతర వనరులు కానీ అన్నీ ఉండాలంటాడు. అలాగే 3వ అంశం ప్రభుత్వాల గురించి చూస్తే ఆయన ఒక చక్కని ప్రభుత్వాల వర్గీకరణ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అందులో పాలకుల యొక్క సంఖ్య, అలాగే ఆ ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క సహజ రూపం, దాని వికృత రూపాన్ని ఆయన వర్గీకరించడం జరిగింది. పాలకులు ఒకరిగా ఉంటే దాన్ని రాజరికం అంటాం, అక్కడ ప్రజా శ్రేయస్సు లక్ష్యం. కాకపోతే కాలక్రమంలో రాజరికం అనేటువంటిది అది మారిపోతూ పాలకుడు తన అధికారాన్ని దుర్వినియోగం చేయడానికి అలవాటు పడతాడు. అందువల్ల అది క్రూర పాలనగా మారిపోతుంది, టెరినీగా రూపాంతరం చెందుతుంది, వికృత రూపం అంటాడు ఆయన. అలాగే పాలకులు కొందరు ఉంటే దాన్ని ఆయన సంక్షేమం కోసం పనిచేస్తే దాన్ని కులీన పాలన అంటాం. ఆ కులీన పాలనలో కూడా ఒక వర్గం పాలనాధికారాన్ని చేపడుతుంది, ఆ వర్గం ప్రజాక్షేమానికి ఉపయోగిస్తుంది ఆ అధికారాన్ని. కానీ కాలక్రమంలో ఆ వర్గం తన ప్రయోజనాల కోసం పాలనాధికారాన్ని దుర్వినియోగం చేస్తుంది. అంటే అరిస్టోక్రసీ ఆలిగార్కీగా రూపాంతరం చెందుతుంది. అదే అల్పజన దుష్ట పాలన. ఇక్కడ పాలకుల యొక్క స్వార్థం ప్రధానంగా ఉంటుంది. ఇక మూడోది, ప్రజలందరికీ పాలనాధికారం ఉండి ప్రజాశ్రేయస్ కోసం ఉపయోగించబడితే దాన్ని మనం పాలిటీ అంటాం. ఆ పాలిటీలో ప్రజా సంక్షేమాన్ని విస్మరించి కాలక్రమంలో ప్రజల స్వార్థం కోసం ఓ అధికారాన్ని వినియోగిస్తే దాన్ని ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అంటాం. అంటే ఈరోజు మనం ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అత్యుత్తమ ప్రభుత్వం అని అనుకుంటున్నటువంటి దాన్ని అరిస్టాటిల్ ఒక చెడ్డ ప్రభుత్వ రూపంగా చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఆయన దృష్టిలో పాలిటీ అత్యుత్తమైనటువంటి ప్రభుత్వం. మరి ఈ ప్రభుత్వాలు ప్రజా సంక్షేమానికి ప్రతి ప్రభుత్వం ప్రయత్నిస్తుంది, కాలక్రమంలో స్వార్థం ప్రబలుతుంది, అధికార దుర్వినియోగం కావడంతో ప్రభుత్వాలు మారుతూ ఉంటాయన్నమాట. ఈ విధంగా ఒక చక్రీయ పరిభ్రమణం జరుగుతుంది అంటాడు. మరి ఈ పాలిటీని ఎందుకు సపోర్ట్ చేశాడు అరిస్టాటిల్? అల్పజన పాలనలో సంపద పతనం చేస్తుంది, సంపన్నుల యొక్క అహంకారం రాజ్యాన్ని శాసిస్తుంది. అలాగే ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో అతివాద ధోరణులు ఉంటాయి, హింసాత్మక ధోరణులు ఉంటాయి, కొల్లగొట్టడం ఉంటుంది, సంపన్న వర్గాల మీద ఈర్ష్య అసూయలు ఉంటాయి. అందువల్ల పై రెండింటి లోపాలని పరిహరిస్తూ ఆయన పాలిటీని ఉత్తమ రాజ్యంగా వర్ణించడం జరిగింది. పాలిటీ అనేటువంటిది అటు అతివాద ధోరణుల్ని ఇటు అహంకారాన్ని రెండింటిని విస్మరించి మధ్యతరగతికి ప్రాధాన్యతనిచ్చేటువంటి ఒక మంచి ప్రభుత్వం అంటాడు ఆయన. ఇది రాజ్యానికి స్థిరత్వాన్ని చేకూరుస్తుంది, ధనికులు పేదల మధ్య ఘర్షణలని నివారిస్తుంది, ఒక సమన్వయ సాధనంగా. దీన్ని ఆయన గోల్డెన్ మీన్ అంటాడు అరిస్టాటిల్. అంటే ఏ విషయంలో కూడా అతికిపోకూడదు, అన్నింటిలో కూడా ఒక సమన్వయ పద్ధతిని అరిస్టాటిల్ అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. నెక్స్ట్ ఆయన ఒక చక్కని ప్రభుత్వాంగాలను చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ప్రజాసభ, కార్యనిర్వాహక వర్గం, న్యాయశాఖ. ఈ విధంగా ఈనాడు మనం ఏమి ప్రభుత్వాంగాలు అనుకుంటున్నామో వాటిని ఆనాడే ప్రస్తావించినటువంటి వ్యక్తి అరిస్టాటిల్. ప్రజాసభ ద్వారా, శాసనసభ ద్వారా చట్టబద్ధ పాలనకు నాంది చూపినటువంటి వ్యక్తి. అదే కాలక్రమంలో విస్తరించి సమన్యాయ పాలనకి, చట్ట ఆధిక్యతకి బాటలు వేసినటువంటి సిద్ధాంతంగా రూపొందింది. ఇది మాంటెస్క్యూ చేతిలో పడి అధికార పృథక్కరణ సిద్ధాంతంగా ఒక ప్రత్యేక సిద్ధాంతంగా నేడు రూపుదాల్చడం మనందరికీ విదితమైనటువంటిది. అలాగే సార్వభౌమాధికారం గురించి చూస్తే ఆనాడు ప్రత్యక్ష ప్రజాస్వామ్యం అమల్లో ఉండేది, ప్రజల చేతిలో సార్వభౌమాధికారం ఉండేది. ఆయన ఒక పర్టికులర్గా రాజ్యాంగానికి సార్వభౌమాధికారం ఉండాలని చెప్పడం ద్వారా రాజనీతి శాస్త్రానికి ఒక మహత్తరమైనటువంటి కానుకను అందించడం జరిగింది. చట్టానికి, రాజ్యాంగానికి అత్యున్నతమైనటువంటి ప్రాధాన్యతను ఇవ్వడం అంటే ఈరోజు అన్ని దేశాల పాలన రాజ్యాంగాల ద్వారానే జరుగుతూ ఉంది. ఆయన చెప్పిన ప్రతి మాట అక్షర సత్యమని మనకి అవగతమవుతుంది. అలాగే మధ్యతరగతి వర్గానికి ప్రాధాన్యత ఉండేటువంటి మిశ్రమ రాజ్యాంగాన్ని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఆయన చెప్పిన మరో ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి భావన విప్లవాలు. ఇది 5వ భాగంలో వర్ణించడం జరిగింది. రాజ్యంలో సంభవించేటువంటి మార్పులు కొంచెం వేగంగా తీవ్రమైతే వాటిని విప్లవంగా ఆయన పిలవడం జరిగింది. ఇవి రాజకీయ మార్పులే అయినప్పటికీ కూడా సామాజిక, నైతిక, సాంఘిక, ఆర్థిక రంగాల్లో కూడా అవి మార్పుల్ని తీసుకొస్తాయి. విప్లవాల గురించి క్షుణ్ణంగా విప్లవ కారణాలని, విప్లవ నివారణోపాలని అని కూలంకషంగా చర్చించినటువంటి వ్యక్తి అరిస్టాటిల్. విప్లవాలు ఎందుకు సంభవిస్తాయి అనేటువంటి అంశాన్ని చూద్దాం. ఆయన చెప్పిన ప్రకారం ప్రభుత్వ విధానంలో మార్పు తీసుకురావడానికి, ప్రభుత్వంలోని 3 అంగాల్లో ఏదో ఒక అంగాన్ని మార్చడానికి, రాజ్యంలో అధికారం ఏ వర్గం చేతుల్లో ఉందో ఆ వర్గాన్ని తొలగించి మరొక వర్గానికి అధికారాన్ని అప్పగించడానికి, రాజ్యాంగాన్నే మార్చడానికి కూడా విప్లవాలు సంభవించవచ్చు. విప్లవాలకి కారణాలని ఆయన 2 రకాలుగా వర్గీకరించడం జరిగింది. ఒకటి సాధారణ కారణాలు, 2 ప్రత్యేక కారణాలు. సాధారణంగా విప్లవాలు అనేటువంటివి ప్రభుత్వ అధికార దుర్వినియోగం వలన, అంటే పాలకులు తమ స్వార్థానికి అధికారాన్ని ఉపయోగించడం, అలాగే ఇప్పుడున్నటువంటి వ్యవస్థ చెడిపోయి ప్రజల్లో న్యాయాభిలాష పెంపొందడం వల్ల ఆ వ్యవస్థను మార్చడానికి సమానత్వ వాంఛ, అలాగే ఆర్థిక అసమానతలు విప్లవ సాధారణ కారణాలు. సమానత్వ వాంఛ అనేటువంటిది అత్యంత ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి విప్లవాలకు కారణం. ఈ రోజు కూడా మనం అది చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. అలాగే విప్లవాలు సంభవించడానికి కొన్ని స్పెసిఫిక్ కాజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. అవి కొందరికి ఉండేటువంటి స్వలాభాపేక్ష వల్ల విప్లవాలు జరగవచ్చు, కొందరిలో తలెత్తినటువంటి పదవీ వ్యామోహం వల్ల, కొందరికి ఇవ్వబడినటువంటి అతి ప్రాధాన్యం వల్ల, కొంతమంది విశ్వాసఘాతకులు కొన్ని ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి పదవులు పొందడం వల్ల, ఎన్నికల్లో జరిగేటువంటి కుతంత్రాల వల్ల విప్లవాలు సంభవించవచ్చు. అలాగే వివిధ రాజ్యాల్లో కూడా ఎందుకు విప్లవాలు వస్తాయని ఆయన విశదీకరించడం జరిగింది. నియంతృత్వ వ్యవస్థలో నియంత్రణ దుర్మార్గాన్ని అంతం చేయడానికి, అల్పజన పాలనలోకి వచ్చేసరికి దుష్టులను తొలగించడానికి, అలాగే అంతఃకలహాలను నివారించడానికి, అలాగే కులీన పాలనలో కొందరికే పదవులు తక్కినప్పుడు మిగిలిన వాళ్ళు విప్లవాలకి అవకాశం కల్పించడం జరుగుతుంది. అలాగే ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో కొందరు స్వార్థ రాజకీయ నాయకుల దుశ్చేష్టల వల్ల విప్లవాలు సంభవిస్తాయని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అంటే మనం ఇది ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో ఈనాడు విప్లవాలు ఎందుకు జరుగుతున్నాయనేటువంటిది మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు. కొన్నిసార్లు విదేశీయుల యొక్క కుట్రల వల్ల కూడా విప్లవాలు సంభవిస్తాయి. అలాగే విప్లవాలు ఎలా నివారించాలి, అందుకు ఆయన 2 రకాల పద్ధతులను చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఒకటి సాధారణ పద్ధతులు, 2 ప్రత్యేక పద్ధతులు. సాధారణ పద్ధతులు ఏంటి అంటే ప్రజలందరికీ శాసనాలను గౌరవించే పద్ధతిని అలవాటు చేయటం. శాసన విధేయత అత్యంత ముఖ్యమైనటువంటిది. అలాగే రాజ్యాంగంలో ఏముందో, రాజ్యాంగంలో ఏం చేయాలో ఏం చేయకూడదని చెప్తుందో అది ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి అవగతం అవ్వాలి. ఈ విషయం ఆనాటికే కాకుండా ఈనాటి ప్రజలందరూ కూడా గుర్తుపించుకోవాల్సినటువంటి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశం. అలాగే రాజ్యాంగాన్ని గౌరవించే తత్వాన్ని ప్రజల్లో పెంపొందించడం విప్లవాన్ని నివారిస్తుంది. అలాగే ప్రజల్లో పాలనా సామర్థ్యం పెంపొందించడం, నిజాయితీ గల వారికి ఉన్నతమైనటువంటి పదవులు ఇవ్వడం, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి న్యాయబద్ధమైనటువంటి పదవిని, అంటే ఎవరు ఎందులో యోగ్యుడో వాళ్ళకి ఆ పదవిని ఇవ్వడం, అలాగే అధికారాలను ఒకచోట కేంద్రీకరించకుండా వికేంద్రీకరించడం, ఆర్థిక శాఖ మీద ప్రజా పర్యవేక్షణకి అవకాశం ఇవ్వడం. ఆర్థిక శాఖ అత్యంత కీలకమైనటువంటిది, అందులో జరుగుతున్న వ్యవహారాలన్నీ ప్రజలకు తెలియాలని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అలాగే స్వతంత్ర న్యాయశాఖ, సమన్యాయ పాలన విప్లవాన్ని నివారించేటువంటి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశాలని నేను చెప్పడం జరిగింది. విధంగా ఈరోజు మనం మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం స్వతంత్ర న్యాయశాఖ గురించి, సమన్యాయ పాలన గురించి, రూల్ ఆఫ్ లా అంటూ. ఆ అంశాలని ఆనాడే చెప్పినటువంటి మహామేధావి అరిస్టాటిల్. తత్వవేత్త అనేటువంటి పదానికి ఆయన పేరు పర్యాయ పదం. అలాగే విప్లవాలను నిర్వహించడానికి కొన్ని ప్రత్యేక పద్ధతులు సూచించడం జరిగింది. రాజరికంలో ప్రజా శ్రేయస్సును దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకుని పనులు జరిగితే రాజరిక వ్యవస్థలో విప్లవాలు జరగవు. అలాగే కులీన పాలనలో ఒక వర్గం వాళ్ళకే ప్రధానమైన పదవులు కాకుండా యోగ్యులకే, అర్హులకే ఉన్నత పదవులను ఇస్తే అక్కడ విప్లవాలు నివారించబడతాయి. అల్పజన పాలనలో ధనికుల నుండి పేదలకు రక్షణ నిలిచాలి. ఎందుకనంటే సంపద కేంద్రీకరించబడి ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి, అందువల్ల సామాన్యులకి రక్షణ అక్కడ ఉండాలి. అలాగే ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో మాస్కి పాలనా వ్యవహారాల పట్ల సరైనటువంటి అవగాహన ఉండదు. వాళ్ళు కొంచెం అతివాద ధోరణులు కలిగి ఉంటారు కాబట్టి ధనికుల నుండి పేదలకు రక్షణ కల్పించాలని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఆయన చెప్పినటువంటి మరో ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశం బానిసత్వం. గ్రీకు రాజనీతి తత్వంలో అతి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి అంశం బానిసత్వం. అరిస్టాటిల్ వాస్తవికవాదం, గ్రీకుల్లోని తమ జాతి ఆధిక్య భావన ఆయన దీన్ని చెప్పడానికి కారణం. బానిసత్వం అనేటువంటిది సృజనాత్మక శక్తి, హేతువాద శక్తి లేనివాడే బానిస అవుతాడు. అంటే తనను తాను అభివృద్ధి చేసుకోలేడు. అందువల్ల బానిస అనేటువంటి వాడు యజమానికి ఇంటి పని చేసేటువంటి మనిషి. బానిస మీద సర్వ హక్కులు యజమానికి ఉంటాయి. బానిస అనేటువంటి వాడు యజమానికి ఒక సజీవమైనటువంటి ఆస్తి. అందువల్ల ఆనాటి సమాజంలో కుటుంబ వ్యవస్థ మనుగడ సాగించాలంటే బానిసత్వం అనేటువంటిది తప్పనిసరి. అందువల్ల స్వభావరీత్యా బానిసలను ఆయన 2 రకాలుగా వర్గీకరించాడు. ఒకటి శాసనరీత్యా బానిసలు, రెండవది స్వభావరీత్యా బానిసలు. స్వభావరీత్యా బానిసలు అంటే కొంతమందికి శారీరక బలం ఉంటుంది, మేధాశక్తి ఉండదు. అందువల్ల వాళ్ళు ఇతరుల ఆజ్ఞలను పాటించడం మంచిది. జన్మతహానే కొందరు మేధావులుగా, కొందరు బానిసలుగా జన్మిస్తారని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. శాసనరీత్యా బానిసలు అంటే యుద్ధంలో ఓడిపోయినటువంటి వాళ్ళు బానిసలుగా మార్చడం జరుగుతుంది. అలాగే గ్రీకులు మేధావులు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళని బానిసలుగా మార్చకూడదని ఆయన ప్రస్తావించడం జరిగింది. అలాగే శారీరక బలం అన్న మేధాబలం గొప్పది కాబట్టి మేధాబలం లేని వాటిలో బానిసలు, కుటుంబ వ్యవస్థ ఎంత సహజమైనటువంటిదో బానిస వ్యవస్థ కూడా అంతే సహజమైనటువంటిది. అలా బానిసకి ఇది ప్రయోజనకరం, యజమానికి ప్రయోజనకరం. బానిసకి కొంత ఆహారం లభిస్తుంది, రక్షణ లభిస్తుంది, యజమానికి రాజ్య కార్యకలాపాల్లో భాగస్వామి కావడానికి కావాల్సిన టైము లభిస్తుంది. అలాగే నాటి గ్రీకు సమాజ వికాసం బానిసల సేవల మీద ఆధారపడి ఉన్నాయి. అయితే ఇక్కడ బానిసత్వం మీద కొన్ని పరిమితులను విధించడం జరిగింది. బానిసల్ని హింసించకూడదు, వాళ్ళని కేవలం గృహ అవసరాలకే వినియోగించాలి, వాళ్ళు విద్యావంతులై హేతువాద శక్తి పొందితే వాళ్ళని విముక్తి చేయవచ్చు. అలాగే ఆయన ధర్మభావాన్ని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ధర్మం అంటే విస్తృత అర్థాన్ని ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. కర్తవ్య నిర్వహణ, శాసన విధేయత, అర్హతకు తగ్గ ప్రతిఫలం. ధర్మంలో 2 అంశాలు ముఖ్యమైనవి. ఒకటి వితరణశీల ధర్మం, రెండోది సవర్ణశీల ధర్మం. వితరణశీల ధర్మం అంటే ఎవరు ఎందులో యోగ్యులో వాళ్ళని ఆ పదవిలో కూర్చోబెట్టాలి. రెండోది సవర్ణశీల ధర్మం అంటే ఎవరి పనిని వాళ్ళు నిర్వర్తించాలి, ఇతర వ్యవహారాల్లో జోక్యం చేసుకోకూడదు. అలాగే పౌరసత్వం అంటే రాజ్య వ్యవహారాల్లో చురుకుగా పాల్గొనడం, పరిపాలించడానికి పరిపాలింపడానికి కావాల్సిన అర్హత అంటాడు అరిస్టాటిల్. ఎవరైతే రాజ్య కార్యకలాపాల్లో చురుగ్గా పాల్గొంటారో వాళ్లే పౌరులు. వాళ్ళకి స్వంత ఆస్తి ఉండాలి, తగిన విరామం ఉండాలి. అయితే శ్రామికులు, పిల్లలు, స్త్రీలకి అవకాశం ఉండదు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు అనర్హులు. ఆధునిక రాజనీతి తత్వశాస్త్ర పితామహుడు, ఆధునిక రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర పితామహుడు మ్యాకివెల్లి గురించినటువంటి వివరాలను మనం చూద్దాం. మ్యాకివెల్లి చిత్రపటం ఇది. మ్యాకివెల్లి మీద రకరకాల అభిప్రాయాలు ఉన్నాయి. షేక్స్పియర్ ఈయన్ని మర్డరస్ మ్యాకివెల్ అని, దయాన్ని సృష్టించినటువంటి వ్యక్తి అని అంటే, స్పినోజా ప్రజానేస్తం అన్నాడు, స్వేచ్ఛావాది అన్నాడు. రూసో ఏమో గణతంత్రవాది అంటే, డైడరాట్ ఏమో మేధావి ప్రజాస్వామ్యవాది అన్నాడు. అంటే ఒకే వ్యక్తి గురించి ఇన్ని భిన్నాభిప్రాయాలు ఎందుకు ఏర్పడ్డాయి అంటే వాళ్ళ కోణాల్లో మ్యాకివెల్లిని అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికి ప్రయత్నించడం జరిగింది. ఆయన సమకాలీన పరిస్థితుల్ని అర్థం చేసుకోకుండా ఆయనకి అలా వాళ్ళు చూసిన కోణంలో పేరు పెట్టడం వల్ల మ్యాకివెల్లిని రకరకాలుగా సమాజం అర్థం చేసుకున్నదని మనం చెప్పొచ్చు. మ్యాకివెల్లి జీవితాన్ని మనం కానీ గమనిస్తే ఆయన ఫ్లారెన్స్లో జన్మించాడు. తల్లిదండ్రులు బార్తలోమియా బెర్నార్డో గొప్ప సంపన్నుడు, గొప్ప న్యాయవాది. అందుకని బిడ్డకి మంచి విద్యను అందింపజేశాడు, లాటిన్ అధ్యయనం చేశాడు. సిసిరే మానవీయ విలువలు అంటే ఆయనకి చాలా ఆసక్తి. రోమన్ నాగరికత అంటే చాలా ఇష్టం. గ్రీకు నాగరికత కన్నా రోమన్ నాగరికతను ఎక్కువ ఇష్టపడ్డటువంటి వ్యక్తి. ఫ్లారెన్స్ విశ్వవిద్యాలయం నుంచి డిగ్రీ పట్టుకు రాగానే 1494లో మెడిసిలో ప్రభుత్వం కూలిపోవడం ద్వారా దౌత్య శాఖలో ఉద్యోగం పొందడం జరిగింది. చిన్నగా మెట్టు ఎక్కుకుంటూ ఛాన్సలరీ కార్యదర్శి స్థాయికి ఆయన ఎదగడం జరిగింది. 1512లో మళ్ళా మెడిసి మళ్ళా రాజ్యాధికారం పొందడం వల్ల జైలు శిక్షను అనుభవించాల్సి వచ్చింది. ఇక రాజకీయాల నుంచి తప్పుకుంటాను అని వాగ్దానం చేయడంతో ఆయన్ని జైలు నుంచి విడుదల చేయడం జరిగింది. రాజకీయాలకు దూరంగా ఒక గ్రామంలో తను రచనా వ్యాసంగంలో మునిగి తేలుతూ 1527లో మరణించడం జరిగింది. ఆయన రచనల గురించి చూద్దాం. ద ప్రిన్స్, ద ఆర్ట్ ఆఫ్ వార్, ద హిస్టరీ ఆఫ్ ఫ్లారెన్స్, డిస్కోర్సెస్ ఆఫ్ లివి, ఇవి ఆయన ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి రచనలు. ద ప్రిన్స్ అనేటువంటిది ఆయన రచనలన్నింటిలో మకుటాయమైనటువంటిది. ఆయన భౌతికవాదాన్ని, వాస్తవికవాదాన్ని ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. చారిత్రక పద్ధతిని వినియోగించడం జరిగింది. ఇటలీ ఏకీకరణని లక్ష్యంగా ఏ సిద్ధాంతం అయితే పనికొస్తుందో ఆ సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ఆయన అనుసరించడం జరిగింది. అంటే ఆయన ఇటలీని ఏకీకరణ చేయడానికి ఏది అవసరమో దాన్ని సిద్ధాంతంగా ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. ఆయన రాసినటువంటి బుక్ ద ప్రిన్స్ గ్రంథం కవర్ పేజీ ఇది. అత్యంత ప్రధానమైన బుక్. ఆనాటి పరిస్థితులను చూద్దాం. అది రెనేసాన్స్ కాలం. అది మత సంస్కరణోద్యమ కాలం అది. మతం మీద ఉన్నటువంటి భ్రమలన్నీ తొలగిపోయి మతంలో అనేక పగుళ్ళు సంభవించినటువంటి యుగం. అందువల్ల మతం నుంచి మానవతావాదం వైపు, మూఢనమ్మకాల నుంచి హేతువాదం వైపు పయనిస్తున్నటువంటి సందర్భం అది. అందువల్ల ఆయన ఆ మతాన్ని, నైతిక విలువల్ని వేరు చేస్తూ తన సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. ఆనాడు ప్రజలు ఆసక్తి వేటి మీద ఉంది అనేటువంటిది మనం కానీ గమనిస్తే నూతన సముద్ర మార్గాలు అన్వేషించడం జరిగింది. వ్యాపార వాణిజ్యాలు అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చాయి. పెను మార్పులకు కేంద్రమైనటువంటి ఫ్లారెన్స్ సిసిలీ అనేటువంటివి ఈ మత సంస్కరణోద్యమ కాలంలో, అలాగే రెనేసాన్స్ పీరియడ్లో బాగా అభివృద్ధి చెందినటువంటి పట్టణాలు. అలాంటి ఫ్లారెన్స్లో జన్మించాడు ఈ వ్యక్తి. అందువల్ల ఆనాడు జాతి రాజ్యాల అవతరణకి తాను నడుము కట్టి తన సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రపోజ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. నాడు ఇటలీ 5 ముక్కలుగా ఉంది. మనం గమనిస్తే చూడండి మ్యాప్లో, సిసిలీ, నేపుల్స్, వెనిస్, రోమన్ చర్చి, అలా అనేక వెనిసు, ఇలా 5 ముక్కలుగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఇటలీని ఒకప్పుడు పవిత్ర రోమన్ సామ్రాజ్య కాలంలో ఒక వెలిగినటువంటి ఇటలీని ఏకీకరణ చేయడమే లక్ష్యంగా తన సిద్ధాంతాలను ప్రతిపాదించాడు. మతం రాజకీయాలతో ఎటువంటి సంబంధం ఉండదని ఆయన ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. వ్యక్తికి ఎలాంటి ఆధ్యాత్మిక పరమావధి ఉండదు. ఆర్థిక సంపద, అధికారం, ప్రేర ప్రతిష్టలే కావాలి. రాజనీతికి మతం లోబడి ఉండాలి. రాజ్యంలో చర్చి ఒక చిన్న భాగం మాత్రమే. దేశ భద్రతకి భంగం కలిగినప్పుడు మతం అనేటువంటిది ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో అడ్డు రాకూడదు. మతం అనుసరించవచ్చు, కానీ రాజ్యానికి లోబడి మతం ఉండాలి. అది కేవలం వ్యక్తిగతమైనటువంటి అంశం అంటాడు ఆయన. అలాగే నీతి కూడా వ్యక్తికి రాజ్యానికి వేరువేరుగా ఉంటుంది. ఒక వ్యక్తి మరో వ్యక్తిని హత్య చేస్తే అది హత్య అంటాం, రాజ్యమే శిక్షిస్తే దాన్ని ఉరి శిక్ష విధించడం జరిగింది అంటాం. అందువల్ల వ్యక్తికి నైతికమైన అంశాన్ని రాజ్యానికి నైతికం కానక్కర్లేదు. అందువల్ల క్రైస్తవ మతం చెప్పేటువంటి దయా, ప్రేమ ఇట్లాంటివన్నీ వ్యక్తిగతమైనటువంటివి. ఇవి కేవలం రాజ్యానికి లోబడి ఉండాలి. అంటే ఆయన నైతిక విలువలను చెప్పలేదని మనం అనుకోకూడదు, నైతిక ఉదాసీనతను చెప్పాడు. అది మనం గమనించాల్సిన అంశం. తర్వాత మానవ స్వభావం గురించి 2 రకాల అభిప్రాయాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈయన హాబ్స్, మ్యాకివెల్లీకి మానవ స్వభావం మీద సరైన అభిప్రాయం లేదు. దుష్ట స్వభావం కలిగినటువంటి వాళ్ళుగా, బలహీనత, అవివేకం, మోసం, గర్విష్టి, చెంచల స్వభావం కలిగిన వాళ్ళుగా, అధికారం, కీర్తి, భోగలాలస కోసం పాకులాడే వాళ్ళుగా ఆయన మానవ స్వభావాన్ని చిత్రించడం జరిగింది. ఆనాడున్నటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఒక శక్తివంతమైనటువంటి పాలకుడు భయం ద్వారా, శిక్షల ద్వారా రాజ్యాన్ని పరిపాలించాలని ఆయన చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ద ప్రిన్స్లోని 3వ భాగం మొత్తం పాలకుడు ఎలాంటి చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలనే అంశం మీద కేంద్రీకరించడం జరిగింది. రాజు అనేటువంటి వాడు పెద్ద పథకాలతోటి ప్రజల ముందుకు రావాలి. కవులు, కళాకారులను ప్రోత్సహించినట్టు చెప్పాలి, కానీ వాస్తవంలో వ్యవసాయం, వాణిజ్యాన్ని ప్రోత్సహించాలి. తన వాగ్దానాలను అవసరమైతే వాటిని వదిలివేయచ్చు, వాగ్దానాలను పట్టుకొని వేలాడాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఇతరుల కలతలను తన లాభదాయకంగా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. అలాగే ప్రజలని సమైక్యపరచాలి, బలం, భయం ఆధారంగా పరిపాలించాలి. స్థిర జోలికి, ఆస్తుల జోలికి అసలు వ్యక్తులు వెళ్ళకూడదు. ఒక వ్యక్తి తన తండ్రి మరణాన్నైనా మర్చిపోతాడు, కానీ తన తండ్రి ఆస్తిని మర్చిపోడు. అలాగే చిరకాలంగా కొనసాగుతున్నటువంటి ఆచార సాంప్రదాయాల విషయంలో జోక్యం చేసుకోకూడదు. ఆర్థిక విషయాల్లో పిసినేగొట్టుగా వ్యవహరించాలి. సంపన్న వర్గం ద్వేషిస్తుంది కాబట్టి దాని మీద ఒక కన్ను వేసి ఉంచాలి. అలాగే మోసం, దగా, కుట్ర ఏ పద్ధతినైనా అనుసరించవచ్చు. శక్తివంతమైన రాజ్యాన్ని రూపొందించడమే లక్ష్యం. అలాగే వజ్రాన్ని వజ్రంతోటే కోయగలుగుతాం. అందువల్ల దుర్మార్గాన్ని దుర్మార్గంతో మనం ఎదుర్కోవాలి. లక్ష్య సాధనలో ఏ పద్ధతినైనా అనుసరించవచ్చు. లక్ష్యాలే మార్గాల్ని సమర్థిస్తాయి. కొంత మానవ ధర్మాన్ని, కొంత మృగ ధర్మాన్ని అనుసరించవచ్చు. రాజు సింహపరాక్రమాన్ని కలిగి ఉండాలి, నక్క తెలివితేటల్ని కలిగి ఉండాలి. అలాగే స్వయంగా బహుమతులు తానివ్వాలి, శిక్షలేమో అధికారుల ద్వారా అమలు చేయాలి. ఇరుగు పొరుగు రాజ్యాలన్నీ శత్రువులుగా భావించాలి. అయితే ఇక్కడ మ్యాకివెల్లీ చెప్పినటువంటి సిద్ధాంతంలో కొన్ని లోపాలను మనం గమనించవచ్చు. ఆయన తన కాలపు అవసరాలను దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకున్నాడు. అందుకని ప్రొఫెసర్ డన్నింగ్ మ్యాకివెల్లీ ఈజ్ ద చైల్డ్ ఆఫ్ హిస్ టైమ్స్ అంటాడు. తన కాలంలో తన రాజ్యాన్ని శక్తివంతంగా చేయడం, ఇటలీని జాతీయ రాజ్యంగా నిలపడం కోసం తాను తన సిద్ధాంతాన్ని ప్రతిపాదించడం జరిగింది. అందువల్ల ఆయన ఎలాంటి సార్వకాలిక సిద్ధాంతాలని ఆయన రూపొందించలేదు. ఆయన విస్తరణవాదం ఘర్షణలకు దారితీస్తుంది. ఆయన చెప్పిన నైతిక విలువల్ని రాజ్యం నుంచి వేరు చేయడం అనేటువంటిది చాలా ప్రమాదకరమైనటువంటి పద్ధతి. అయినప్పటికీ ఆయన్ని మనం ఆధునిక ఆధునిక రాజనీతి శాస్త్ర పితామహుడిగా చెప్పొచ్చు. మతం నుంచి రాజనీతిని వేరు చేసి మతాతీత రాజనీతి శాస్త్రాన్ని రూపొందించినటువంటి వ్యక్తిగా చెప్పొచ్చు. ఈనాటి జాతీయ రాజ్యాలకు బాటలు వేసినటువంటి ఒక జాతీయ రాజ్యాల రూపశిల్పిగా ఆయన్ని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. రాజనీతిని కేవలం అదేదో చదువుకోవడానికి సిద్ధాంతంగా కాకుండా ఆచరణాత్మక రాజకీయాలతో మేళవించి ఆచరణాత్మక రాజకీయాలను చెప్పినటువంటి తత్వవేత్తగా చెప్పొచ్చు. అందుకని ప్రొఫెసర్ మ్యాక్సీ అంటాడు, ప్రతి దేశం యొక్క రాజకీయాలన్నీ మ్యాకివెల్లిని విమర్శిస్తున్నా ప్రతి దేశ రాజకీయ పాలకుడు మ్యాకివెల్లి తత్వానికి అనుగుణంగానే పైకి విమర్శిస్తున్నప్పటికీ ఆయన బాటలోనే ప్రతి తత్వవేత్త ప్రతి రాజకీయ నాయకుడు పయనించడం. ఈ విధంగా మనం ఆచరణాత్మక రాజకీయాలను చెప్పిన ఒక గొప్ప మహోన్నతుడిగా మ్యాకివెల్లిని చెప్పొచ్చు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
A very good afternoon to all my beloved viewers. I am Dr. Usha, working as lecturer in English in Government Degree College, Puttur, Chittor district. Students, today I am going to teach you a lesson that is prescribed in your syllabus. Well, I am not going to teach you, I am not going to tell you the lesson which I am going to teach, but I am going to give you an activity through which you will be able to tell me what lesson I am going to teach. Here comes the activity. Now, I am going to give you an activity. What you have to do is match the following. Look at the chart. Towards your left, you have pictures, that is 6 pictures, and towards your right, you have 6 words. What you have to do is match these words towards your right, towards the pictures into your left. I am going to give you 2 minutes. Students, towards your left there are lot of vehicles. Towards your right, these are the drivers who are going to drive those vehicles. I am going to give you 2 minutes. So, a loco pilot is a person who operates the train for the entire journey, and a pilot is a person who operates or controls of an aircraft. A helmsman is a person who steers a boat, and a taxi driver is a person who drives a taxi. I think everybody knows a taxi driver. And a captain is a commander of the ship. He controls and directs the entire ship with his crew. And finally comes the word charioteer. A charioteer is a person who drives a chariot. So dear students, you would have now guessed what I am going to teach you. Yes, you are right. I am going to teach you the short story, The Beloved Charioteer, authored by Shashi Deshpande. So now I would like to say something about the author Shashi Deshpande. My slots are, I have divided the lesson into 3 slots. First, I am going to say something about the lesson and the author, and my second session goes on with developing vocabulary, and my third session starts with language activity. Now, I would like to say something about the author Shashi Deshpande. Shashi Deshpande is an award-winning Indian novelist. She was born in Dharwad, Karnataka. She has written children's books, novels, short stories, essays, and she has won many awards. I would like to mention a few. She has won Sahitya Academy Award and the 4th most civilian award, that is Padma Shri. This is what I want to say about the author. Now, coming to the story, there are 3 characters in the story. These are the main characters. Aji, the grandmother. Aji is a word from Karnataka. Its meaning is grandmother. and then comes Aarti, her daughter, and finally Preeti, the granddaughter. Look at the pictures. She is Aji, this is Aarti, and this is Preeti. Now, I would like to tell you the story in brief. Aji was blessed with 2 sons and a daughter, but unfortunately, she lost her husband, and she also lost her 2 sons who never grew up. Now she is left all alone with her only daughter, that is Aarti. Now, Aarti is married and she is pregnant by 7 months, and at this time, unfortunately, she loses her father. Her father dies of a massive heart attack. And when she is 7 months pregnant, she also loses her husband, Madhav. Later, Aarti gives birth to a little girl called Preeti. Now, at present, the 3 women, Aji, Aarti, and Preeti, are living in the same house. I would like to say something about Aji. Aji has sacrificed her entire life. During her early married life, she changed her daily routine and even her food habits for the sake of her husband. Whereas her husband treated her like an object to satisfy his sexual desires. She has changed herself completely to suit to the needs of her husband and his family. She loved 2 persons in her life, that is her father and her husband. Aarti's married life was full of love and understanding. She was very, very happy with her husband. Well, the 2 persons whom she cared and loved have died. She is now very sad, highly depressed in the house. She neither does domestic work nor looks after her family. She spends most of her time smoking. She doesn't talk to anyone, neither to her mother nor her daughter Preeti. She does not play with Preeti. She even scolds Preeti for no reason, whereas Aji takes complete care of Preeti. Preeti is well fed and well dressed by Aji. Now comes the last character of the story, Preeti. She is daughter of Aarti. She is the most energetic character in the short story. Her father had died. She lost her grandfather too, and her mother doesn't like her. She is completely a neglected child. Preeti's caretaker and her best friend in the house is her grandmother Aji and not her mother Aarti. Now comes the climax of the story. Soon Aji realizes that this situation should be changed for the sake of her daughter and granddaughter. She decides to counsel Aarti. Aji makes Aarti realize her responsibility. Now I would like you to tell the story in detail. So Aarti never communicates with her mother and she never takes care of her baby Preeti. So one day Aji decides to counsel her daughter Aarti. So Aarti always finds solace in her father's room. So always she sits in her father's room and she constantly keeps thinking of her father as well as her husband. And now one day Aji has decided to counsel her daughter. She wants to make her daughter realize her responsibilities. So suddenly she enters into the room where Aarti is sitting. So right now Aarti is sitting in her room. She is sitting on a chair and her legs are on the table, and on the table there is a photo frame of her father. She was smoking too. As Aji suddenly enters into the room, Aarti gets confused, and in a state of confusion she gets up just to see her mom suddenly entering her room, and by chance the photo frame of her father falls down on the ground and it breaks into pieces. And now Aarti tries to gather all those broken pieces into her hand, but Aji says, Aarti, please don't pick them up. Let it go. Just let it go. Like now she cups her hands together and says, look Aarti, this is my husband and this is me. We were living together very happily, but once he died, I just let him go. So also you to do the same thing. Just let them go. But Aarti says, Mom, no, I can't let him go. I'm his daughter. Well, I'm your daughter too. But Aji says, you are nothing, you are just like the smoke, you are just like the ash that you are smoking, and even my married life was also like yours. Let me tell you how I suffered in my married life. Just Aarti, listen to me. When I was married, my husband, that is your father, treated me not like a woman and not like a human being with emotions and feelings, but he treated me like an object. He never liked women to be untidy. So I used to get up early in the morning, and before he got up, I used to dress up myself neatly and comb my hair neatly. Another thing which your dad doesn't like is he does not like even a single strand of hair falling on the ground. So I was always so scared to see a strand of hair. Of course, I used to comb my hair in the backyard. And the thing which he doesn't like is he doesn't like women crying. So the natural emotions which we have ability to express, I'm unable to do. So even when your two brothers died, I was not able to cry. I went into my room secretly and then I cried. So then Aarti says, Mom, I don't want to listen even a single negative point about my dad. Please, I don't want to listen. But Aji continues, see, you have to listen now. And during nights, I was so scared to cough because that might disturb my husband. And whenever I was thirsty, I was even unable to get up from the bed and have a glass of water. Again, I'm scared that would disturb your dad. And now she says, I have never won the love of my husband, neither have I won the love of you. You always liked your father, not me. But now in my life there is a ray of hope, and this is nothing but your daughter Preeti. She is my beloved charioteer. So after listening to this entire narrative said by her mother, Aarti, she looks at her mother because even Aji starts crying, and suddenly Aarti goes away from the room. She runs away from the room. And finally, Aji, she just collapses in the chair. When she is in this state, suddenly she hears a voice from outside. Grandma, I'm home. I'm back from school. Wow, this is her ray of hope. So now students, can you tell me who is the beloved charioteer here? Is it Aji or Aarti or Preeti? So just now I said who is her beloved charioteer. Still I am going to give you one more clue. Well, in the textbook it is clearly written that the driving force which Aji has in her life is none other than Preeti. So Preeti is the beloved charioteer here. This is the story in brief. I hope students you would have understand what I told you. And now this is a chart prepared by my second year students, and he is Mr. Chandu. So after having taught this lesson, I asked them to prepare a chart that tells you something about your problems in life. So this is a life skill which I am going to teach you. Just look at the chart, my dear students. Do you have a problem in your life? Look to your right side. If you don't have any problems, it is no. Then why do you worry? Now come to the left side of the chart. Do you have a problem? Yes. Is there anything you can do about it? If you can't do anything about it, then why do you worry? Yeah. Is there anything you can do about it? Yes. So when there are solutions to the problem, then why do you worry? So worrying won't stop the bad stuff from happening. It just stops you from everything enjoying the good. Now take the example of Aarti. Does she have a problem in her life? Yes, she has. What is her problem? She lost her loving husband and she lost her father. Can she do anything about it? Can she get them back again? No. Then why should she worry? But still, she is worrying. So now take Aji. Aji has a problem? Yes. She lost her sons, she lost her husband, she lost her son-in-law, and now her daughter, she never communicates with her. but still she has sought out some solutions for this problem. Yes, her solution is in the form of Preeti. Preeti is her beloved charioteer. So students, when you face any problem in your life, if you can solve it, then don't worry. If you cannot solve it, also don't worry. Always lead your life with lot of positive attitude. Okay, now comes the second part of my lesson, developing vocabulary. How do you develop your vocabulary? The first thing, you develop your vocabulary by either learning antonyms, synonyms, prefixes, suffixes, idioms, phrasal verbs, homophones, homonyms, and so on and so forth. But this is a different type of developing vocabulary. So now I am taking up the topic developing vocabulary. So you can develop your vocabulary by using the intensity of words. Well students, there are certain words in English, though they have almost similar meanings, they are used in different situations depending on the intensity of the word. Here comes the example. I have chosen all the words from your lesson. When you read the lesson carefully, you will find all these words. Now I have taken the word happy. So, happy can be used in different situations depending on the intensity. The first lowest range of word for happy is pleased. Next, it is glad. Next, you are satisfied, cheerful, exuberant, elated. So, what I am trying to tell you is you can use the word happy depending on the intensity. Here comes the examples. He looked very pleased with himself. I am glad to hear the news. Some people are never satisfied in their life. How can she be so cheerful always? I saw a noisy group of exuberant youngsters in the stadium. I am elated to hear that you got your dream job. So, depending upon the intensity of the words, you can use in your own sentences. Now comes my next word, smile. This word is taken from the lesson from page number 61. If you go through the lesson, you will find the word. So, these are the different types of smile depending on the intensity. The lowest one is again grin, giggle, chuckle, smile, laugh, and chortle. Now students, I am going to give you an activity. Look at the given words and put them in an order similar to the previous chart. Can I show the previous chart? Yes. Look at the words again. Grin, giggle, chuckle, smile, laugh, chortle. So depending on the intensity of the word, you have to arrange them. Now I am going to give you the meaning of the words. It is your duty to arrange them from lower to the higher intensity. Mumble is, that is, you speak in a very, very low and indistinct manner that others cannot hear. You just make only sounds, some unpleasant sounds. Next, the word whisper, that is, you speak very softly, especially to tell a secret to your friends. Talk, you speak in order to give information or some ideas. Shout, you utter a loud cry that everybody can listen. Scream, to utter a long, loud cry to express your extreme emotion. Yell. It's a long, sharp cry of pain or when you're surprised or excited. So students, I'm going to give you 2 minutes time. Your duty is arrange all these words depending on their intensity. Either you arrange them in an ascending order or you can arrange them in a descending order. Yes, did you do the activity, students? Just check whether you have arranged it in this order. Here comes the answers. Yell, shout, speak, talk, whisper, mumble. Did you do it correctly? I hope you would have done so. Can we move on to the next activity? Yes. Here is the activity. Look at the given set of words and arrange them in the decreasing order of intensity. Students, watch carefully. I have asked you to arrange the words in decreasing order of intensity. Run, walk, crawl, sprint, jog, creep. So I have selected this type of words. I have chosen one word from the textbook. So one of these words is in the textbook. It is so I have chosen all these words. Take your own time. I am going to give it 2 minutes time. Look at the words again. I hope you understand, students. Previously I have given you choice to arrange them either in an ascending order or then descending order depending upon the intensity. Now I am asking you to arrange the words in decreasing order of intensity. Yes. Here comes the answers to the activity 2. Check out your answers. So, you can either go from low to medium and high, creep, crawl, jog, walk, run, sprint. I hope you would have answered them correctly. Yes. Now comes my second language activity, that is narrative writing. So this story is told in first person by Aji. She was narrating the entire story in her first person narrative. So now I would like to say something about narrative writing. Narrative writing is a type of writing that provides an account of connected incidents or events. The main purpose of any narrative writing is to entertain and engage readers through storytelling. Well, the major elements of narrative are Welcome back. This is my third slot. Now I am going to teach you something about the story writing. So that too narrative writing. So I repeat again, the narrative writing is a type of writing that provides an account of connected incidents or events. The main purpose of any narrative writing is to entertain and engage readers through storytelling. Well, This story is also said from Aji's point of view, that too it is said in first person narrative. So this entire story is narrated by Aji. Now I would like to explain the elements in a narrative stories. There are 4 major elements that are important in constructing a narrative. They are characters, setting, plot and point of view. First, let me take characters. For example, each story often has main characters and other characters. In this present story, the main characters are Aji, Aarti and Preeti. The other characters are Aji's husband, her 2 sons and Aarti's husband Madhav. The setting, of course, all stories have a setting. A setting is the environment in which the story takes place. Setting includes the information about the time, the place and the social conditions. In this story, the place is Aji's house, where all the 3 women are living together. But Aji takes care of the entire house, whereas Aarti is always in her dad's room. It is Preeti who moves from school to home. Then comes the other important part of the short story, that is the plot. Every story has a plot. The plot is nothing but the series of incidents that take place in a story. So in this story also a series of incidents took place. Usually the stories are told in a chronological order, but there are some stories where the story starts off in the middle, later they go back to the past and then they go into the future. So this story is also started from the middle, but later Aji started narrating her past and then we come to the present, right? So the plot is a series of incidents occurring in the story in a particular manner. This is about the plot. Students, now again I am going to give you an activity. What you have to do is, this is a jumbled up story, arrange them in an order. So in order to write a story, especially a narrative story, these are the techniques you have to use. First of all, let me start off with jumbled up sentences. Here is a well-known story, you all know it very well. Just arrange them in a order. I already told you the stories have a plot and the series of incidents occur in the story in a particular manner. So now students, you have to concentrate on the series of sentences you are going to see. Look at the series of incidents occurring in the story, like you have to go on in a logical order. Now here comes the activity. So I am going to read out the story which are jumbled up. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. As soon as he opened his mouth, the bun got down. That is, the bun got down. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. Suddenly, a crow came and snatched the bun from his hand. He flattered the crow by saying that his voice was wonderful and requested the crow to sing. Immediately, the fox picked the bun and disappeared. So, the sentences are not in a particular order. It is your duty to just order them up so that you will get a very beautiful, interesting story. Have you done, students? One more minute. Now, I have arranged them for you. Did you get the same order? Just check it up. Yes. I am going to read the story now, which is arranged in a sequence manner. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. As soon as he opened his mouth, the bun got down. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. I'm sorry, this is not arranged in an order. Here comes the next slide. Here the sentences are arranged in a order. Once a boy was eating a bun on the roof. Suddenly a crow came and snatched the bun from his hand. The crow went away and sat on the branch of a tree. A fox saw the bun in the beak of the crow. He flattered the crow by saying that his voice was wonderful and requested the crow to sing. As soon as he opened his mouth to sing, the bun got down. That is, the bun fell down. Immediately the fox picked the bun and disappeared. So, this is the activity. So, now look at the pictures on your screen. This is also the story of a crow. Okay, this is said in first person. The story is said in first person, as how Aji has narrated the entire story in first person. Okay, now look at this is already arranged in an order. So you can just imagine that you are the crow and you can say, I am thirsty. I searched for water. I found a pot, but the water level is low. Then I got an idea. I picked up the stones. I dropped the stones into the pot. Later, the water level raised. I drank the water and I flew away happily. Right? Now, the same story can be said from third person point of view. Same story can be again repeated in the third person point of view. I repeat it. There was a crow. It was thirsty. Now I took the third person. It was thirsty. It searched for water. It found a pot. The water level was low. Then it got an idea. It picked up the stones, dropped the stones into the pot. The water level raised and it drank the water and it flew away. So the same story we said in past tense using third person narrative. And now my third part is, since Aarti is completely depressed, her mother wanted to get her daughter out of that depression. So it is her responsibility to get her daughter out of her depression. So Aji has suffered a lot in her life. Though she has suffered a lot in her life, she has not forgotten to discharge her duties. She has taken the responsibility of a wife. She has taken the responsibility of a mother. She has taken the responsibility of a grandmother. So now she is trying to remind her daughter Aarti her responsibilities. So this is a story of a woman who behaved in a lot of responsible way, and she is trying to show a right path to her daughter Aarti, and she is trying to remind her the responsibilities too. So this story shows the relationship between a mother and a daughter. So always mother cares her children, protects her children, safeguards her children, mentors her children, especially in times of difficulty. So in order to get the people who are under depression, to get them out, you can use the idioms or the phrasal verbs which has lot of positive thinking. Students, you can take up all the idioms and phrases that gives you something about the positive thinking. So people who are under depression, they are not satisfied when you give them some materials or anything, but just 2 words of encouragement and motivation surely gets them out of their depression. So here are the list of some phrases and inspirational idioms that will help the students or the people who are under the depression. So life is not bed of roses. It is always ups and downs. There are some times that you lose anything, but it's time like these that even a kind word of encouragement is the best to remember the famous English idioms like every dark cloud has a silver lining. So you can collect many more such idioms. So think positive and positive things will happen. Very often a change of self is needed more than a change of scene. Yeah, you find something positive in every solution. The positive thinker sees the invisible, feels the intangible and achieves the impossible. So if you tell them all the positive thinking and positive idioms and phrasal verbs, maybe the people can come out of their depression. Students, have you ever met people who are completely depressed? Have you given them some encouraging idioms or some encouraging words? Yes, I hope so. My next topic is question tags. So question tags are the small sentences that often come at the end of the sentences. You already have the question tags in your first year. So I'm not going to explain them in detail, just the grammar points that are necessary. Just it's a brush up of the question tags. Question tags are used to check information, ask for agreement, and the first and the foremost rule is negative tags are used after affirmative sentences. An example is, it is hot, isn't it? And non-negative tags are used after negative sentences. It is not cold, is it? So these are the sentences I have taken from the textbook. You should not bang doors that way, should you? You will do no such thing, will you? I cannot fool her, can I? She is sleeping, isn't she? I was alone, wasn't it? Wasn't I? So now try to frame question tags to the following sentences. All these sentences are also taken from the lesson. Take your time and try to add question tags for these sentences. I think the sentences are very much visible on the screen, but still I would like to read them out for you. It is late when she wakes. She never saw her grandfather. Children are more sensitive than we think. Mommy is with you. I was very different from you. I will try to talk to her. My mommy was so pretty. I stared down at the photograph. I do not want it. I am all right. I do not want to hear. continue.
Today I want to explain boilers, hardness of water, various treatments of water in industrial chemistry, and which was introduced in Dr. V.S. Krishna Government PG Autonomous College. Now I am dealing the first topic, boilers. In this boilers I want to discuss about the definition of a boiler, principle and uses of boilers and classification of boilers and working of some boilers I want to explain. Now see the definition of the boiler. Boiler is nothing but a steam generator in a closed vessel in which water is there. That water is converted into steam by applying the heating, by giving the heat, and it is an example of heat exchanger. Heat exchanger means the steam have produced here. How the steam is produced is that when you apply the heat to the water converted into steam after its boiling point. Water takes energy from the heating by fuels and it gets energized, and its kinetic energy also increases. Here the boilers is used in the industries. The industries, large type of boilers are there. In houses also we are using the boilers, but it is a small purposes like household purposes, like milk boilers or pressure cooker, like that. But in industries, large type of boilers are used to produce more steam. And now see the principle of a boiler. Boiler is a cylindrical vessel in which water is present, and above that water steam should be produced, so that there should be a space for the steam in that vessel. And mostly water is used in the boiler, or alternative fluids are also used, but here alternative fuel is not used that much. Water is heated by giving a heat and it produces steam, and that steam is passed through the different pipes, various pipes, for generation of the power or other. It means to convert the steam energy into mechanical energy. Next, see what are the basic parts of the boiler. Basic parts of the boilers. The boiler have cylindrical shell, furnace, feed water, that is a water inlet, feed water in the sense water inlet, steam outlet and steam space and heating surface, and some accessories are there. Accessories like water level indicator, pressure gauge, like that. If you see the figure, you can understand. Here the horizontal axis, it is a cylindrical shell in that water is feeded, and water is feeded with the inlet pipe, and that water is passed to the different pipes of smaller pipes, and some it requires different pipes and sometimes it not requires the different pipes. Under that flame is there, and flame takes the that flame energy taken by the water and it converted into steam after its boiling point. The produced steam is come out and it is on the water. Next, see the uses of boilers. Boilers are used in various industries such as power generation, textile industries, hospitals, food industries, pharmaceutical industries and chemical industries, and boilers are used. Not only this, long travelling ships. In long travelling ships, high density fuels are used like how we are using the diesel or petrol in vehicles. In that ships they are using the high density fuels. the high density fuels are very thicker, the thicker cannot be useful for the machinery purposes. That is for converting to the mechanical energy, it is not useful. So that should make it into a less thicker. For that they are using the steam. That steam pipes are passed through that fuel. It means the steam is passed around that fuel is there, that takes the energy from the steam and it becomes less thicker. Then only it is useful for the ships. So in this way, long traveling ships are used the boilers. Not only that, for power generation and heating purpose are also used boilers. And see the basic parts of a classification. Classification of a boilers. In this classification depends on the design, depends on the specifications. Boilers have many types. Those are location of a boiler shell axis, flow medium inside the tubes, and boiler pressure. Depends on the methods of water circulation, depends on the types of fuels used, and depends on the number of tubes. And in this way the boilers are classified. Again, these are classified into many ways, and see one by one. First one is the location of a boiler shell axis. The boilers may be different types. Horizontal boilers are there and vertical boilers are there. Sometimes inclined boilers are also used. Horizontal boilers, like example Babcock and Wilcox, and Babcock and Wilcox boilers are used in the ships. And vertical boilers are example for the Cochrane boiler, locomotive boilers, like that. And next classification, if you see the flow medium inside the tube. For this examples, Cochrane and locomotive boilers is for fire tube, and Babcock and Wilcox boiler is for the water tube. Here the fire is passed through the pipes, or fire or hot gases are passed through the pipes. Around that water is present. For that the examples are Cochrane boiler and locomotive boiler. And next, if you see the water tube boiler, water is in the tube and above that or below that flames are there. So for this the example is Babcock and Wilcox boilers. Next, depends on the pressure also, the boilers are explained in different way. Some produces low pressure boilers, some produces a high pressure, and low pressure boilers is less than 80 bar. For that the examples are Cochrane and locomotive boilers, which produces a very low pressure, whereas high pressure producing boilers are Babcock and Wilcox and Benson boilers. And next, methods of water circulation. Depends on the method of water circulation. These are classified into two ways. One is natural circulation and another one is forced circulation. And natural circulation, it produces a less pressurized steam in boilers, whereas in forced circulations it produces high pressure boilers, high pressure steam in the boilers. For that the example is Benson boiler. And another classification is types of fuels used. Here the fuels may be the solid fuels or liquid fuels, gaseous fuels. Gaseous fuels like industries producing waste gases that have very hot, the gases coming from the industries are very hot. That gases are also used for the boilers for producing steam. And electrical energy is also used for boilers, and nuclear fuels are also used. And another classification is based on the number of tubes. Sometimes we are using the single tube, sometimes multi-tube boilers are used, multi-tubes are used. And another one, boilers mobility. Boilers mobility, if you see the boilers mobility, some are stationary, some are mobile. Stationary boilers is used in the power plants, and mobile boilers is used in the marine boilers. Babcock and Wilcox boiler, that one is used in the long traveling ships. And see some working of water tube boilers. here water tube boilers is that it consists mainly two drums, one is upper drum and another one is lower drum as shown in the figure, and lower drum it is almost all one drum, but downward water is present, above that steam is present. So that when the steam present in the above one is called the upper drum, and below that water is present, the water we are calling as mud drum. And here with the flame we are heating the water. Here this is the inlet, one side is the inlet, water is passed, and here the water is passed through the various multiple tubes. Here this one is a multi-tube one, and whenever we are heating with the flame, that water gets energized and it converted into steam after its boiling point, and steam has less weight, so that it will come out from the water and it reaches at the top of the water level, and more steam is generated. That steam, as when pressure is more, that should be taken to outlet, that should be removed from that space, removed from that area, so that steam outlet is there. Next, another one, 5-tube boiler. Here the red one is in the figure. Here the fire is passed, so or hot gases are passed through the pipes. Around that water is present. So whenever the water is there, the water takes the energy from the fire, and then that water converts into steam after its boiling point, like that, and flue gases will come out, and another design is there at the end of the flue, and at the end of the gases, at the end of the hot gases. So this is the 5-tube boiler. And next, if you see the comparison between the water tube and 5-tube boiler. See here, in 5-tube boiler only hot flue gases pass through the tubes and water surrounds them, whereas in water tube boiler water passes through the tubes and hot flue gases surrounds them. And if you see the working pressure of the 5-tube boiler, the working pressure of the 5-tube boiler is very low, that is 20 bar only, whereas working pressure is high in water tube boiler. And here the rate of steam generation and the quality of the steam is very low in case of a 5-tube boiler, whereas in water tube boiler the rate of steam generation and quality of a steam is more in case of water tube boiler. And here the load fluctuations can be handled in the 5-tube boiler, whereas load fluctuation cannot be handled in 5-tube boiler. What in water tube boiler, load fluctuations can be easily handled. And here for 5-tube boilers it requires more floor area, whereas for water tube boilers it requires less floor area. And if you see some more differences, and 5-tube boiler is difficult to transport, whereas water tube boiler it is very lightweight and transportation is very easy. And here in 5-tube boiler only 75% up to 75% efficiency is there, but in case of a water tube boiler it have more efficiency, that is 90% efficiency is there. And water here in 5-tube boiler water does not circulate in a definite directions, whereas in water tube boiler water circulate in definite directions. And the drum size is used in the 5-tube boiler is large and damages may be occur, and whereas if any damages occur in the water tube boilers, that can be regretted, that can be easily replaced and easily repaired. So these are the differences between the fire tube and water tube boilers. And here some more boilers are there: locomotive boilers, Benson boilers, and Wilcock and Boycock boilers. And like that, so many of boilers are there. If you see the locomotive boilers, that locomotive boilers is used in, it is a vertical boiler or a Cochrane boiler, which is used in railway engines, but now it is not used. Previously it is used. Why? Because it is having more manpower. And why it is not used now? Because it is having more manpower in those days, and not only that, it is difficult to carry those boilers, and the smoke produced in that boilers is more. Because of that, locomotive engines, locomotive boilers are nowadays it is not available, and it is not used in railways. And some more, if you see the boilers, Cochrane boiler, this is the figure of the Cochrane boiler, and Cochrane boiler, in that steam is produced from the top, and here water is there. If hot gases are passes through the tubes, around that water is there. That water produces steam, and above that the steam will produce. Here so many of accessories are used: water level indicator, and how much of water is required. If more water is fed, there is no space for the steam. So water level indicator is also required, and if water is converted, all the water is converted into the steam, then there is no water, then also it's difficult to produce a steam. So water level indicator should be there, and some pressure gauge is also required. Pressure gauge to how much of a pressure is there, from that steam is more. If steam is more, pressure is more. So to release that pressure, so pressure gas is required. Like that, some accessories are also used in these boilers. Next, if you see another one is a Babcock and Wilcox boiler. This is a multi-tube boiler. Already we have seen in the water tube boilers. This is a water tube boiler. Water is passed through the multi-tubes. Here the 4 tubes are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tubes are there. Through that water is passed. The near to the water, flame is there. That flame taken by the water, and it converts into steam. And it is a horizontal one, horizontal boiler. This is a horizontal boiler and multi-tube boiler. So like this we can use boilers. Boilers have many uses in power plants and in drug industries, and boilers, especially boiler water, should be soft water. Next topic is hardness of water. In this hardness of water, definition and types of hardness and units and determination of hardness and levels of hardness we will discuss. Now see the Now see the hardness of water. So water, without water we cannot live. Water has many uses, and in living, for living beings, for industrial purpose and textile, and so many uses are there. And if you see the hard water, it contains chloride, carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfates of calcium, magnesium and heavy ions. Hardness of water is a property of water, and it does not produce lather with soap. And soft water, and now see soft water, it is free from chloride, carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfates of calcium and magnesium and heavy ions. So now you learn that what is the hard water, what is hardness water, you learn. And here the hardness water again divided into two types. One is the temporary hardness and another one permanent hardness. These two are based on the anion present in that. Anions like carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfate, chloride. Based on these ions, these are classified into two ways. One is temporary and second one is the permanent. Now see the temporary hardness. Temporary hardness, it is a type of hard water, and it contains carbonate, bicarbonate of ions, carbonate and bicarbonate ions of calcium, magnesium, and heavy ions are also there. And these can be removed by easily just by heating, or with the addition of the lime also we can remove this hardness. And if you see the permanent hardness, and this cannot be removed easily, and this is due to the presence of sulfates, chloride of calcium, magnesium and heavy ions in the water. And these are not precipitated when we supply the heat or a temperature. So these can be removed by using a water softening methods. So water softening methods like ion exchange method, reverse osmosis method. So from that only we can remove the permanent hardness. We cannot remove permanent hardness by simple heating. Next, see the units of hardness. So hardness give so many of units, but mostly used units are ppm, milligram per liter. ppm is parts per million. Parts per million is that it is 10 power 6 parts of a water contains how many of calcium carbonate equivalents are present. Suppose one part is present, then it is called 1 ppm. If two parts are there in the 10 power 6 parts of a water, it is called 2 ppm. So 1 ppm equal to 1 part of calcium carbonate equivalents for hardness in 10 power 6 parts of water. And the same way the other unit mostly used one is milligrams per liter. Milligrams of calcium carbonate equivalents present in 1 liter of water. So 1 milligram per liter is equal to the 1 milligram of a calcium carbonate equivalent hardness of 1 liter of water. So these two units are equal. We can use the ppm or milligram per liter. So milligram per liter equal to 1 ppm. And now see the determination of hardness. In this determination of hardness, we have three parts, and another one, this can be determined by using titration method. The titration methods we have so many, like acid-base titrations, redox titrations, complexometric titrations, precipitation titrations. But here we are using complexometric titration for the determination of hardness. For determination of hardness, we have three parts. First one is the preparation of a standard solution. The standard solutions may be zinc sulfate or any other like calcium salts or magnesium salts we can use. And second part is the standardization of EDTA, and the third part is determination of total hardness by given sample. Given sample is from the house or outside the areas. We can take the water from that, in that how much of hardness is present we can determine. So in this we are using some solutions, and here zinc sulphate solution we are using, EDTA solutions we are using, and another one indicator is required for color change, for reaction completion. We have to know the reaction completion. For that we are using indicator. The indicator is here EBT. EBT is called areochromoblacty. The structure of that one is here on the slide, and here it is a solid one. That solid one we can make it into a solution, and that solution, looking that it is a very thick blue. An indicator is used for the color change, and another one buffer solution. Buffer solution is here we are using basic buffer. The basic buffer prepared from ammonium chloride and concentrated ammonia. Next, see the preparation of a first part of this one of the determination is preparation of standard zinc sulphate solution. Just we are weighing the amount of zinc sulphate solution, zinc sulphate substance. Suppose 0.01 molar, 0.01 molar. If you want to prepare the weight of a zinc sulphate, we know that 287. From the 2.87 grams of zinc sulphate is weighed and transferred through the funnel into the volumetric flask. That volumetric flask. Here we are taking the 1 liter volumetric flask. Whenever we are transferred, and after that we are pouring the water, and up to the mark we are make it into solution, and then we are getting the zinc sulphate solution. So we have prepared the standard zinc sulphate solution. That standard zinc sulphate solution of known molarity. That molarity of a zinc sulphate solution is 0.01 molar. Next part, this is the first part, and the next part is the standardization of EDTA. So EDTA we have to standardize. Why? Because we don't know the concentration of the EDTA. For that we are using the zinc sulphate solution. Using the zinc sulphate solution, for the zinc sulphate solution concentration is known, and using the zinc sulphate solution we are finding the EDTA molarity. So for this, in burette we are taking the EDTA solution. In pipette, standard zinc sulphate solution is we are taking, and that zinc sulphate solution is transferred into the conical flask, and that conical flask we are adding the buffer 10 ml, and EBT 1 or 2 drops of EBT is added. EBT or areochromoblacty or a dye, sometimes we are calling as a dye. That dye is here EBT, and here the buffer we are added here is because of to maintain pH. Because to maintain the pH, here the pH is 829, so in that only the reaction is stable. Here the indicator we are using, indicator is here EBT, and buffer solution is ammonium chloride ammonia. And while doing the titration, just then what we have to do, in burette we are taking EDTA, and in conical flask we are taking some solutions. Those are the zinc sulphate, buffer, indicator. So whenever we are adding the indicator to the zinc sulphate solution, we will get the wine red color. So the final reading, if the reaction is completed while we titrating with the EDTA, the reaction is completed if it changes from wine red to blue. Blue is like a indicator color. So from that we can calculate the molarity of EDTA. So EDTA molarity we are calculated. After this, using the EDTA molarity, we can calculate the hardness of water. So here the color changes, you can observe wine red to blue. So that one is the metal EDTA complex. Actually the metal EDTA complex does not give any color. Because of indicator only we are getting the colors. So this is the principle involved in that. Zinc dye is EBT, zinc EBT color is wine red color. Whenever we are titrating EDTA, only parts of the EBT is reacted with the zinc. The remaining parts are zinc is in the solution only, that zinc is reacted with the EDTA. At last, whenever the zinc ions are completed in the conical class, at last the Zn2 plus complex is dissociates, the dye color will come out, the dye color is a blue color. This is the principle involved in the hardness of principle involved in the titration. Next, see the third part, determination of a total hardness of a given sample. In the same way, how we are doing the EDTA titration, in the same EDTA with the zinc sulphate, in the same way here we are doing, but instead of a zinc sulphate solution, here we are taking the sample of water. Sample of water, we are collecting the samples of water from various regions that contains ions like calcium, magnesium and heavy ions. So, in terms of a calcium carbonate, we are finding the hardness. So, same way in burette EDTA we are taking, in conical flask 100 ml of sample solution, sample for water is taken, and to that buffer solution is added, EBT indicator is added. So, here the same principle, only the part of the ions are complexed with the EBT, the remaining parts are in the solution, the remaining only part of the calcium magnesium ions are complexed with the EBT, the remaining are in the solution only. So, whenever the titration is completed, I mean all the calcium and magnesium ions are complexed with the EDTA, then at last there is a release of EDTA, the release of EBT indicator. That EBT indicator color is blue color. So, you can observe that the color changes from wine red to blue, and like this we can calculate the molarity of water in terms of calcium carbonate. In terms of a calcium carbonate, for 100 ml we will get the 0.022 grams, and then if we convert these grams into ppm we will get a 220 ppm. Next, if you see the units, ppm is used and another one milligrams per liter. And one more thing we have to know, the levels of hardness. Here the 220 came and the experiment, which water is useful in the industries and which water is useful for the drinking purpose, then that can be detected by using this method. So here the levels of water, if you see the levels of water here below 60 milligrams per liter or 60 ppm is considered as soft water, that is good for drinking, and industrial purpose also it is good. And in boilers soft water is used, otherwise the scales will form. To remove the scales is difficult, not only that production of a steam will be less, so that soft water is used in the boilers. So, and if it is in between the 60 to 120 milligrams, it is moderately hot, and if it is at 120 to 180 milligrams, it is a hard water. If more than 180 milligrams per liter is there, it is too hard, it very hard. It is not useful for the boilers or not useful for the drinking purpose. So, depends on this. I can conclude this. Soft water or hard water we can find by using the determination of hard water. So, that water is useful for boilers or drug industries. In many of the drug industries or medicinal purposes, we are using the soft water only. Next topic is various treatments of water. In various treatments of water, we have so many of water treatments are there. Those are primary water treatments, secondary water treatments, tertiary water treatments, but most effectively we can remove the hardness by using a water softening methods is a tertiary water treatment methods. Tertiary water treatment methods are distillation method, evaporation method, oxidation method, ion exchange method, reverse osmosis method, crystallization method, solvent extraction method, precipitation method, micro and ultrafiltration method, adsorption and electrodialysis. Like that we have many of tertiary water treatments, and in that I want to explain only two processes. Those are ion exchange method and reverse osmosis method. So first see the ion exchange method, after that we will see reverse osmosis method. In ion exchange method, here the resins are used. Resins are two types of resins are there. Those are cation exchange resins, anion exchange resins. And how the water, pure water is produced, just removing the anions and cations, how the process is, and we will explain next. And next, degeneration of the resins. If resin is completely exhausted, and how we have to regenerate the resin. All this will explained in the ion exchange resin. First see what is a resin. A resin is looking like a small granules, like if you observe that it is like a mustard seeds, like a small round mustard seeds, like that it is looking. See the figure is also there in the slide. It is which is insoluble in water, and it have cross-linked long chain organic polymers, and they have small pores in that, pores in structure, and in that pores the cations or anions will exchange, and they have different functional groups attached to that. But the different functional groups, in the sense, if it is a cation exchange resin, one type of a functional groups are attached, and if it is an anion exchange resin, another type of groups are present. So depends on the anion exchanging properties and cation exchanging properties, the functional groups are replaced. Functional groups replaced and the functional groups are changed. Then the resins are also differed. See the first one, cation exchange resin. What is a cation exchange resin? Both we are using, cation exchange resin we are using in this water treatment, anion exchange resin is we are using in this. So now see what is a cation exchange resin. Cation exchange resin, it contains acidic functional groups. It means H plus ions. In water, H plus and OH minus is there. Or here the H plus ion should be removed from that from the resin. So cation should contain the H plus ion. So that type of groups should be present in the cation exchange resin. The cation exchange resin containing COOH groups, SO3H groups, like that. You see the cation exchange resins examples. Here the SO3H group is there in that figure. H plus is removed, and calcium and magnesium ions are exchanged with that H plus ions. It means in that pores H plus ions is exchanged with the calcium and magnesium ions of the hard water. And this is a cation exchange resin. And next we will see the anion exchange resin. Anion exchange resin consists of a basic functional groups like quaternary ammonium groups, and these are these exchanges here. Suppose OH minus is ion is present in that OH minus ion will exchanges the chloride, sulfate, carbonate, bicarbonate ions. So from that we will get the OH minus outside, and these groups in the sense hardness causing anions like chloride, sulfate, that groups are go into the porous structure of resin. This is the example of anion exchange resin. Now see the process of how to remove the calcium, magnesium ions and chloride, sulfate ions. That is hardness causing ions. How we have to remove, we will see in the figure. Here two drums are there. So two drums. In the first drum, that is in first step, in first step hard water is passed to that drum that contains a cation exchange resin. That cation exchange resin is a bed. Whenever the hard water is passed through the cation exchange resin, the cation having here the H plus ion replaced and the hard water containing calcium, magnesium is sit in that cationic bed. So H plus ion, more H plus ions will come out from that drum. That means it is having more acidic character. That water is passed through the anion exchange resin. That anion exchange resin, some more ions in the hard water like chloride, sulfate, that ions are exchanged with the OH minus of the anion exchange resin. That OH minus is come out and H plus ions are already come out from the cation exchange resin. These two are combined and give water. That is soft water is coming from that. So this is the process of ion exchange resin, and in this we are getting the soft water. And see here it is in the industry. We went to the IDPL industry. In that ion exchange resin had the two resins are there. One is a cation exchange resin, another one is anion exchange resin, and this is used in the drug industry, preparation of the drugs. See here H plus and OH minus of the anion and cationic bed is removed. Then all the cations of calcium, magnesium and anions like chloride and bromide, chloride, sulfate ions are on the bed, on the cation and anion beds. Then there is no more removal of H plus and OH minus ions. Then that type of resin we are called as exhausted resin. That exhausted resin is again we can regenerate. How we have to regenerate the exhausted resin? Just simply by pouring that resins in the concentrated HCl, cation resin will exchanges the cations. Just we are pouring the cation bed in the concentrated HCl, then H plus ions will taken by the resin and all the ions, hardness causing ions will come out. In that way we can regenerate the cation exchange resin, and similar way cation exchange resin also we can regenerate it by using a sodium hydroxide, concentrated sodium hydroxide. By using that, depending on the three properties, these ions will exchange. The three properties are, one is a concentration and another one is a size of the cation or size of the anion and sizes, and the one is the concentration and size of the ion and the pore size. And next, see the topic of reverse osmosis. This reverse osmosis also for removal of hard water, hardness causing ions, removal of hardness causing ions. In this we can use a semi-permeable membrane. And what is, before going to that reverse osmosis, you have to know what is osmosis. After that we will learn the reverse osmosis. Now see the semi-permeable membrane. In reverse osmosis we use the semi-permeable membrane. What is a semi-permeable membrane is that it is a biological or a synthetic polymeric membranes, and synthetic membranes like a polymeric membranes, and these membranes allows only one type of molecules. Suppose for example, biological semi-permeable example as lipid layers or cell structures. Cell also have the semi-permeable membranes, and best example is a eggshell containing under the eggshell we have a thin film layer. The thin film membrane is also acts as a semi-permeable membrane, and synthetic permeable membranes are polyamide membrane. These are used for water purification. And see the osmosis. What is osmosis? Suppose in osmosis, solvent, suppose pure water, that solvent is a pure water, and solution like sea water. If you take sea water, in earth, on the earth, so much of sea water is available. From that sea water we can prepare only the from that sea water we can prepare pure water. That is reverse osmosis. But in osmosis what will happen, we will see. So here one side solvent is used and another side solution like a sea water we are using, and these two are separated with the semi permeable membrane. Whenever separated with the semi permeable membrane, here the solvent particles move through the semi permeable membrane and this solution level is increases. So this is the osmosis. This is osmosis. Why it is passed? The solvent particles only pass through the semi permeable membrane is that because of osmotic pressure. Here the solvent have more osmotic pressure. Due to of that pressure, it moves towards this. And if we reverse that, what will happen? If applying the pressure in reverse osmosis, what we are doing that we are applying the pressure on the solution like a sea water. Sea water contains so many of minerals, calcium, magnesium and chlorides. So many of minerals are there. That sea water, on that sea water we are applying the pressure. That pressure should be more than this solvent having osmotic pressure, more than the solvent osmotic pressure. So if we applying a more pressure on the solution, then what will happen, that the solvent particles of the solution, the solvent of the solution will move through the semi permeable membrane and the solvent level increases. So pure solvent is taking out from the semi permeable membrane in reverse way. So this is the reverse osmosis. Hydrostatic pressure is applied on the solution on one side. The solvent flow is reversed here. That is, solvent is forced to move from the solution side to solvent side through the semi permeable membrane. This is observed in the reverse osmosis. So in this reverse osmosis method, pure solvent is separated from the contaminants rather than removing the contaminants from the water, and this is called superfiltration or hyperfiltration. And this reverse osmosis method and ion exchange methods are useful in many industries. Not only the industries, for drinking purpose also we are using this reverse osmosis methods and ion exchange methods in small scale, but in larger scale it is used in the industries like a drug preparation and not only that, boilers also should contain only soft water. For preparing the soft water from the hard water we are using these methods.
Welcome to today's session. So we are covering the communication skill sessions for ESC program, the employability skill centers across Andhra Pradesh, and this is organized and brought to you by AP State Skill Development Corporation. Till last week you went through the aptitude and cognitive skills, where another trainer by name Satish, he took you through a very comprehensive session on all the aspects of aptitude. And I'm going to take care of communication aspects, where the idea is to give you a holistic skilling. So in the last session we spoke about what communication is, and I spoke about the communication tree, how it's very different from what you have learned in school, Then I spoke about the essentials of effective communication, and these are the essentials of effective communication, 6 of them: assertiveness, authenticity, open-mindedness, empathy, clarity, and listening skills. I spoke in detail what each of these points mean, gave you certain examples. Now I'm going to take it forward today. Now, communication type, we often hear different types of communication. So when 2 or more than 1 person or 2 people are speaking face to face, that is called a verbal communication. Now, the common myth that we have is only a face to face communication is verbal, or it's actually called an oral communication. Anything that is written is actually deemed differently. The mistakes that people do is, if some communication is done orally, they call it a verbal communication. For example, they say that, for example, if I'm talking about some kind of memos or some kind of information, say for example you're studying in a college and somebody came and announced it in the classroom that tomorrow there is a holiday, and there is no written memo, there is nothing on the notice board. So people usually say, we were informed verbally, there is no written communication. Now that is wrong. A written communication is also a verbal communication. Verb means action, so anything that's in terms of oral communication where 2 people are speaking, or when there is a communication in terms of a speech, that is oral communication. When there is a communication in terms of written item or anything that is written, it could be a memo, a text message, an email, or handwritten note, or a PowerPoint presentation. Anything that is written and printed is also a verbal communication. So that's again a myth. So I want to break that. Even a written communication is called verbal communication. Then another type of communication is non-verbal. Now what do we mean by non-verbal communication? Now these are gestures, expressions, body language. Now body language is a separate area which needs a lot of expertise, which needs a lot of improvement, both in terms of the person who is displaying these gestures, expressions and body language, or the other person who is the audience. Now your body language is also an extension of your character in terms of your nature. The way we use our hands, the way we use our expressions speaks a lot about what you are thinking and what you're trying to say. I may be saying something, but I may not mean it, but what I mean can be understood with my body language. When we go for interviews, when we go for any kind of presentation, any kind of conference, seminars, when we are speaking to one person or many people, we still judge that person not just by the way the person is speaking, but a lot is derived in terms of body language. Now the body language is a completely different ball game. You need to understand, you need to learn, and you need to be an expert in terms of displaying the right information, in terms of using the right body language. So there will be a separate session on body language only. So we'll talk in detail about that later. So please remember, communication type is of 2 types. The first one is verbal communication, where we talk about oral communication as well as written communication. So written and oral both are verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is gestures, expressions, body language. So to put it in a simple way, when you're not speaking a word, when you're not writing a word, you are just using gestures. There is no sound, there is no letters written or read. That is non-verbal. And verbal is when you hear or when you see or when you are reading something, that is verbal communication. Okay. Now I'm going to talk specifically on oral communication, because a lot of us, when we talk about communication aspect as such, there are 2 things which you need to remember or to understand clearly in terms of what is considered as what we call this person is good, that person is not good, when we judge someone in terms of communication. So on an average, every person, especially the student fraternity, since you are from a vernacular background in terms of your education or academics, you're considered as a person who needs a lot of improvement in terms of communication. And we always say that improve your communication, otherwise you will not get a job. Now that's not completely right. I want to tell you that when we talk about communication expertise or your level of communication, there are two things which you need to take into consideration. Let me quickly display what do I mean by that. Okay. The first aspect is articulation. The second aspect is comprehension. Okay, let me align it correctly so that it's clearly visible. Okay, so there are two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now what do I mean by articulation? Ability to express ideas in a language. All right, that is what articulation is all about. Let me change the color so that you can make a note of it. That is what it means. Ability to express ideas in a language. Comprehension, what do we mean by comprehension? Comprehension means ability to understand in a language. Now the issue that most of us face today, now that I'm speaking to you, you are able to completely understand what I'm saying, right? So comprehension is something, this is not an issue. So let me mark it as green. So comprehension is something which is not an issue because you are able to understand what I'm saying. It may not be completely, but to an extent you are able to understand. But when I ask you to speak, you find it difficult to express yourself in a language. Now when I say in a language, that means a language which is different from your vernacular language. Now almost everybody who is watching this program in Andhra Pradesh, your vernacular language is Telugu, right? Now I am not good at Telugu. I cannot understand very clearly, but to an extent I can understand, but I can't speak very well. I cannot use the right words, I can't use the right grammar, and of course the pronunciation, which means my articulation is not as good as my comprehension. The same thing applies to all of you. When it comes to English language, your comprehension is better than your articulation, which means you are not able to express yourself only in English. But if I say that you can speak in Telugu, you are very quick to respond any kind of question. You are confident, you are not nervous, you have a lot of information which you can express yourself through. But when it comes to comprehension, understanding, you find it easier. But when it comes to speaking, you find it difficult. So two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now in order to resolve this issue, you need to go through a little bit about oral communication itself. Now when we talk about oral communication, there are four fundamental cornerstones or pillars that you need to understand and you need to master yourself in. So like any other language, in English language, when we speak specifically about oral communication, it's not written communication. I'm here talking about oral communication only. There are four fundamental pillars. What are these pillars? The first one is pronunciation. Make a note of these. The second one is grammar. The third one is vocabulary. And the fourth one is fluency. So it's PGVF: pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, and fluency. These are the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. And we're going to talk about each one of them in detail, because my intention is to make you better in terms of your oral communication. Alright, let's begin. So what do we mean by pronunciation? In order to do that, we need to understand the fundamentals of it. In order to understand the fundamentals, you need to understand the entire structure of a language. So if I look at a language as a tree, which is called a communication tree. Now this tree, if I have to segregate or if I have to break it down, first and foremost, in order to communicate, I need something called a language. Okay, let me align it correctly so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so you have communication tree for oral communication. First thing that you need is a language, any language for that matter, but here we are talking specific to English language. Now this language or any language can be broken into sentences. So in a language you basically speak sentences. The sentence is broken into words. Now words will be broken into letters. That is what everybody talks about. We break the language into sentence, the sentence into words, and the words into letters. But this is where you go wrong. We are talking about oral communication. When I say oral communication, I'm speaking and you are hearing or listening, which means the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now when we speak about pronunciation, we should speak about the sounds, not the letters. So what do we mean by pronunciation with that example? Pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation, which is word stress, sentence stress, linking, intonation. Now what do we mean by these? Word stress, for example, emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Let me show you an example. I am going over to the next slide so that I can give you an example of word stress. Now what did word stress mean? It says emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Say for example, I have the word which is also my hobby, photography. Okay, if I have to break this into syllables, how many syllables do I have? Photography, which means I have 4 syllables. Okay, now I'm going to use another word which is related to the first word. Which is photograph. And how many syllables do I have here? Photograph. Now pay attention. When I pronounce this particular word, photograph, the correct pronunciation is photograph, which means I am stressing on this particular syllable, which is the first syllable. Please give me the photograph. Now when you speak to someone, stop using the word pic. Please send me a pic. Now pic means P-I-C-K. It's a short form of picture, but please don't use that word. It sounds pretty bad and it's very casual and informal. So use the word photograph or picture. So in this case, this particular word has 3 syllables and I pronounce this as photograph, which means I'm stressing on the first syllable. But when I look at this particular word, I pronounce this as photography. How do I pronounce? Photography. And how many syllables do I have here? Photography. 4 syllables. But in this case, I stress on the second syllable. That is what word stress is all about. So when we talk about pronunciation, not only the pronunciation of each syllable or the entire word, but also the word stress come into the picture. So here I pronounce this as photograph, here I pronounce this as photography. Clear? What's the next one? Sentence stress. Now in word stress, I was emphasizing on a particular syllable in a word. In sentence stress, I emphasize on a certain word in a sentence, which means the entire word itself is stressed upon. So let me show you an example. So sentence stress, I'm going to write a sentence. Okay, so let me change the color so that you know that this is an example for you. The sentence is, you cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. Now which word do you think should get the stress? Because here I'm notifying someone orally. You cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. So unless is the word which should take the stress. So that's a sentence stress. Let me give an example where the stress will change to denote what exactly I'm trying to communicate. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 to get the certificate. Now here I'm going to stress on have. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Now I want to write the same sentence, but I'll show you if I add another word how the meaning will change, or what I'm trying to say will change. Alright, here we go. The first sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Second sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft to get the certificate. Now, the word only is taking the stress, because I'm emphasizing there is no other way you can pay the penalty to get the certificate. It's accepted only through a demand draft. But the first one, all I'm saying is you have to pay a penalty. So that's exactly what a sentence stress is. When you're speaking to someone, please remember I'm speaking or I'm talking about specifically about oral communication. So when you're communicating with someone, it could be over the phone, it could be face to face. This sentence stress takes more importance when you cannot see the person. If you're speaking to the person over the phone, you're giving an information. When you emphasize on a particular word in a sentence, they get the message more clearly. Now, if I'm speaking to face, I can use a gesture. I can say you have to pay a penalty. So I use this word, you have to. So the have and the hand coming down, it's coordinated subconsciously. So it's really underlined for you in your mind. You have to pay a penalty to get the certificate. And if I'm talking about the second sentence, I say you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft. So now this gesture has shifted from have to only. So when I'm speaking face to face, it's easier to understand because other person can see me. But when I'm speaking to the person on the phone, they can't see this gesture, right? Now this gesture is coming very naturally to me. Even when you're speaking on the phone, we use our hands. We don't sit like a robot and speak. But the other person cannot see. So that's where your intonation comes into the picture. The fourth point which you see on the particular slide is intonation. Now what do we mean by intonation? Intonation is the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. Now this rise and fall is very important, but before that the point is there as linking, joining certain words together. So let me explain what do we mean by linking, and then I will explain in detail what do we mean by intonation. Alright, so let me take the same slide. I want to quickly show you the example of linking here. Please give me 2 eggs. Now when I pronounce this, I can combine. Now in order to understand what do I mean by this, you need to get a little knowledge on let me quickly explain what do I mean by this. You need to get a quick knowledge on vowel sounds. So when I say 2, I am using the sound oo. When I am saying eggs, I am using the sound a. So 2 egg. So this is this word is ending with a vowel sound. This word is starting with a vowel sound. So when you have 2 words next to each other, one ending with vowel sound, another one starting with a vowel sound, you can combine or link these 2 sounds together. Okay, for example, if I have the word two eggs, I can just use this particular sound. What do I mean by this? For example, 2 eggs. So I'm using way sound in between these 2 eggs. So when I talk about linking in detail, you will understand what do I mean by this. I know it's a little confusing. Let me move over to intonation. Now intonation, as it reads here, it says the rise and fall of a voice as we speak. Now there is correct intonation, there is incorrect intonation. Let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. if I'm asking a question, for example, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? So when I say, are you going to the market, there is a rising tone. Now, what do I mean by rising tone? Let me quickly display. This particular word I'm just trying to make it easier for you. Let me change the color so that you can see it clearly. So this particular word, the last word in the question, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? Now, are you going to the is flat. Are you going to the market? This is going up, because the last word denotes like it's a question. Now, when you're speaking, a lot of people ask a question, but it sounds like a statement. So when you are speaking, your statement has to be flat, and when it's a question, the last word has to be a rising tone. For example, if I say, I'm going to the market. So here, let me add the line for you so that you can understand what do I mean by this. I'm going to the market. Now, this is a statement and it's a flat intonation. But when I say, are you going to the market? Then it's a rising tone. Now, mistakes that a lot of people do in terms of intonation is specific to making a mistake in terms of rising and dropping tones, where you can get confused. Is it a question or a statement? For example, if I ask a question, now when the answer comes like a question. For example, if it's a quiz program and I ask who was the first say Vice President of India, how many of you know who was the first Vice President of India? You have to know this answer, very, very important. If you are a student, you definitely need to know who was the first Vice President of India. And it's his birthday tomorrow, and we celebrate that as the Teacher's Day, right? Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. He was the first Vice President of India. So when I ask a question, who was the first Vice President of India? The answer is S. Radhakrishnan. Some people say S. Radhakrishnan. Now it goes on a rising tone. Now it doesn't come as an answer, it comes as a guess, or it comes as a question. Am I right? Is this S. Radhakrishnan? So when you are ending or when you are responding with a rising tone, it doesn't sound like a statement, it sounds more like a statement. Okay, that's why this intonation in terms of oral communication is very important. Now, there is no intonation when it comes to written communication, because you're not speaking, you're just reading, right? So their punctuation makes a difference. But when you're speaking, your intonation is of the primary importance. Another example which I want to give you, which is pretty important. When you are giving an information in terms of numbers, for example, can you please give me your phone number? And the answer is, my number is 98854-74156. This is my phone number. Now, this is an example. It's actually not my phone number. Don't call this number. Okay. Now, some people just give this information as 98854-74156. Now, you need to allow the other person to make a note of it. Now, in India, this number can be given in parts of 5 plus 5. For example, my number is 98854-74156. So my number is 98854 74156. Now this is also difficult to make a note of. You won't remember. So the best way to do is to break it into 3 and 3. How do I do that? My number is 988 547 4156. Okay, this is a better way to give the number because it's easier to understand and keep a track of. So instead of breaking 5 plus 5, I've broken into 3 plus 3 plus 4. My number is 988 547 4156. Now this is also a part of intonation. For example, if I'm giving a bank account number, okay, I'm just typing random numbers. When you have such a long string of information, the better way to give that number is in terms of pairs, in terms of twos. My bank account number is 45745828624523146332. Now don't again break it into 6, 3 and 2. You can just combine the last 3 if you have an odd number there. So this is also an important element in terms of intonation. When you're giving the information, you break it down so that your listeners can understand it clearly. Now one point to be noted here. When I'm giving this series, now let me reduce this, let's keep it this way. When I'm giving this series, the first method or the first intonation I'm using is, let me reduce this so that I can have a smaller example. And the number, so I'm giving this information. The series, the number is 624523146332. Now pay attention. How did I say 632? Let's repeat again. 624523146332. For every 2 digit, the second digit, my tone is going up. Pay attention. 624523146332. The moment I drop my tone, that means it's the end of the series. This is a very important aspect of intonation. Now imagine if I'm not dropping this tone, it will sound like as if it's going to continue. 624523146332. Now 2, the moment I say 2 on a rising tone, it means I'm expecting, or my audience is expecting one more number. But the way I say 14632, the moment I say 2, it's dropping, that means it's end of the series. Another mistake that people do is they drop it way too low and you can't hear. And they say 624523146332. Now the 2 is so low, they always ask, I'm sorry, what is the last number again? That's why it's important the last unit of your string should be louder, but a drop tone. So it will be 624523146332. My volume went up, but my tone, my intonation is flat. Now these are the finer aspects of a very good oral communication. No matter if you're speaking to the person face to face or over the phone, they can understand you very clearly. And in order to be heard or in order to be comprehended very clearly, your pronunciation has to be absolutely perfect. So as a part of the first pillar of communication, I'm going to speak in detail about the pronunciation aspects for English language. Okay? Thank you for tuning in today. Please post your questions, whatever doubts you have in terms of pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, please post your questions on the comment section. If you're watching it on Mana TV, please go back to Mana TV, the channel on YouTube, Amravati channel. So please post your questions. I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So we'll continue with the same session tomorrow where I'll focus on pronunciation. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Everybody, welcome to today's session. So we're going to begin with the communication skills training for today as a part of the ESE program. So what we covered in the last session was the basics of communication, where I spoke about the fundamentals. In today's session, I'm going to recap certain aspects of communication tree. So we looked at certain myths and realities in terms of communication cycle. I explained to you what does that mean. So let's take a quick look at the communication tree. So when we talk about the tree, the first thing that we need is a language. Now the language is broken into sentences. Now these sentences exist in every language. Whichever language we speak about, there is a language that is broken into sentences. And here we are speaking specifically about oral communication. Now the sentences are broken into words, and we usually think the words are broken into letters. This is again a myth that we need to get rid of. Since we are speaking about oral communication, the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sound. When we speak about oral communication, this is a face-to-face communication when one person is talking to another person or one person is talking to more than one person. So it could be one-to-one or one-to-many. The medium can be anything. It doesn't really matter. Should it be face-to-face? It can be over the telephone. It can be a speech. For example, the Prime Minister's message that comes like Man Ki Baat, he records the speech and that is beamed on television or on radio. When there is a news that you're watching, certain segment of the news is live, but certain segment or majority of it is not live. It's recorded and it's played after that. So when we talk about any of these communication which is oral in nature, we are hearing it. And when we hear, we don't hear the letters, we hear the sentences which can be broken into words, but words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now this fundamental aspect of words being broken into sounds is what pronunciation is all about. So let me repeat what pronunciation is. So pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation. We looked at certain examples of word stress where we emphasize on certain syllables in a word, where the emphasis is on certain syllables. We looked at sentence stress where the emphasis is on certain words in a sentence. Linking, we looked at certain examples, joining certain words together. Intonation, the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. I gave you certain examples for intonation as well. Now, why should we focus on the pronunciation as the first fundamental pillar of communication? Let me show you certain example. I'm going to type certain words and I'm going to break it down to sounds. This is to demonstrate why pronunciation is very important. Okay. Now, I have a word which is sir, right? Now, this particular word is pronounced as sir, Now this is a vowel sound. You will understand what a vowel sound is very soon. It's or r, sir. This is how we are supposed to pronounce. Now if you go in India, if you go down south in southern part of the country, the pronunciation changes of this word. Majority of the people pronounce the word sir as sar. Sar, can you please answer my question? So instead of saying sir, they say sar. So this is a pronunciation mistake. Now how do we identify it's a pronunciation mistake? Instead of a vowel sound they end up using a vowel sound a. Another example, the word is class and the pronunciation is k, l, a, s, class. This is how the pronunciation is. But people make a mistake. They say k, l, o, s. Instead of saying class, they end up pronouncing this as class. Okay. Now, why does this happen? It happens because of one fundamental issue that we call as regional influence. So let me quickly show you what do we mean by that. So we have two fundamental problems in English language when we speak. One is mother tongue influence. The second one is regional influence. People usually mistake the mother tongue influence as a pronunciation issue, but it's not a pronunciation issue. It's actually a regional influence issue. So whatever problem that we face in terms of incorrect pronunciation, it's because of regional influence. The reason it's a regional influence, because every region has a particular language and a dialect, and the sound pattern of that particular language and dialect impacts a third language or second language, which is English. Now what do we mean by mother tongue influence? Mother tongue influence is something that impacts grammar. For example, there is a sentence, lot of people, for example, I'm supposed to reach a particular meeting at 4 o'clock, but I was 20 minutes late, and they ask me, why are you late? And my response is, I came late. Why? Because I did not get a cab, or I did not get an auto rickshaw, or my bus was late. So what do I say? I reached late. Why? Because I could not get a cab on time. This why because is a wrong usage in English language. There is a Telugu word which is yendukante. So we do a direct translation from that word to English and we say why because. Now why and because cannot be together because one of the word which is why is a redundancy. The same thing applies to this particular example. I can able to come at 4 p.m. Can you able to come at 4 p.m.? Now this is wrong. Can and able cannot be together because they mean the same. So the correct form is I can come at 4 p.m. and the question is, can you come at 4 p.m.? So the word able is not necessary, it's redundancy. Now when you have a word which is redundancy, what happens is it leads to grammatical issues. That is what mother tongue influence is all about. We do a transliteration. Transliteration basically means literal translation. We do a literal translation from our vernacular language to English language, and that leads to a grammar problem. For example, a lot of us ask this question when we meet for the first time. We ask, what's your good name? Now, what do we mean by good name? That doesn't mean the person also has a bad name. In India, culturally speaking, a person's name could be Srinivas, but at home his friends or family calls him Srinu. So when they say what's your good name, they basically mean what is the name which is mentioned in your resume or in your certificate. That is what good name is. But in English language, it can be either good or bad, which doesn't mean the person has a bad name as such. So that is what mother tongue influence is all about, where we think in a particular language, a vernacular language, and we do a direct translation to English, and that leads to grammar issue. But here we are speaking about sounds, we are speaking about pronunciation. When we speak about pronunciation, we are supposed to talk about regional influence. In every part of India, like I said, there is a language, there is dialect. So the pronunciation pattern of that particular language or dialect influences English language sounds when we speak. And that is why if you go to certain part of the country, they pronounce the same words differently. For example, if I have a word which is America, if you go to North India, especially Punjab, Chandigarh, Delhi and all that, now the correct pronunciation is, if I have to break it down to syllables, America. So there are 4 syllables, America. Now in northern part of the country, they pronounce this as Rica. So they drop a syllable. Instead of saying America, they say I'm going to America. For example, the word which is school, there are 2 syllables, school. But in places like UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, they add another syllable. They pronounce this as school. Wherever there is a word that starts with the s sound, they add a e in front. So instead of saying school, they say school. Something like this happens here as well. For example, the word student, instead of saying student, lot of people pronounce this as student. So they add sh, they start it with sh instead of s. So how do we correct these problems? Now some of it comes because of the influences around us. This is how our teachers taught us in school. Unfortunately, even they did not know what is the correct pronunciation. When they keep talking with a wrong pronunciation, we all think that is the right pronunciation because they are the teachers, obviously they know the best and they are accurate and perfect. So we end up thinking that this is how the word is actually pronounced, but that is not the fact. Now why this entire pronunciation aspect is important? It's because it can lead to confusion when you are speaking to someone. There is a shift of sound that can happen, and that is what we need to eliminate. Let me show you certain examples of sound shift, why it can lead to a problem. I have a word which is leave and another word which is live. Okay. Now in case if you are watching something live on television, the same spelling is used, L-I-V-E, but the pronunciation changes to live instead of live. So I have leave, then I have live. If I have to break this down, the first one is L, E, V. The second one is L, I, V. So this E is something where the difference is. So here I say E, here I say E. Lot of people make this mistake, they interchange. They swap it, and that's where it leads to a problem. So if I have to speak a sentence, I want leave for 2 days as I am, let me correct the alignment. I want leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So please pay attention to how I'm pronouncing. I want a leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So this is live, this is leave. Now if I interchange the sound, now here I am talking about oral communication, and I interchange the sound and I end up saying I want to live for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to leave there. It's not I used to leave there, I used to live there. So that's a sound shift when you end up doing, it's a problem. Some people have the problem of a j and z. For example, page. So instead of saying page, they pronounce this as pays. Instead of pronouncing zone, they pronounce this as zone. Now zone is different. Zone doesn't work. There's no such word. There is no such word as pays as well. Okay. So when you make these mistakes, it's difficult to understand what exactly the person is talking about. Another example, there is a word which is must. Must means you should. They replace the second sound a. So this is must. They say mast. Now mast means the top portion of a ship or a boat. Both are two different words. So when you make a mistake like this, it leads to understanding issue, comprehension issue. The best example that I can talk about in terms of influences is this particular word. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Now what is the pronunciation of this word? There are two pronunciations which people usually say. One is schedule. Schedule, we can pronounce this as schedule. Let me change the color so that you can understand. You can either pronounce this as schedule, or some people pronounce this as schedule. So either you say schedule or you say schedule. Now let me tell you what is the correct pronunciation. In order to understand what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the influences and you need to understand the origin. Now English language primarily, we learned it from the British. So there is Victorian English and there is other English which is American English. Today the influences that you see, the way we speak, is primarily the impact of American English. But since we were ruled by British, we learned English from them, we are not very sure which one to use where. Now both their pronunciations are different for a lot of words. Let me show you the same word as an example for this. So when I have a word which is schedule, if I have to look at British pronunciation, now let me change the color so that you can identify what do I mean by this. The British pronunciation is schedule and American pronunciation is schedule. And this is a fact a lot of people don't understand. So the British pronunciation is schedule, the American pronunciation is schedule. Now in India, what we are doing is we are taking half of American pronunciation and we are taking half of British pronunciation, and we end up pronouncing this as schedule. This is where we go wrong because of the influences without understanding the root of it, without understanding the origin of it or the structure of it. Now how do we understand, or how do we make sure that we understand the sounds properly and we do not make any kind of pronunciation mistakes? So what do I need to do, and what do I need to do to correct this? In order to do that, we need to understand what do we mean by sound we know what is a pronunciation in terms of definition, but why is it different? Why is it difficult to get the correct sound in English language? We need to look at certain examples so that I can demonstrate that to you. Okay. Now I have a word here. Let's try this quick example. I have a word which is city. Okay. And I have another word which is cat. So we have city and we have cat. Now pay attention very closely. Now what is common between these two words? The first letter, of course. Both the words starts with the letter C. But when I look at the first word city and when I look at the second word cat, there is a fundamental difference in terms of pronunciation. Another example, we have giraffe starting with G. It's not giraffe, it's giraffe. And we have a word which is gadget. Here again, G and G, both the words starts with the same letter. But the fundamental difference is, when we have the word city, we can replace the word the letter C with a S. Even if I have S, I can pronounce this as city. There will be a spelling mistake, but the sound will be accurate. The same thing applies to cat. I can replace the letter C with a K and I can pronounce this as cat, which means the first letter, even though the letter is C, it carries the function of S, and when I have the letter C again, it carries the function of a K, cat. But if I use K and S, there will be spelling mistakes, but as far as the pronunciation is concerned, both are accurate. Likewise, in giraffe, it starts with a J sound and gadget starts with a G sound. Alright? So, even though the first letter is identical and same, but the sound is different. So, what do we understand from this? When we talk about sound, the same letter can carry two different sounds. That's why you got to be very, very careful when you speak in English language, when you understand the sound. Why does this happen? That the same letter carries different sound. For example, PUT is put, but BUT is but. So it's different, right? It happens in English language. It's because the language itself is a non-phonetic language. Please remember, English is a non-phonetic language. To understand what is phonetic, let's quickly read. Some languages are phonetic. That means you can look at a written word and know how to pronounce it. Or you can hear a word and know how to spell it. So there is a direct relationship between spelling and sound. However, English is not a phonetic language. It's a non-phonetic language. That's why what you say is not what you spell. So I can have two words starting with the same letters, but the pronunciation is different, since English is a non-phonetic language. Now compare English language with any other language. Say for example, Telugu, Kannada, Punjabi, Marathi, Hindi, any language for that matter. Whatever you write, you say the same thing. The pronunciation is same as the spelling. But in English, it is different, because it's a non-phonetic language. Now, in order to understand how do we determine what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the sounds. Now, what do we mean by sounds? How do we master it? Now, quick information I am giving you as a last part of this program, and tomorrow I will give it to you in detail. In order to understand the sounds perfectly, you need to understand the sound structure. And there are two kinds of sounds. One is consonant sound and the second one is vowel sounds. Now, what do we mean by consonant and vowel? So, if you look at this particular example, let me go back to my slide. You see this particular part, or let me make it simple for you. Okay. Now, what do we have here? we have A, B, C, D, and so on and so forth. So we have all the alphabet system here. So all the letters. So what happens is, when you have these letters in front of you, we are looking at it as the alphabet system. It's not alphabets, it's alphabet. Alright. So how many do we have? We have 26. Now something that you need to understand, this is something which we read in our or studied in our school. Let me change this a little bit. Yes. So we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, out of which we have 21 consonants and the remaining 5 are vowels. So 21 plus 5 is 26. But these are letters, these are not sounds. Okay. So in English language, we have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but you need to understand in terms of sound. Let me change this color so that you can differentiate. We have 24 consonant sounds and we fundamentally have 15 vowel sounds. Now this 15 vowel sounds are divided into 3. There could be more, but for quick understanding and for practical purposes, we talk about only 3 kind of vowel sounds. So we have 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. Your entire pronunciation is within the circle of 24 plus 15. If you pronounce a word which is beyond or which is out of this 24 and 15, that means you are making a pronunciation mistake. There are a lot of sounds which does not exist in English language. Say for example bh, say for example jh. These sounds, you will not find any word where these sounds exists. Now what are the sound that we have in English language? To understand that, we need to get started with the consonant sound principles. There are 24 consonant sounds, and tomorrow I'll talk about these sounds in detail. Please remember, once we finish consonant sounds, we need to understand the vowel sounds. We will do a lot of practice with these sounds. Then we need to understand syllable and syllable stress. Once you finish this, you will understand how you had been mispronouncing a lot of words and what is the correct pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, I want you to do me a favor, and most importantly, do yourself a favor. Whatever words you find it difficult to pronounce and you don't know the pronunciation, how to say it, please post those words in the comment section. Tomorrow's session, I will tell you how the pronunciation is, and I will also announce the name of the person who's saying this. Okay, so your name will be announced in Mana TV, so that's the good news for you. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll get started with the consonant sounds. All right. Thank you for tuning in. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. So we had been talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program. We are done with aptitude, now we are talking about communication skills. So as a part of communication skills, I spoke about 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I explained to you the communication tree, I explained to you the importance of pronunciation. Yesterday I also spoke about the problems that we face in terms of proper pronunciation. I explained how mother tongue influence is not a factor, but regional influence is a factor. We spoke about the phonetics, how city and cat being words that is starting with the same letter, giraffe and gadget starting with the same letter but carries two different pronunciation or two different sounds. City starts with a s sound and cat starts with a k sound. Giraffe starts with a j sound and gadget starts with a g sound. And I explained to you why does this happen. It's because of English being a non-phonetic language. I explained how there are different languages which are phonetic, which means the way we spell, the way we pronounce, both are same. But when it comes to English language, the way we pronounce and the way we spell could be different. I gave you certain examples like put is put, but but is but, it's not but. So the examples that I spoke earlier, city, cat, giraffe, gadget, likewise we can have tons of examples where a particular letter may not have the same kind of pronunciation which may exist in any other word, and that is because it's a non-phonetic language. And I introduced what exactly is the reason because of which this happens. That's because of English language has different consonant sounds and vowel sounds. I explained the letters, how we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, 21 consonant and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 5 vowel sound. So today I am going to explain what a consonant sound is, and I will also explain the 24 consonant sounds with examples. So let's begin. So consonant sounds are the manner of articulation is how air escapes from the vocal tract when the consonant or approximant, that is vowel-like sound, is made. Manners include stops, fricatives and nasals. The place of articulation is wherein the vocal tract, the obstruction of the consonant occurs and which speech organ is involved. And vowel sound are pretty straightforward. It's a speech sound that is made with no obstruction of the vocal tract. Now when you read this particular definition on the left and as well as right, it's pretty complex to understand what does it mean. Now when we look at the various consonant sounds, it's going to become easy for you. Okay, so like I said, there are 26 letters in English alphabet, but there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. So please make a note of this. Even though there are 21 consonants, but there are 24 consonant sounds, you need to understand how consonant is different from consonant sounds and how vowels are different from vowel sounds. You need to master this combination of 24 plus 15 in order to be perfect with the pronunciation aspect. Alright, so these are the sounds in English language as far as consonant sounds are concerned. I'm going to tell you how to pronounce these sounds. What I would suggest, if you're watching this on Mana TV Live, or if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching it YouTube Live or a repeat on YouTube, if you get the link and if you want to play it again, the way we're going to practice or the way we're going to understand this is I'm going to read each and every sound and then I will pronounce how it is done. Okay, alright, let's start the first line. The first line is, it's not P, it is P. So it's P, then it's B, T, D, K, G. Let me repeat. P, B, T, D, K, G. In line, CH is pronounced as ch. So it's ch, j, th, the, s, z, sh, j. I repeat, ch, j, th, the, s, z, sh, j. Fourth line, f, v, w. So there is a difference between the V and W. I'll explain to you once we reach there. It's f, v, w, h, r, y, l, and the last line m or m, n, and ng. Any word that ends with ing, this sound exists there. Now when you look at these 24, it's pretty confusing. You wouldn't be able to figure how to pronounce these. So I will include examples to help you understand how to pronounce these sounds. Alright, let's start. The first one, I want to start with the first line. I'm going to make a mention of this here. Here we go. So if you look at these examples, every sound I have mentioned 3 examples. In the first example, the sound is in the beginning. The second example, the sound is in the middle. And the third one, the sound is in the end. Okay, so let's start. It's pot, p as in pot, topple, top. Alright, now let me add some more words so that you can understand it. So I'm going to reduce this font size so that I can add more examples with the per sound for you. Alright, let's start. Picture, print, puddle. Puddle means whenever there is a water stagnation on the roads, like in a small hole or pothole, that's called a puddle. It's not poodle, it's puddle. Paint. Now I'm going to use certain words where the sound is in the middle. Topple, which we have already used. Couple. People. Shopping, where per is in the middle. Drop, now this sound is in the end. Stop. Top I have already used. Shop, where the sound is in the end. So wherever you see the letter P, you will have a per sound, but there is an exception. For example, if the word is photograph, so here even though we have the letter per, but it's not a photograph. We don't say photograph, we say photograph, because we have ph. Okay, now next one is b. For example, bat, bubble, cab. Let me give you examples, some more examples for this particular sound. Brick, biscuit, brim, basket. All right, now examples where the sound is in the middle. Trouble, cobble, double. Now here the sound is in the middle, the b sound. Now examples where the sound is in the end. Drib, crib, nib, like the fountain pen nib. Crab, we have crab. Okay, so some examples where the sound is in the beginning, sound is in the middle, and the sound is in the end. Now the next one is t sound. So let's look at certain words. Table, bitter, pot. Likewise, what you need to do is you need to come up with more such examples. I just showed you how to build more examples. When you do this exercise, you end up working on your vocabulary as well. So table, bitter, pot, desk, advice, loud, kite, disclose, mask. Now when you look at this particular example, disclose, you notice the letter K is not there, but you do have the sound. So you need to be very sure you're looking at the sound and not the letter. Okay, let's have certain example where the letter will not be there but the sound will be there. Let me reduce this. For example, cat, okay, cascade, dislocate, locate, locket. Now here both the letters C and K are here. Here the letter K is not there, but still we have the sound which is K, like locate, dislocate. For example, disc. Even though the letter K is not there, but the sound K is there. So this particular letter, when we look at as an alphabet system, it's just a letter, but when we look at it as a sound, it's a K sound. So don't look at it as a letter K, but look at it as a sound. This is the fundamental aspect which you need to understand when it comes to the pronunciation in English language. You may not have exactly the same letter, but you need to understand what does the letter signify in terms of sound. Okay, say for example the K, we have examples on your screen which is dislocate, locate, locket, disc. So none of these words, or for example cascade or cat, none of these words have the letter K in it, but still it has the pronunciation which is K. So once you master this, you will be able to understand the importance of the consonant sound. Let me change the font size for you so that it's easier. The last one of the first line, which is a G sound, goat, magnify, big. Goat, magnify, big, sorry. Now the next set of sounds that I'm going to talk about is ch, j, th, the. Only 4 I'm going to take, rest I will pair it together later. Ch, for example, chain, discharge, march. Now there is an important point that you need to remember. Okay, so you will think CH, if it's together, that means it's a ch sound. For example, chain, discharge, charge. Alright, so that means this, for example, some more example, perch, search, chin, cheek, cheer, chair. So all these words has CH, that means it's a ch sound. But what if I have a word which is this? What if I have a word which is this? A word which is CHEMISTRY. Can I say chemistry? No. The pronunciation is chemistry. Now here, this is CHROME. Can I say Chrome, like Google Chrome? No. The pronunciation is Google Chrome. So when you have a word, when you're comparing that, I have CH here. So let me remove this. So when I have CH, I say chin, cheek, cheer, chair. But here I say chemistry, chrome. You are obviously bound to get confused. Now the question is, why does this happen? It happens because that is how the word, the origin of the word is, that is how the pronunciation is designed. So that goes back to the root, that goes back to the origin of that particular word. The best way to understand how to pronounce these words is simple. Either you go to dictionary and look up for example. Now it may not be always possible to have a dictionary. Secondly, even if you have a dictionary, you can't understand how the pronunciation is. Now that everybody has internet or access to a system with internet, the best way to understand or learn pronunciation is Google. So I'll tell you how to do that. So open a Google page, enter the word, for example, chemistry. The moment you enter chemistry, it may not give you the pronunciation, right? So what you do, pronunciation of chemistry. What it does is, it immediately opens a YouTube page. And in the YouTube page, if you click, it will immediately give you what the pronunciation is. Now, if you want to have meaning as well as pronunciation, the best way to learn vocabulary along with pronunciation is just to type meaning of the word. Just say meaning of chemistry. What it will do is, it will immediately show you the results from dictionary. Underneath there will be this particular icon. Let me zoom in the page so that you can see it clearly. So what I did, I went to Google, I just entered meaning of chemistry. It shows me the meaning of the word. It also gives me example. Now what I do is, I need to activate my speaker. So once I activate my speaker, I need to unmute it and I need to click here. So let me try and show you. So that's a sound shift. So once you click, the speaker of your system will automatically prompt how the word is pronounced.
Chemistry. Chemistry.
I'm not sure if you're able to hear this, but every time I click, it gives me the pronunciation of that particular word. So that's an easy way to learn pronunciation if you have access to a system. So please make the best use of internet. 90% of people, the moment they get a phone with internet connection, now that Jio is giving so much of data for such less price, we use that ocean of information to watch movies, to watch songs, to watch some videos on Facebook and Instagram. Instead of wasting that time, you can do that just half an hour, 1 hour a day. But you have an ocean full of information which is available for free. So you can make the best use of it and learn even pronunciation from internet. Alright, let's continue. The next word or the next pronunciation that we need to understand is j. So we have ch and we have j. J, for example, joint, budget, charge. Now pay attention. The letter J is missing here for this particular word and for this particular word. So you need to be very, very sure how to pronounce it, and the best way to learn is either from dictionary or from Google. So J, joint, budget, charge, even though the letter is missing, but the sound is existing here. Then we have th, for example, think, breathless, bath, the, this, rhythm, breathe. So B-R-E-A-T-H-E is breathe, B-R-E-A-T-H is breath. Breathe is a verb, breath is noun. Okay, now let's move forward. I'm going to take the next set of sounds. The first one is sir, seal, mistake, miss, zoo, disown, breeze, shallow, location, brush, that is for sure, and je, we don't have any word that starts with a je sound, but we have pleasure, measure, treasure, all these words where the sound is in the middle, and then we have beige where the sound is in the end. Now what happens usually is we make a mistake in terms of these two sounds. So let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. So I'm going to talk about the first one. For example, if I have the word which is student, lot of people make a mistake and they pronounce this with a sh. Student. It's not student, it is student. Alright. Now when I have this particular word which is zoo, disown, breeze, now this is a z sound. For example, zebra. For example, zone. For example, zeal. Okay. Now what people make a mistake is they replace the z with a j. So what they do is they pronounce this as zebra, John, Jeel. So please don't make a mistake. The moment you replace the z with a j, it's a mispronunciation. It's not zebra, it's zebra. It's not John, it is zone. It's not Jeel, it is zeal. It's a z sound. Another mistake that people do is where they add a z sound where it's not needed. For example, listen. Now the listen word pronounced as l, e, s, li. So let me add a dash after that so that it's easier for you to understand. Okay, it's pronounced at li, s, n. Listen. They replace the s with a z and they say listen. It's not listen, it's listen. Even if I add ing, it's listening. You are not listening. I'm listening to music. It's not listening, it's listening. Clear? So don't make that mistake there. Now as far as the sh and j is concerned, let me add it up here. So we have shallow, location, brush. Now if you look at this particular word, the letter S and H is missing. But every word that ends with tion is not sh sound. For example, let me add an example here so that you can understand. So every theory that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to give you an example. For example, station. Now when I have station, I have station. The tion, basically I can say shion. Station, right? So tion means sh. Location, station, now dislocation, all these words, tion. Now imagine if I replace the word, I keep tion but I replace the first four letters. Here what happens is, instead of saying question, I can't say question because tion is sh sound. No. When I have the word question, the tion becomes ch n. So it becomes question. Alright. So please keep this in mind. Every word is pronounced differently. You can't apply the same rule of law. Now, j sound, for example, pleasure, measure, treasure, beige, all these are the words where you have the j sound. Okay. Now, let's move on to the next set. F as in fun, often, tough. Now look at this. I have the pronunciation of f, but the letter f is missing. For example, if I have the word which is photograph, photography, photographer. So anything pho here, it carries the function of a f, but the letter f is not there. So you got to be careful there as well. So you need to understand how it is pronounced. Clear? V, victory, level, brave, window, swift. That is the W. So now pay attention to way I pronounce or the way I make a difference between V and W. So V, the moment you have a letter which has the V, it's a V sound, and the saying is bite your lips, kiss your, bite your V's and kiss your W's, which means if you have a V, you will bite your lower lip. V, for example, victory, level, brave. If you have water, William, swift, window, wherever you have W, you will make an O. For example, window. I can't say it window. It's not window, it's window. So bite your V's and kiss your W's. That is a fundamental difference between the V sound and the W sound. Alright, let's move on to the next. We have H, R, Y, L. H, for example, hollow, adhere. So wherever you have the H sound, you may or may not have the H. R. Now this R is a soft R sound. It's not R. We can't call it as ring, market, charter. No, that's not how it's pronounced. It's a very soft sound. Ring, market, charter, chapter. All right. Year, yard, mayor, toy. L, listen, island, bottle. And the last set of sounds in consonant, M, for example, money, homework, groom. N, number, hunter, listen. Ng, every time you have the letter N and G together, that's an ing sound. For example, English, ringing, ring, listening, anything that is with continuation form, ing, singing, dancing, writing, painting, playing, you have the ing sound in the end. All right. So with that, we have all the 24 sounds done. Now what we're going to do in tomorrow's session is we're going to have a list of words where all these sounds are present, and we're going to practice it, and I will also help you to identify where to find these sounds. All right. Whatever words you have which you are not sure how to pronounce, please send that to me. I will help you understand how to pronounce these words. So thanks for tuning in for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion about different kind of attack methods what hackers are using to target our computers or our servers. So here in our last discussion we were discussing with how actually hackers can try to steal our passwords using spyware like keyloggers, or how they can try to steal our passwords if they have direct access to our computers using different kind of brute force or dictionary attacks or sniffing attacks or using phishing attacks. So today now we will discuss about what different kind of attack methods a hacker would use if hacker is not successful in stealing our passwords. So as we have discussed in our earlier sessions, we said hacker is trying to find out what is a vulnerability of a server or what is a vulnerability of a system and then try to launch an attack, but this is only done if hacker is somewhere on internet. Then we have taken a scenario where we assume that hacker is present within the network, and then we have seen how actually hackers are trying to launch attacks onto the system, that is by stealing the passwords. Now assuming hacker is not successful with both the cases, that is either trying to understand a vulnerability and launch an attack or by stealing the passwords, then hacker will try to destroy our systems or the data whatever is present here by using malwares. So now our discussion is about malwares. So let us see what actually a malware is and how this affects our systems and also our data. So here when you speak of malware, malware can be defined as a malicious software. So malware is a term which is used to define any kind of program which is designed to destroy or steal users' data or to destroy operating system related files or the required dependencies. So basically malware is a dangerous software which has been designed with an intention of either damaging or destroying the user data or the operating systems. Now when we speak of malwares, this can be distributed to us in different ways, like how we have seen earlier with keyloggers. Hacker can send this malware as a genuine software or maybe as a pirated application or as a crack or a keygen, or maybe hackers can attach these softwares to some other genuine softwares. Maybe a user wants to download MS Office. Instead of going into the official website, that is Microsoft.com, if a user tries to download this MS Office package from a third party, now there is no guarantee that the software is clean. It might be attached with some kind of malware which will in turn damage the user's computer or the data. So here when we speak of different types of malwares, we have things like viruses, worms, rootkits, ransomware, spyware, trojans. So like these are all like different sort of malwares are available there. Now the most common kind of malware that we are all aware of is something called virus. So we would have already faced this kind of issues in our computers as well. Maybe there is a virus infection and because of this sometimes our computers doesn't work properly, or maybe sometime you'll be able to boot up the system but maybe you don't have access to all different applications, or maybe when you try to run an application it will just crash, it doesn't run. So these kind of problems are faced by end users when there is a malware infection. So now let us discuss about these malwares one by one, and then we see what actually is a property, how does each malware affect a user's computer, and also we will see how hackers are able to make these malwares. So the first malware that we will be discussing is virus, which we are all aware of. Now generally speaking of virus, it is a program designed to destroy users' data or the operating system files. So it is either targeting the user data, whatever you have on your computer or on your mobile phone or your server, or it is trying to damage your operating system, so completely crash down your operating system, or maybe try to delete or damage your dependency files which are required for your operating system to function. Like say for example, what happens if some of the DLL files are removed from your operating system? Now DLL files are always required for your operating system to give you with its functionality or the features. Now if that dependency is removed or damaged, your application will not be stable. Your operating system might crash, or maybe your applications might not even start up. So here when we speak of what actually a virus can do, or what sort of features or what sort of properties a virus has. Virus is a program which is destructive in nature. So as I said already, virus is designed to damage our data or the operating systems. So here virus is destructive in nature, so it is designed to damage the user's data. And when we speak of virus, most of the users have a belief that if there is a computer which has some virus infection, this virus will spread from one computer to other computer. But in reality, a virus on its own cannot spread over a network. So it will not be able to infect other computers in a network on its own. At the same time, a virus will not be able to make multiple copies of itself. A virus will not be able to replicate in number. So these are like the properties of a virus. Okay, so it is designed to damage our systems, but will not be able to replicate or will not be able to spread over a network. So here let me discuss about few virus programs which are considered to be one of the most dangerous viruses. So here there was a virus called Nixem. Nixem.e is a virus name. So like how we have different versions of a software, right? For this virus also there is a different version called Nixem.e, and this particular virus was designed in such a way, once it is infecting a user's computer, it is trying to identify all the files that are present on the hard drive with extensions like .txt, which is generally used by our notepad files, or maybe .doc, our document files, XLS, your Excel files, .db, MS Access, or .ppt, PowerPoint presentations, PDF, that is your Adobe format, or .log. This is generally used for creating the logs from multiple systems and saving them. So once Nixem.e is infecting a user's computer, it will try to find out if there is any file with any of these extensions on the local hard drive, and then it just makes an index of it, just prepares a list of all the files which has these extensions. And once your computer's date is April 3rd, so once your computer's date says it is April 3rd today, Nixem would wipe off the contents of all these files. So Nixem will delete all the contents of these files. So maybe you have some PowerPoint presentations, or maybe you have some documents related to your projects, or maybe about your exam preparations or something. On 3rd of April, if your computer has been infected with Nixem.e virus, it will delete all the contents of it. So when you open that particular document file or a PDF or a PPT something, you will only see a blank document. You don't see any content. So everything is erased. So this is what happens with Nixem infection on our computer. Considered to be one of the most dangerous virus ever created. Now not only with Nixem, there are also few more viruses similar to this. So let me show you. There is another virus called Chernobyl. Now this particular virus is named after a city. It was in Soviet Russia earlier, now it is part of Ukraine. Now there in Chernobyl city there was a nuclear accident, and now there are so many people who are affected because of this. So a guy, he made a virus, he made a program and named it after Chernobyl, and he has made it in such a way this would automatically execute itself on April 26th. So this virus will automatically execute itself on 26th of April. So you don't have to execute any program, or you don't have to run something. Similar to Nixem, this application is also coded to execute itself on a specific date. Now 26th of April is the date when the nuclear accident happened in Chernobyl. Now the person who made this virus, the main intention is just to make sure that no one would forget what happened on 26th of April in Chernobyl. Now what this particular virus does, once it is infecting a user's computer, it just keeps on checking the system date, whether it is 26th of April or not. And if it is on 26th of April, it will erase our system BIOS and sector 0 of hard drive. So here You all know like BIOS is a chip where you have your program called post power on self test. Now if BIOS chip has been erased and the program has been deleted, you will not even be able to power on the computer. You will not even be able to start your computer there. So that's the danger here. Or let us say you just want to take away your hard drive and use it on a different computer which is still working on 26th of April. Hopefully that is not infected with Chernobyl. Now because sector 0 of your hard drive has been removed or erased, the other computer will not be able to detect your hard drive. So here this particular virus is directly damaging the hardware. So earlier when we speak of Nixem, it is only damaging the software or the contents of the user document files, but here Chernobyl is directly targeting the hardware of a user's computer. So like this, viruses will be able to damage our system data also, or maybe it can also damage our hardwares. Now there is another virus here, something called Happy Birthday virus. So this is also one of the oldest as well as one of the most dangerous virus ever created. Now Happy Birthday virus would spread via emails. So it is like on the birthday of a victim, assume like on your birthday you have received a greeting card via an email. So obviously you will feel very very happy because one of your friend remembers your birthday and they are also sending you with a wishes. Now once you open the email, it starts playing an animation where it just shows you with a cake, puts up a candle, also lights it, and then it will ask you like click on the candle as if like you are putting off the light. Now generally what we do is we light up the candle and then we put off the light. Now we start expecting like maybe some happy birthday wishes or song or something would happen, but what actually happens on your computer screen goes blank, so it doesn't display anything once you click on the candle. And then you will see here that your computer is restarting, and then finally there is a message saying operating system missing. So what actually happens with Happy Birthday virus, when you click on the candle, it is sending a command to format your C drive. So it is sending a command to format your computer's C drive where all the operating system and all the required files are present. So because your computer is already booting up from C drive, it will not be able to format it right away. So it just tries to restart, and when it is booting up, it will try to format the C drive. Now once it tries to format C drive, you will not have all the required files to boot up your operating system. So that's the reason you get a message, operating system missing, please insert the boot disk. So these how hackers are able to make different sort of viruses to either damage the data or maybe the hardware. So virus has only one thing, it is always designed to damage your data. So now let us see what other kind of malwares we have. So here when you speak of the next kind of malware, that is about worms. Now worms are actually designed to bring down the system's performance. So worms are not designed to damage your data, they don't harm your hardware, but they just try to utilize all the resources available on your computer and bog down the performance. Now what actually happens with a worm? It is non-destructive in nature, so a worm will not damage our computer's data, but a worm can replicate in number, so it can create multiple copies of itself, and then a worm can also spread over a network. So worms can also spread from one computer to other computer in a network. And when you speak of worms, they can also act as a carrier program for any other kind of malwares. So worms are also having a capability to take a different kind of malware from one computer to other computer. So assuming that there is a worm infection on a computer, now let us say there is a worm which is 10 KB in size. So it's just a very very small program, 10 KB. But assume the worm has been programmed in such a way it has to create 100 copies of itself for every 10 seconds. So now there is a small file of just 10 KB in size, but it is designed in such a way that it has to create 100 copies of itself for every 10 seconds. Now just imagine what happens there. After 10 seconds, it makes 100 copies. After another 10 seconds, it will make another 100 copies of all these files. So it's like this file has now become 100. Now all these files will again try to make 100 copies for themselves. So like this the process continues. It's like a chain reaction. Now for every 10 seconds, each of the file will try to make 100 copies of itself. Now just imagine if this particular process is happening on your computer for the last 2 hours or maybe 3 hours. What actually happens to your system resources? Now here, as long as your computer is running in, this process would continue. That is, each file trying to make 100 copies of itself. So now the problem is, when you speak of a worm is a program. It is a software. Now this program was made in such a way it has to make 100 copies per every 10 seconds. So who makes this 100 copies? This program has to be executed by your processor. So this particular program has to be executed by your processor. Now your processor will have to take up the program and then make 100 copies of itself. But again, this program is not finished. So it did not complete its activity. So it says, I'll come back after 10 seconds to request you for another 100 copies. So now your processor says, okay, this program is still being executed. It did not finish the activity. So to save all these files, your processor would say, put them into the RAM. So now after 2 hours or maybe 3 hours, all your computer's RAM is utilized by worms. So your worms are occupying all the available RAM. So your RAM is now full with all the worms, and your processor is also busy from all the commands coming in from your worms. So just imagine after 2 hours you have some millions of files which are already present in the RAM, and they are all coming back to the processor asking, please make 100 copies of myself. So now what actually happens, whatever the processor you may have maybe a Core i5 or a Core i7 or even a Xeon processor. Your processor is overloaded with all the commands coming from worms, and your RAM is also full with all these applications, all the worms. So at this time maybe you want to open up your web browser and check your email. Now the problem is your web browser is there on the hard drive. It's in your program files. So now your operating system will have to take all the files from your hard drive, put it onto RAM, and from RAM it has to send it to processor. But the problem is my RAM is already full. Now I don't have free RAM available. So it takes some time for my operating system to clear the contents from RAM and then put it in RAM there. So I'll have to wait for some time. And then after going in from RAM, processor is updated about a new information that user wants to access this particular web browser, maybe a Firefox or Chrome or something. Now processor is already busy with all the commands from worms, so it will not be able to immediately act on your request. So finally we come to a feeling that because there is some kind of infection, our computer has become very slow. So finally we say our system has become slow, and in general we always say that is because of virus. But in reality it is not because of a virus, but that is because of worms which are utilizing all your computer's resources. So worms would take up all the resources of your computer to bring down the performance. So this is what happens with worms. Now let us see with other kind of malwares. So here there is another kind of malware called rootkit, which is actually designed to prevent a user from performing some general activities like accessing a web browser or maybe a task manager or a command prompt. So maybe even you have already faced these kind of issues. When you try to access your command prompt or task manager, it says like access to task manager has been disabled by administrator. Now if you are already present in a corporate network and your computer is part of that particular domain, that can be understood. Maybe like administrator don't want end user to access the task manager or maybe command prompt and issue some commands. But if the same error message is seen on your own computer, on your personal computer, where you are the administrator, what does it mean? So here that is because of a malware called rootkit. Now what rootkit does, it is stopping you from accessing your files. Maybe a rootkit was designed in such a way that you should not have access to internet. So it will directly stop all the services required for you to access internet, like say DNS resolution, it will stop it, or obtaining IP address automatically from DHCP, it will stop that. Or maybe you don't want to access internet, it will just try to stop your web browser. So any web browser that you install, it will just stop the application, it will just crash it. So that's how a rootkit prevents a user from accessing some genuine applications or services. And not only stopping the user, a rootkit is also very intelligent. It will replace your operating system's original boot files with infected ones. So it is removing the original boot files from your operating system and then replace them with files which are infected with rootkits. So basically what happens here, when you are trying to power on your computer, you try to power on the system, your operating system starts booting up. Now along with the operating system, rootkit is also activating itself. Now this is a big problem there. Now once rootkit is activating itself along with the operating system, then it has full control over any other service or any other application that might start up. Now let us say I am already having an antivirus installed on my computer. Now when does this antivirus start up? Once my operating system finishes the booting procedure, then the antivirus related services would start, and then it will start checking for all the malicious behavior. But here the problem is, when there is a rootkit infection, rootkit is activating itself along with the operating system. So now when my antivirus tries to start up or the services are trying to start, rootkit also has a capability to stop that service. So even though I am having an antivirus, it's of no use, it will not be activated. So your antivirus will never be active and the services will not be running it. But as an end user, we are always in a belief that okay, we have installed an antivirus, so it is always taking care of securing my computer from viruses and all. But in reality, a rootkit has already stopped the services of this antivirus. So that's how rootkits will compromise our computer. And once rootkit is active, then hacker can continue with infecting our machines using viruses or worms or any other kind of malware, like say spyware or adware like this. And here when we speak of the recent trends, everyone is speaking about something called ransomware. Now here when you speak of ransomware, this is a malware which is designed to stop end user from accessing some data unless user pays hacker with some money. So here when we say ransomware is trying to stop you from accessing the data, it is exhibiting the property of a rootkit. It is stopping you from accessing something. But at the same time, if you are ready to pay some money, or if you are ready to pay some ransom to the hacker or whoever has made this ransomware, he is ready to give you with the decryption keys. Now generally what happens, a ransomware once infecting your computer will slowly encrypt all the user data. It will slowly encrypt all the user data so that all your data is changed or converted into an unknown format. So once the data has been encrypted, it will give you with a pop-up message or will give you with a notification saying that all your data has been encrypted, and now you will have to pay some money to get the decryption keys. So if you are ready to pay and you do that, you will be getting the decryption key and you will have access to your data. But let us say you are not paying the ransom, all your data will be deleted or damaged. Now this is the recent thing going on internet, where hackers are trying to make money from malwares or also by infecting your computers. So what we do now is, let us see how hackers are creating these viruses or worms, or maybe how they use ransomware to infect your computers, and then we'll discuss about other kind of malwares. So here I have some virus making tools. So I'll be using this application called JPS Virus Maker. Now here, as you all can see on the screen, this is how the application window looks like. So this is JPS virus maker. It helps us to create a virus and infect someone's computer. Now JPS virus maker gives you with some options which you can choose from. Like say you want to build a new PC. So you will be given with options like, do you want to have a Core i3 processor or a Core i5 processor or a Core i7 processor, how much RAM you want, what sort of a hard drive is required, and all. So you have choice there. In the same way, as a hacker, when you want to make a virus, you are also given with choice of different options by these virus making tools. So here I can choose some options like disable access to registry or disable access to task manager. So here when we say disable access to registry or task manager, it is like I'm stopping end user from accessing these things, stopping the end user from accessing the registry or the task manager. So this is what I was speaking of about a rootkit. It stops you from performing some normal or genuine activities. And then I can also say disable group policies. So any sort of group policies that are applicable on your computer will be disabled. Or I can say disable Norton or McAfee antivirus. So if your computer has Norton or McAfee antivirus installed, that antivirus service will be stopped. Or I can also say something like disable DHCP client. So on your computer, the DHCP service will be stopped. So it will not be able to request an IP address from your DHCP server. Or I can also say disable command prompt. So access to command prompt will be disabled. Or we can say disable access to security center. So your Windows updates, your Windows firewall or your Windows Defender, all these services will be disabled. So like this I'll be able to disable certain services, like say system restoration. You will not even be able to restore it back to a previous state. So this is how I'll be able to disable certain things on a user's computer. Not only disabling something, I also have some other stuff like say always CD-ROM. So when this option is selected, your CD-ROM tray is always open. You will not be able to close it. So if your CD-ROM tray is always open, you will not even be able to reinstall your operating system through a CD or a DVD. Or I can say turn off monitor. So your computer is working fine, but you don't see any display. So that's the option with turn off monitor. Or we can also say terminate Windows. Terminate Windows will completely damage your Windows operating system. So now, though it is a virus making software, it can give you with options of either a rootkit or a virus. And then you can choose some name. Let me say I'll choose a name as Office 2016.exe. So I'm choosing the name as Office 2016.exe. And in the advanced features, I will also choose an icon as a .exe icon and say create a virus. Now it has given us a confirmation that a virus program was made. Now let us go back and check the virus file. So here, this is how you have Office 2016 package. So this you will be able to distribute it to the end users, maybe through a file sharing service or through torrents, right? And once the end user downloads and runs this application, assuming that this is Office 2016, his computer will be infected with a virus, and all the things what we have selected, like destroying Windows operating system or maybe stopping the user from accessing certain services, what all things we have selected, all that will be affecting the user. Now this is with JPS Virus Maker, a free software. Similar to this, we also have something like Necro Virus Maker. So this is how we have the application as we see on the screen. So more or less all your virus making tools will give you with similar feature set. So here we have some options like destroy Windows. So when we say destroy Windows, your operating system will be completely damaged, right? Or we can say like destroy explorer.exe. So when we say destroy explorer.exe, it will just try to damage your Windows Explorer or the GUI application. And then we can select to make a virus. So that application will automatically generate a virus and show us the result. Now similar to this, we also have something called Poison Virus Maker. Now again here we have some options like adding the virus to startup. So whenever you power on the computer, virus is also activating itself. And then here I can say add 30 user accounts to the computer. So now on your welcome screen, you will see 30 different user accounts available there. And then I can say change password. So for the default user account, whatever you have already created on your computer, the password will be changed. So now it is activating the virus along with your operating system, and then it is also adding up 30 different user accounts onto the system, and then it is also changing your password. Now I will also be able to select an option, shut down computer after 1 minute. So now just imagine the scenario, you have downloaded a software, maybe MS Office crack or maybe your Windows 10 or Windows 8 crack. You have installed it and then it is asking you for a reboot. So once you restart, you see that on your login screen there are so many different user accounts which you had not created. You did not create it, but you are able to see all that. And then you try to log into your computer from your user account by typing in password and all. Then you realize that your password has been changed. It's not accepting that password. And by this, it will already be at least 1 minute for all these things to happen, and your computer will automatically shut down. So this is how hackers will be able to make viruses to damage your data, or not to damage your data. Hacker can directly say destroy your Windows operating system, or he can simply say like destroy computer. Now when he says destroy computer, all the data that is related for your operating system to function will be damaged. So now your computer will not have your operating system, so you just have to reinstall everything, reinstall your operating system, reinstall your drivers and all the application programs and all this. So this is how hackers will be able to make some viruses using ready-made tools. So to create a virus, you don't need to be a programmer. And then let us see about ransomware. So here I have a ransomware application. Now I'll show you what actually happens with this ransomware application and how someone can damage our data. So here, as you can see, I have an icon, something looks like a Google Chrome browser. So I can just send this particular application. Again, it's not very large, it's just 675 KB. So I can directly send this application to an end user saying like this is a Google Chrome standalone version, or maybe I can say like this Google Chrome has been modified to help you hack into someone's Gmail accounts or Facebook accounts. I'll just upload it to some website, or maybe I'll send it via torrents, and once a user downloads and tries to run this, so it looks like Google Chrome, so I'll just try to run this application. So here, once you run the application, you can see here on my screen there is a warning message given saying that all your important files have been encrypted. Now it is also saying that if you want to restore your files, you will have to pay for our special software which can decrypt it. Now he is also giving you with their email addresses on how to contact them, how to communicate with them. Now here if you check with different sort of icons which are already present on my computer. Now see this, when I try to access my Tor browser, it's already encrypted, so the data is encrypted and I will not be able to access this. So it doesn't work. Now see here, I have my notepad application which has some content, but see this, all the data has been changed into some unknown format. I will not be able to use it now, right? So that's how a ransomware will try to encrypt all the user data to an unknown format or an unreadable format. So if your computer has been infected with a ransomware, all your data is lost unless you are ready to pay for the decryption key. So now let me show you what actually happens for the decryptor. So in case you have communicated with the hacker and you are ready to pay whatever the ransom that hacker is asking you, hacker would give you with a decryption software like this. So you just have to run the decryption software, and then this decryption software will try to bring back all the data to a normal format. So this is the decryptor. So all I have to do is just try to run this application. So I'm just trying to run the application, and here as you can see, my Windows background and everything is restored back to the normal format. And see this, my Tor browser application is back and also my notepad application, everything is back to the normal working state. So now if I again try to run this ransomware application, I'll just try to run this again. So I'm just trying to execute it. Now see, again everything is back to the previous state, and here when I check with the Tor browser, it doesn't work, or I'm trying to reopen my notepad, it's showing me with all some garbage data. So you'll not be able to read and understand what actually it is. So here if you have to get back the information, you just have to run the decryption tool, which will give you back all the data on your notepad application. Again everything is back to the normal working state. Your Tor browser application, so again it is back. So this is how hackers are trying to use ransomware to encrypt all your data and make sure that you will not have access to it. Now if you want to get back access to the data, only way is pay the ransom to hackers and then get back access to your data. So here when you speak of different types of malwares like viruses or worms or even this rootkits or ransomware, how does our computer get infected with this? How do we get all these infections on our computer? So here the first source of infections is from end users activity. So we ourselves are actually the main reason why our computers are getting infected. So here if you are trying to download and install some softwares from an unknown website or a third party website, generally what happens, like I see most users are trying to download pirated softwares or pre-activated versions, or maybe the keygens or activators and all. Now what actually happens here is, assume like you are trying to download a software, assume you have installed MS Office. Now Microsoft is actually asking you to pay some licensing fee for MS Office and access that, but end user is not interested in paying for the license fee. So instead of paying for it, end user says, let me go to a third party website and download a crack or a keygen or an activator. Now who is making this activator or who is making this keygen or a patch? Obviously that should not be from Microsoft, and that is from a third party. Now when someone else is making a keygen or a patch, they also have to put up their efforts, maybe for some days or weeks. Now when they are working on a software maybe for 10 days or 15 days, is it like really they'll give you for free? So they have been working for 15 days to make a software, and now they are giving it for free, they are distributing it for free. So don't we suspect that there is something wrong here? So here what actually happens, the guy who has given you with this keygen or activator or a patch would have attached a malware, maybe a virus or a rootkit or maybe a ransomware, so that he'll make money from it, or he'll try to damage end users data. But in most cases end users are not aware of these drawbacks or not aware of these problems. So what they always think is like, okay, I'm just going on to a third party website, I'm trying to download a virus, I'm trying to download a keygen or a patch or an activator, and from this I'm just trying to activate my software, I'm not going to pay for any sort of license. But unfortunate thing is, end user is not realizing that whatever the patch or keygen that he is downloading from a third party might have some impact on his computer, that is by damaging the data or by locking down all the data in case of a ransomware. Now last year we have seen that there is a ransomware attack, WannaCry, and millions of computers which belong to home users as well as corporate networks have been infected, and all the data was being encrypted. Now hacker was demanding everyone to pay some money in terms of bitcoins. So again here they are trying to use some cryptocurrencies so that no one will be able to trace where is the money going into and who is taking this money, who is having access to the money and all. So end user is given with a warning message similar to what we have seen now, saying like you'll have to pay in terms of bitcoins with a money which is equivalent to some $300. Now there is a thing like some millions of users, if they want to get back access to the data, they'll have to pay $300 each to the hacker. Now just see what kind of things are going on internet. Now in most cases we are not really aware of what actually is happening there. So even if we see with the last few sessions what we were discussing, hackers are trying to capture our passwords when we are logging into some website or we are logging into some online account or a net banking account or somewhere. Hackers are also trying to steal our passwords by using phishing websites. Just by hosting a fake website, hacker is trying to steal our user IDs and passwords. Or maybe hacker can give us with a keylogger. Now this keylogger tries to steal all the user IDs and passwords, what all things we are typing on our computers. Or maybe hacker can use a virus or a worm to damage our computers or the data, or to slow down the performance, to bring down the performance of a system. Or maybe hacker can use something like a ransomware to damage the content, make money from it. So this is how hackers are using different sort of malwares to destroy users' data or users' computer. So in our next session we will be discussing about few more malwares like rats, and then we will see how actually a rat can be used by hacker to compromise users' data or to take over the full control of it. So in today's discussion we had a discussion about viruses, worms, rootkits and ransomware. Thank you all. Welcome back to our discussion on malwares and how hackers are using malwares against our computers to damage the data or to completely damage the operating system. So in our last discussion we were discussing with viruses, worms, trojans, rootkits and ransomware. So now we will discuss about trojans and rats. So here trojans or rats come under the category of backdoor applications, wherein a hacker can try to take control of our computer or our resource, maybe like a mobile phone or our servers, using these trojans or rats. So speaking of a trojan or a rat, these two applications, they contain two different modules. So first let us discuss about trojan and then we will see about a rat. So here when we consider a trojan, Trojan or Trojan horse contains two different modules. We will have a server module and a client module. So here we will have a server part of the Trojan and also a client part of the Trojan. Now the server part of this Trojan will be sent to victim. That is, hacker will send the server part of the Trojan to us, end users. Maybe he can attach it to any genuine software, or maybe he can bundle it as a crack or a keygen or a activation patch, and the client part will be there on the hacker's computer. Now the server part will be designed in such a way it has to open up a port on our computer. Now like if we are hosting a HTTP server or a web server, we will have port number 80 open on the machine. In the same way, the server part of the Trojan is designed to open a port. Let us say it is trying to open up a port number as 4455. So now on the user's computer or on the victim's computer, we will have an open port as 4455. Now client or the hacker using his client part on the Trojan will have to initiate a connection, will have to send a request to victim's computer on port number 4455, which will accept the incoming connection and also hand over the full control to victim. So here full control of the victim's computer will be handed over to hacker. But there is one particular restriction in these Trojans. Now here when I consider I have a network setup like this. So from ISP my internet connection is terminated onto a router. So this can be on a corporate network or maybe a home network, and from router I am having it onto my LAN network, and this is a victim's computer. Now let us say victim's computer has an IP address 192.168.10.10, Now router, it has a inside interface IP as 192.168.10.1, which is a default gateway for the victim's computer IP address, and ISP has given a public IP address here on the victim's side as 216.208.49.6. Now let us consider this is a hacker's computer which is somewhere on internet. Let us say hacker has an IP address something like 1.44.145.97. Now here the problem is, on the victim's computer we have the server part available, and there is also an open port 4455. Now on the hacker's computer we have the client part. So now as per the Trojan, client has to initiate a request onto the server part, means request should be initiated from the hacker's computer to the victim's computer. But here, as we can see with the kind of topology or the kind of network setup that we have, or that what we generally face in home networks or even in a corporate environment, if a hacker has to take control of the victim's computer, he needs to know what is the IP address of the victim's system, because without knowing the IP address we will not be able to establish any kind of connectivity or any kind of session to the victim's computer. But unfortunately there is no way that hacker can identify what is the IP address of the victim's computer. So because of this, a Trojan will not be successful over internet. So this will be working only in the LAN network or in the local network. But if a hacker plans to take over control of a victim's computer over a public network like internet, hacker will have to go with an alternate, that is RAT. So RAT stands for Remote Access Trojan. So RAT also contains two parts similar to a Trojan. So it also has server and client parts, but this time the server part will be there on the hacker's computer and the client part will be present on the victim's computer. So hacker will have to send the client part of the RAT to victim, and server part will be running on the hacker's computer itself. So this is opposite to what was happening earlier in Trojan. In Trojan we were saying the server part is there on the victim's computer and client part is there on the hacker's computer. But here in case of a remote access Trojan, the server part is present on hacker's computer and client part is present on the victim's computer. Now as we all know, client has to initiate a request to the server. So here you will be receiving a request from the victim's computer. So hacker will receive a request from the victim's computer and then he will have full control over the victim's system. So here with all different attacks what we have been seeing so far, we have seen that hacker is always launching an attack on the victim's computer. But here victim's computer itself is connecting back to the hacker's computer. So this we call as reverse TCP connection. We call it as reverse TCP connection. Now in general it is like hacker always try to access victim's machine, but here victim itself is connecting back to the hacker's computer. So now here we are just changing the location where the client and server is present. So now we don't have the server on the victim's computer, but this time server will be present on the hacker's computer. So on the victim's machine here we have the client part and the server part is on the hacker's machine. Now as we say, client has to initiate a request to server. As long as this computer, as long as the user computer is able to access internet, your reverse TCP connection will always be successful. Right. So now using reverse TCP connections and RATs, hackers are actually able to launch an attack and take over control of the users' computers or maybe their mobile devices and all. So now we will see how do we actually create a RAT, how do we create the client and the server part, and how do we go with this. Now to use a RAT or to create a RAT, it is not directly possible on a Windows computer because the RAT application whatever we use from Windows operating system will be identified and blocked by your antivirus applications. So to overcome this particular restriction, hacker will have to use something called Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is a Linux operating system which is very specially designed for launching attacks onto some user's computer. So this has been very specially designed for penetration testing and auditing. So let us see what actually Kali Linux is and how does it work. So here when we speak of Kali Linux, as we already discussed, this is a specially designed Linux distribution meant purely for penetration testing and forensic investigation. So it is designed for penetration testing and forensic analysis, and Kali Linux is a successor to Backtrack Linux operating system. So initially there was an operating system called Backtrack, an update or a newer version to Backtrack operating system, and now this Kali Linux is actually based on a Linux flavor called Debian Linux. So now generally when we speak of Linux, we have two major distributions. One is based on Red Hat flavors and other is based on Debian. So when we speak of the most widely used desktop operating system for Linux environment, say Ubuntu. Ubuntu is actually based on Debian, and Kali Linux is also based on Debian itself. Now earlier Backtrack was actually based on Ubuntu. So just to make the development and all the things faster, developers have directly started using Debian as a base platform for Kali Linux. Now let us see what actually Kali Linux is for and why it is different from other Linux operating systems. So generally when we speak of Linux operating systems, we always come across the name as Red Hat or Fedora, CentOS and all, but these versions are completely different from Kali Linux. Now Kali Linux, as we already said, has been designed only for penetration testing. So Kali Linux cannot be used for our day-to-day activities. This is designed for penetration testing, and this operating system Kali Linux has been designed right from the kernel level to support all the applications that require root privilege. Now here when we say root, this is actually equivalent to administrator privilege in our Windows computer. So here even if we say with the discussion between Windows or Linux, which is better or which is more secure, in most cases people always come up with a conclusion saying that Linux is better than Windows in terms of security, and that's actually true for the old versions of Windows and all, because Windows was designed in such a way that most of your applications are running as an administrator. So even if there is a malware infection, that malware infection also gets administrator permission on your computer. That's not the case with a Linux operating system. So Linux, you will not have root permission for any application. You will be using this as a normal user. But when it comes to Kali Linux, we require root permission for every application. So this is quite opposite to how Linux operating systems work in general. In general, Linux operating systems does not use or does not give root permission for any application. They are all running at the user level. But here in Kali Linux, because it was designed specially for penetration testing, that is, in short, this has been designed for launching attacks and testing how secure a system or a server is, we would require root permission for every application. So right from the kernel level, this operating system has been redesigned or has been rewritten to support root privilege with every application here. And then Kali Linux also comes with tools that are pre-installed. So if you have seen with our past few sessions, when we are using Windows operating system, maybe for footprinting or scanning, launching an attack, or maybe even for something like sniffers. So we have all the tools downloaded from internet. So we'll have to download it from a third-party developer website and then install it. So these tools are not pre-installed in Windows, but here when it comes to Kali Linux, all the tools that are required for launching attacks or performing any sort of penetration testing, they are all pre-installed. So when you download and install Kali Linux, all the tools and the required frameworks for launching a penetration testing, is already present, they are already available, and Kali Linux is not intended to be used as a daily driver. So this is not a Linux operating system which we can use for our day-to-day activities like say Ubuntu or CentOS. So we can use Ubuntu or CentOS or Red Hat, Fedora and all for our day-to-day activities. But Kali Linux is not an operating system which was designed for day-to-day activities or day-to-day operations. Now we will see what actually this Kali Linux can be used for. So this can be used for auditing a host or a network for finding out vulnerabilities. So you can either use some tools which are available in Windows platform, or you will also be able to use Kali Linux operating system to launch attacks or to perform penetration testings. Now Kali Linux can be used as a pen testing tool. It can also be used to launch exploits against vulnerable host. Kali Linux can also be used to perform simple activities like footprinting or scanning and all. So if you are not going to use Windows based applications or tools, you will still be able to do it from Kali Linux. And Kali Linux can also be used to crack passwords of wireless networks. So here Kali Linux can be used for multiple purposes. It can be used for performing footprinting or scanning or trying to launch an attack, or can also be used to understand what vulnerabilities are present on a machine, can be used to crack your passwords, can be used to crack into wireless networks, can be used as a phishing tool. So Kali Linux has all the required tools or the required frameworks which will help us to perform these attacks and compromise a machine. So here we will be using Kali Linux operating system now and try to create a RAT. So we will be using Kali Linux to create RAT. Both the client part and the server part will be created now using Kali Linux, and then we will try to perform this attack. Now to do this, we will use few frameworks or few applications in Kali Linux. So here I am going to use a framework called Metasploit framework. So I am going to use Metasploit framework in Kali Linux to launch the attack. Now Metasploit will give me with options of creating the client part as well as the server part, and also to accept incoming connection and take full control of a victim's computer. So here I'll try to launch an attack on a Windows based victim. So here for Metasploit I have to run this particular service. Now Metasploit is already pre-installed, as we already said. Kali Linux comes with all the required applications and frameworks, but Metasploit is purely a command line based approach. So you have to remember all the commands and you will have to follow the proper syntax and type the commands. Now if you are not so much comfortable with remembering all the commands and the syntax to be followed and all, then you have a package called the FATRAT. So this particular package, the FATRAT, helps you to create the client part. So this helps you to create the client part of the RAT, and then using Metasploit console, we will try to create the server part. So now we will be using this FATRAT package and also the Metasploit console to create the client and server part respectively, and then see how we can perform an attack and take over the control of a user's computer. So let us start with the Kali Linux. So this Windows 7 machine will be our victim, and then this is our Kali Linux machine which will be used for performing all these activities. So Kali Linux is mostly based on command line approach. So here I just have to verify if I have a proper IP address assigned on my computer or not. So to check the IP address, we will be using the same command as Linux operating system, ifconfig. So when I say ifconfig, here it is showing us with what is the IP address assigned on our computer. So I have an interface called ETH0, which is my Ethernet, and the IP address is available as 192.168.1.63. Then I should also check whether I am able to reach internet or not. To do that, let me just try to ping 8888. So here as you see we are getting a response, it's good. We are also able to reach internet. So now let us start with the FATRAT package. So to start FATRAT package, I have to give a command FATRAT. So I just have to give a command as FATRAT. So now FATRAT application would start checking for all the required dependencies, and if everything is okay, it will start the required applications. So here it says like whatever the client package that you are going to create, do not upload this to VirusTotal. That's because once you are uploading it to VirusTotal kind of website, your antivirus applications will come to know how FATRAT is working and they will try to block it. So we should not upload this to VirusTotal. So just continue. Now here it is going to create the Metasploit services. So here as we can see on the screen, once the FATRAT package is initiating, it gives us with a menu option. So here as I said, I'll be trying to go with attack towards a Windows operating system. So here I'll be using option number 6, that is trying to create a fully undetected backdoor using PwnWin's application. So FATRAT has different applications inbuilt. So here I am going to use something called PwnWin's, which will help you to create a fully undetected backdoor. Fully undetected because this will not be identified by your antivirus systems. So here all we need to do is just choose the option. So here as we can see, FATRAT has given us with many options. So we just have to choose the option number here. So I am choosing the option number as 6. Now it goes on into the menu for PwnWin's application. Now here it says what exactly you want to do. Do you want to create a batch file along with PowerShell scripts, or like do you want to create a C# file or a Apache related file, that is a .exe, or do you want to create a .exe using C and PowerShell? So it gives us with different options, but say I'll go with the first option wherein I'll be creating a batch file along with PowerShell scripts. So option number 1 is being chosen. Then it says you have an IP address as 192.168.1.63 on your computer, and you also have some public IP address, but if you have purchased a public IP from ISP, you can use it, but if your public ISP is not purchased, it's better you go with the private IP. So I'm going on with the private IP address here. So I'm just defining the private IP address of my system as a listening host. So here listening host means which IP address should accept incoming connections. So here as we have said, we are going to create the client part of the Trojan using FATRAT. Now the main responsibility of the client part is once it is downloaded and executed on the victim's computer, it has to connect back to the hacker. So in the client part, we are defining what is the IP address of the hacker's computer. So here I am defining it as my computer's IP 192.168.1.63, and then the next question is what should be your listening port, on which port your client has to connect back. So I will take up a port as 4455 as per our example. So on port number 4455, victim's computer has to connect back to hacker's computer. And then it says like what will be the name of your application. So I can say name of my application as KAV, so that I can tell the end user that this is Kaspersky antivirus. So user would also believe it, okay, that this is Kaspersky antivirus, he is trying to download and install or download and run this. Then finally it is asking you what will be the payload or what will be the kind of attack. So here I will choose the attack as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. I am choosing the attack as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So we have already discussed that reverse TCP is a connection where victim's computer is connecting back to the hacker's computer, and now we are trying to target a system which has Windows operating system installed. So I'm going on with option number 3, that is the payload will be Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. Now it tries to create the required client part. So let us wait for the application to be created. So once you are back into the menu, it means that your client part has been generated. So now let us minimize this FATRAT package. Now we don't require this. Now let us go back to our home folder. So within the home folder here we have the FATRAT folder. Within FATRAT folder we have output. So here we can see this batch file, that is a kav.bat. So this is the file what we have created. So now I will distribute this application to my victim, saying that this is Kaspersky antivirus installer. You can download and install Kaspersky using this. Okay. Now I can either upload this into a file sharing site, give them with a download link, send it via torrents, or I'll just put it on my web server. So by default Kali Linux comes with Apache server pre-installed. So I'm just trying to put up the application here. Now this is how my web page looks like. So just says if you want to download Kaspersky antivirus, you can click on the link. So when a user clicks on this particular link, he will be able to download the Kaspersky antivirus application from my system. Now here, what actually is this Kaspersky antivirus as per the hacker? That's nothing but the client part of a RAT. So far what we have done is we have used FATRAT package to create the client part, and then we have also pasted this particular client part onto the default location of our Apache server. Now the next part or the next step is to prepare the server part. So now we have to prepare the server part so that we can accept incoming connections from the client computer or the victim's computer. So to do this, we give a command msf console. So here we don't have any package like FATRAT where we just have to choose some options. We'll have to remember and type the commands for creating the server part. So once we give a command msf console, Metasploit framework will be initiated, and here you can also see the difference in the prompt. Instead of saying root@Kali, which is telling you what is the username and what is the system name, now the prompt says MSF. So that stands for Metasploit framework. So now let us start creating the server part. So to create the server part, our command goes like this. We can say use exploit multi-handler. So here exploit is a script or the service which is being used. So multi-handler is a service which is available in Metasploit framework, which will help us to accept incoming connections. But incoming connections from what? So here we will have to be very specific about incoming connections from our Meterpreter sessions or the Windows reverse TCP. So we say set payload. So this is the payload what we have given in the application as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So we are going to define the payload as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP, and then we have to say set listening host or L host as our Kali Linux IP address, which is 192.168.1.63. So we are telling the multi-handler application that if requests are initiated by a payload called Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP and the sessions are coming in towards 192.168.1.63 on a port number which is defined as L port, say 4455, you have to accept it. So we are telling the multi-handler application if request is initiated by a payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP onto an IP address 192.168.1.63 on port number 4455, accept it. So when we say exploit -j, now your server part is initiated and it is ready to accept any incoming connections onto your hacker's machine. So far using FATRAT we have created the client part, and then we are also placing this in the default root location of the Apache server, and now we have also created the server path using Metasploit console. Now we just have to wait for end user to download and run the application. So once he is able to download and run the application, we can take over full control of the victim's computer. So now let us go back to the victim's machine. So here let me just try to access the hacker's computer, 192.168.1.63. So here we are able to view the same web page that's hosted by the hacker. Now here I will say try to download this Kaspersky antivirus application. Now this is what generally happens with all of us. We go to internet, we start searching for some website where we can download a cracked version of antivirus or a cracked version of Windows or MS Office or something. Then we end up downloading the software from an unknown web page. So once we download this, let us just try to execute and run this. Now here as you can see, there was just a flash of a command, some random characters have been shown, and then it has disappeared. Now as an end user, we are still not sure whether Kaspersky installation has started or not. So what generally we do is we keep waiting. We just keep on waiting for Kaspersky application to start the installation procedure. But what we did not realize is once we download and install the application, our computer has sent a request back to the hacker's computer. Now here we can see that there is a request coming in from 192.168.1.33 towards 192.168.1.63. So victim's computer has sent a request to the hacker's computer, and unfortunately victim is not aware of this. So here hacker can directly get connected to the victim's computer by giving a command sessions-i space 1. So here this is a first session, or this is a first computer which is connected to the hacker. Assume there are 10 computers connected, hacker can choose that particular number and he will have direct access to that particular system. So once connected, now we have direct access to the Meterpreter session. So here we can use some commands to view what is the content of the victim's computer. So the first command I will use is something like sysinfo, which tells us details about the victim's computer. So it says the computer name is CS Pro PC. Operating system is found to be like Windows 7, build version 7601, and service pack 1 is already installed there. And it says the architecture as x86, means it says that yours is a 32-bit computer. And then it also tells the language of the computer as English, and the time zone configured as IN, that stands for India. And it says the computer is part of a work group, it is not belonging to any domain. And it also says currently one user is logged into the user. So one user is logged into the system there. So this is how we get all the details about the system. Now not only with the system, we can also give a command like screenshot. So it will try to capture a screenshot and save it on our home folder. So a screenshot of whatever is visible on the victim's computer. So now let us access the home folder and view the screenshot. So this is how it says this is available on the victim's computer. So once we go back to the victim's machine, yes, that's the same thing. And when all these activities are being done by hacker, victim is not aware of any of these activities. So now let us see what else we can do. I'll give a command shell, and if you recognize this prompt, we now have direct access to the command prompt of the victim's computer. We are directly accessing the command prompt of victim's machine. Now let me give a command net user. So it tells us how many user accounts are present on the victim's computer. So it says there is a user account called administrator, there is a user account called CS Pro, and there is a user account called guest. So there are totally 3 different user accounts present here. Now let us verify this by going back to the victim's computer. So let us see like how many user accounts are actually present. So here as we can see, administrator, CS Pro and guest, there are 3 different user accounts. Good. Now hacker will also be able to create a new user account here. So I'm saying a command as say net user Raghu, and I'm giving my password as say Raghu at 123/add. Now here it also says that my command is successfully executed. So now there should be a new user created on the user's computer, on the victim's computer, called Raghu, and password of that user is Raghu at 123. So now let us check that. Let us go back here and just try to refresh this. Now here we can see that there is a new user account called Raghu. So here there is a new user Raghu created, and when we look into the properties, this user is actually not an administrator, he is only a normal user. Okay, so now we will see if we can make this user as an administrator, or we can promote him as an admin. So let us go back to the hacker's computer, and then we say net local group administrators. So into this particular group administrators, we are adding the user Raghu. Now it says again your command has been successfully executed, so that's good. Now if we go back to the victim's computer and look into the properties of this new user, now this person is part of administrators group as well. So he is not just a normal user now, he is also part of admins group. So this is how hacker will be able to create new user accounts on your computer, or he can also change over the password of the existing user. So I can say net user CS Pro. So this is a user account which is already present on the system. And now for this user account, let us say I'll change the password as 1234. So I don't know what is the actual password of the user account. I don't know what is the original password, but the password has been changed to 1234. Now here if we look into the victim's computer, we don't see anything suspicious. You don't see any activity happening there on the victim's machine. So not only accessing the command prompt, hacker will also be able to remotely initiate a keylogger. So we can say key scan start. So once we say key scan start, it will automatically start a keystroke sniffer on the victim's computer. So now let us say on the victim's computer I am just trying to access something. So I am trying to access this particular web page, Twitter, and let me give a username as test@yahoo.in and password as 12345. So this is only a keylogger, so I don't have to log in there. So now let us see if these keystrokes have been captured by the hacker or not. So I can say key scan dump. So here as we can see, user has been typing Twitter and control written, that is control enter to access the web page, test@yahoo.in. So that was a email address given, tab to go into the next field, and the password was given as 12345. So without the knowledge of end user, hacker is also able to capture all the passwords of an end user there. And not only with trying to steal the user IDs or passwords, hacker will also have full access to victim's computer file system. So here when I look into present working directory, it says that currently I am into the C drive of the victim's computer. Now I can check for all the applications or all the files that are present here by giving the command ls, similar to what we do in Linux environment. So here if you see, it shows us with all different files and folders that are available on the C drive of victim's computer. So here there is a file called autoexec.bat. So let us try to download this from victim's computer to our computer. But before we do this, let us access our home folder to see if we have any file with the name autoexec.bat. So here as we can see, there is no such file. So now let us try to download it from the victim's computer to our machine. So download space whatever the file name you require, autoexec.bat. So here as you can see, you are able to download that particular file onto your computer. So now let us go back to home folder and check this. Now see, here we have this file autoexec.bat. Now in the same fashion, like how we are downloading these files, we will also be able to upload it. Let's say I'll upload a file with the name as keylogger.batch. So I can say upload keylogger.batch. So a new file with the name as keylogger has been uploaded. Now this is a batch file. Now let us verify the files on victim's computer now. So when I give a command ls, here you can also see that there is a new file called keylogger.bat, which is a batch file. Now this can be a virus, this can be a keylogger, this can be a worm, this can be a ransomware or a rootkit. So not only downloading or uploading some contents to the victim's machine, we will also be able to remotely execute it. Execute -f keylogger.batch. So I'm also trying to execute it, and here as we can see on the screen, a new process has been created on the victim's computer. So now without the knowledge of victim, without the knowledge of the end user, you have full access to the file system of the machine. You are able to download some files, you are also able to upload something, and you are also able to execute it. So here if you look into this, you are able to access all different files on the system. You are also able to download or upload contents. Not only this, if victim's computer has a web camera connected, you will also be able to click a picture from this command using webcam snap. So when you give a command as webcam snap, it tries to click a picture from the web camera. So here there is no webcam connected on the victim's machine, so it gives you an error that there is no web camera available. But if there is a webcam connected, assume victim is using a laptop where it has a camera built in, you will also be able to click the picture. You will also be able to say record mic and give the duration, let's say 120. So for the next 120 seconds, it will start recording all the conversation or all the sounds that are happening near the victim's computer and send the audio to you. And before you disconnect from the victim's computer, you can also give a command clear EV, which tries to clear all the logs on the event viewer. Now event viewer is something on victim's computer, or say any Windows computer, which has all the logs. So here when we access event viewer, here we will be able to see all different logs. So here there are some 1600 logs related to different applications on my Windows computer. Or if I look into my security related logs, there are some 1400 logs available, right? So like this, my operating system saves all the logs about my computer or about my operating system on what all things are happening here. But now victim has downloaded an application without his knowledge from a third party, and hacker is also able to remotely control his mission. Now see, once we give this command clear EV, all the records are deleted from the victim's computer. So all the logs have been deleted. Now once we go back to the victim's computer here, now let me just try to refresh and see if we still have some logs. So now see, there are no logs available. So everything on my event viewer has been deleted. So as an administrator, I don't have any proof of what actually happened on the computer. I don't have any log which says that so and so activity happened, or some application was installed, or something went wrong on a machine. So like this, when you download and install an application from an unknown source, without your knowledge, you will be able to download and install, and without your knowledge, someone can just try to remotely access your computer and do all the damage. So here, the only mistake that end user has done is downloading and installing an application from an unknown source. So in the same fashion, just imagine when you are downloading some softwares, maybe it can be an antivirus application, or it can be a crack for your Office package, or maybe a crack for your operating system, or something else. If you are downloading any sort of pirated software, a crack or a key generator, imagine how dangerous it is. And now here, as we can see, though we have been doing multiple activities, there is no clue of what is happening on his computer. So end user is not aware of what all things are happening there, and everything seems to be working fine. So you will never realize what actually a hacker is trying to do on your machine without your knowledge. Right. So always be careful when you are downloading some things from internet, because when you try to download and install a software, maybe it is a Trojan, or maybe it is a rat, maybe it is a ransomware or a rootkit or a virus which is trying to damage all your data, or maybe take over full control of your session. Right. So this is how rats can be used by hackers to take over full control of a victim's system. So that is with today's discussion. Now in our next session, we will be discussing about how hackers are using rats to take over control of mobile phones. And nowadays these kind of attacks are actually increasing in number. Hackers are trying to take over someone's mobile phone into their control and then have access to all the data. So that we will be discussing in our next session. Thank you all. Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion about how hackers are using rats to compromise our systems and take over full control of our devices. So in our last session, we have discussed about how hackers are able to take control of our Windows based computers using remote access Trojans or rats. So for this, we have gone with the Kali Linux operating system, and we have used the package called the FatRat. Now FatRat is designed to help hacker create a client part using which hacker will take over the control of a user's computer. Now we are going to use the same application, the FatRat, to create a client application which will be targeted towards our mobile phones. So here today, if we see with most of the user activities, most of them are dependent on their mobile phones rather than their computers for doing any of the online transactions, or maybe communicating with someone, exchanging their emails or messages and all this. And at the same time, hackers have also become smart to take over control of users' mobile phones and then try to monitor all the activities. So in this case, when we speak of mobile phones, the largest market share is with Android operating system. So here I am going to show you how Android operating system or mobile phones or tablets which are running on Android operating system are being compromised. So let us see with how a hacker can compromise a mobile phone by tricking us. Now let us go with the practical part. So let us start with the FatRat package. So as usual, to start with the application, we give a command as FatRat. Okay, there seems to be some error with my internet connectivity. Let me just check this. Okay, seems like I am not connected to the proper network. Okay, so now let us check with our network connectivity. Okay, it says like we do not have a proper IP address on the interface. So let me just show you how do we configure IP addresses. Let me obtain IP address through my DHCP. If config ATH0, okay, looks like we have IP address. Now let us start with this. So the command we have to give is fatrat. So this will start with our fatrat application. Okay, so now it says like internet and all is connected properly. So same as earlier, fatrat would check for all the required dependencies to see if everything is working fine. So if everything is okay, then we have the menu option available as usual. So here earlier we have used the option number 6, that is creating a fully undetected backdoor using PwnWinds. So this is when we are trying to target a Windows computer. But now, as discussed, we will be targeting a mobile device which is running on Android operating system. So I am going on with option number 1, that is creating a backdoor using MSFVnom. So MSFVnom is a package which is available in Kali Linux within Metasploit framework. So this MSFVnom has been designed to help us create the client part. So we have multiple options. So I am using the option as MSFVnom. Now within MSFVnom, as we can see here on the screen, we can create backdoor applications for different kind of operating systems, for Linux, Windows, Android, Macintosh, or we can also go with some web technologies like PHP, ASP, JSP and all. But here I'll be choosing option number 3, which is creating an backdoor application or creating a signed Android package. So option number 3 is chosen. So here it says I have an IP address as 192.168.1.103. So here my listening host address or the hacker's IP address is 192.168.1.103. And the listening port, so this can be any port here. So I can take this port as 4567. I'm just taking the port number as 4567. Now it is asking us what should be the name of the file. So whatever the client application that we are going to create, what should be the name of this? So for the client application, let me take the name as Fortnite. So I'm just giving the name as Fortnite, so that for the end user, I'll be telling that this is a Fortnite game and they can download and install it. So once the name has been given, now it is asking us what should be the payload or what should be the kind of attack method. So here I'll choose the attack method as Android Meterpreter Reverse TCP, which is a third option. So once the options have been chosen, application would generate the payload and also the application. So it will create a valid APK file which we can distribute it to our end user. Okay, so now the file has been generated. So once we are back into the menu, it means the APK file has been created. So now let us minimize this. We don't require this now. So once we go back to our home menu, so here we have the fatrat package. So within fatrat package, there is a folder called backdoor. So here we can see we have a APK called Fortnite. So now this is the client application of our RAT, or this is a client application of the package what we will be distributing it to the end user. So let us place this APK into our web server. So here, as we know, Kali Linux have a web server inbuilt. So I'm just trying to place this application here, and this is how the web page looks like. So if a user wants to download Fortnite application, he can directly click on this and he will be able to get the application here. So far what we have done is we have created the fake application or the client part of the RAT using fatrat, and then we are also placing this on the default root directory of our Apache server. So the next step is to create the server part. So for creating the server part, let us go with MSF console. So to initiate this, the command to be given is msf console. Now this will start the Metasploit framework console and give us access to this. So here, as we can see, we have a prompt for Metasploit console. So now let us give some commands which would prepare our Kali Linux to be as a server. So the first command is use exploit multi-handler. So here multi-handler is a service which is responsible for accepting all incoming connections from the user. So here we are going to use the exploit as multi-handler, and then let us set the payload. So the payload is Android Meterpreter reverse TCP. So the payload here is Android Meterpreter reverse TCP. So earlier we have used this payload as Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP when we are targeting Windows operating system. So here, as we are targeting Android package, our payload will be Android Meterpreter reverse TCP. Then let us set the L host. So the L host is 192.168.1.103, which is our Kali Linux IP address, and the L port is 4567. So this is the same port number what we have used for creating the client path. And then we say exploit -j. So now our Kali Linux machine is ready to accept incoming sessions. So here let me just download and run this package on one of the Android device here. So once the victim downloads and installs this application, end user will be able to run the application package, assuming that this is the actual game. But here what happens in reality is that's not the actual game there, but instead you are actually giving him with the client part of the Trojan. And here, as we can see on the screen, once the application has been downloaded, it is creating a remote session to the end user. So here let us get connected to the victim's device. So once the session has been created, here we can see that the session number is 1. So I am getting connected with the first session. So here in the Meterpreter, let me see what sort of a device is this which is connecting to the hacker's computer. So the command to do that is sysinfo. So here, as we can see, it's running on Android version 8.1.0. That's almost the latest version except for very few devices. And it says kernel version is 3.10.108. So it shows us what is the version of Android that is installed on the device. So we know what operating system is installed on the victim's computer or on the victim's mobile or tablet device. Now we can give a command geolocate. So this shows us where exactly the user is present based on the location coordinates. So here, if we check with this location coordinates, this is how it is showing us. So all we have to do is copy the location coordinates and go back to Google search. So when we try to access Google Maps with this particular location coordinates, we'll be able to see where is the user present. So that's how it shows us the location of the person. So based on how effective is the GPS, you'll be able to pinpoint the person or the user maybe like around a 1 or 2 meters range. So you'll know the exact location of the person. Or not only with the location of the person, you will also be able to get all the information from his mobile phone. Like say, I can give a command dump contacts. So this will directly download all the contacts from the user mobile and put it onto your system. Or in the same fashion, we can also give options like dump call logs or SMS messages and all. So here, as we can see, based on how many contacts are available and all, it takes some time to download all the content. So it says like it has saved it into your system with this particular file name. In the same way, just like contacts, we can also say like dump SMS. So this will directly download all the SMS messages from the user's mobile into your system, right? And not only this, you will also be able to say send SMS. So when you say like send SMS, you will also be able to create and send a message to someone from victim's mobile. And not only this, you will also have full access to the victim's mobile file system. So we can say cd/sd card/. So once we give this command and we say ls, you will be able to open or you will be able to view all the contents of the file system there, what all things are present on his device. And similar to what we have seen earlier with the Windows system, you will be able to use the same command downloads to download any of the content. So you can say download and give the particular file name. You will be able to download it from victim's mobile device or their tablet to your system. But be very careful when you are trying to download this. So let me say I'll try to download this particular file. Be very specific about what things you are trying to download, because if you are trying to download a very large file, like say a 1 GB or 2 GB content, maybe end user doesn't have that sort of bandwidth available, so it might disconnect your session. So be very careful with this. So here, as we can see, it's just trying to download that particular file and save it onto our computer. So it is saving it. Open G apps. So this is how we have the package available. So this is a file which has been downloaded from the user's mobile device. And not only this, we will also be able to run a command webcam snap. So this will actually try to click a picture of the surroundings or the environment, whatever the camera on the victim's phone is able to see. So once we give a command like webcam snap, just tries to click a picture and then tries to show us. So here maybe the image quality is not so good, but still let me just try to zoom in. Okay, so this is how it just tries to show me. But let us say like we are not satisfied with just a picture. We will also be able to do a live stream. So once we say like do a web camera stream, it just tries to open your web browser and then tries to put up a live stream of what all things the victim's mobile device is able to view. Still taking some time. Okay, there seems to be a session disconnection here. So let us just try to run this application again. Exploit -j. So it's just trying to run this. Now let us wait for the victim to connect back. Sessions -i --3. So here, as you can see, it's like I'm just trying to point it towards my system and all. So we can see like there's a live stream of what all things the victim's camera is able to see. So what all things the victim camera is able to view, we'll also have a live stream of all that. And all these things would happen without the knowledge of end users. So end user would not be aware of what all things are actually happening there. So he will just think like his mobile phone is idle, not doing anything. But in reality, his mobile phone is actually sending in all the recording stream back to the hacker. Now this is actually happening in because victim is just trying to download and install an application somewhere outside the official Play Store or the App Store. Now the only problem is when we see with most of the users, if they have to purchase some games or apps, they are not really ready to do that. So instead of purchasing it from the official Play Store, they go to a third party store where they can download the applications, download them and then install it. Now this is what technically we call them as side loading the apps. So side loading apps is not at all a security thing. So security would be compromised because of this, and if you try to download and install an application, there is no guarantee that the application what we are getting is genuine. It may be modified by the hacker. So once it has been modified by the hacker, all the activities of end user will be visible to the hacker, and not only running with your live camera and all, hacker can also say record mic and give a duration. So for the next 120 seconds, what all things that are happening on the user's surrounding or the victim surrounding will be recorded through the microphone and will be sent to the hacker. And the worst thing, hacker can also say hide app icon. So the application whatever you have downloaded and installed, the Fortnite game, that icon itself will be disappearing from the app drawer. So as an end user, you will just think like maybe that application was not installed properly or that was uninstalled or something happened, because you don't even see that application icon there. Now this will also make it very, very difficult to see what actually is happening on your device. So you'll have to be very, very careful about what sort of tools or games that you are trying to download and install on your mobile devices. So the best way is always try to download things from the official app stores or the Play Stores. Do not download it from a third party website, because you are never really sure whether it is clean or it has been injected with something else. It may be a malware. So not only hacking into users' computers, but hackers are also capable of hacking into your mobile phones. So Kali Linux can be used to do all these kind of activities, that is hacking into someone's mobile phone or maybe into their systems and all. Now not only with these particular activities, Kali Linux can also be used to help a hacker hack into someone's wireless networks or Wi-Fi networks. So today if we see with most of us, be it in a home network or be it in the corporate environment, we are all dependent on wireless networks. So generally when we speak of any wireless network, we'll be having a Wi-Fi access point connecting us to the internet, and now we will connect all our mobile devices or laptops and all to this Wi-Fi. So let me show you what actually happens here. So we'll be having a Wi-Fi access point, and now this particular Wi-Fi access point can give us signals in certain range. Let us say it can give us signals in a range of 20 meters. So this is how the access point is available, and this access point has a range of 20 meters. So any person or any mobile device which is capable of connecting with a wireless network, if it is present within this 20 meters range, will be able to identify that there is a wireless network. Assume there is a system here A which has a Wi-Fi card connected. So it can identify that there is a wireless network available somewhere nearby and will be able to connect. In the same way, I am also taking up another user B. So these two systems will be able to access internet by connecting into the Wi-Fi network. Not only with internet, they will also be able to access our local network or the local resources. Now assuming A and B are both employees of this particular organization, or they belong to this particular wireless network, so there is no problem when these two people connect to the Wi-Fi and access something. But assume there is a hacker who is within this particular range. So now as we say, our Wi-Fi access point can give signals for a 20 meter range. Hacker who is also present in the same range will be able to view that there is a Wi-Fi access point available. So what he can do is he can see the SSID of our Wi-Fi network. Now SSID is nothing but the Wi-Fi name. So whatever the name that we are assigning for our Wi-Fi network is called as SSID, Service Set Identifier. Now hacker based on the SSID will identify that okay, there is a Wi-Fi network somewhere nearby, but when he tries to connect to this particular network, as we all have seen in most cases, your Wi-Fi access point would ask us for a password. It would request us to type in a password, and based on the password we will be able to authenticate and join the network. But here, as a hacker doesn't know what is the actual password of this network, he'll have to break the password. To do this, hacker can use a technique called sniffing, which we have discussed earlier. So hacker will have to use sniffing, that is trying to capture the traffic, between a client system and access point, between a client system and access point. So hacker will have to capture the traffic between the client computer and access point, and then he will be able to get the actual password. Now here when we speak of the passwords, our Wi-Fi network have different sort of passwords like WEP, Wired Equivalent Privacy, WPA, Wi-Fi Protected Access, or WPA2, Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2. So these are the three different types of encryption standards that are available, which will protect our data. So here when we speak of WEP, this uses an algorithm called RC4 with 40-bit encryption. Now WPA uses an algorithm RC4, same as what was used in WEP. WPA2 uses an algorithm AES, which is different from the other two standards. But when it comes to the key, both WPA and WPA2 would use a 48-bit IV, which would initiate your session, and then a 128-bit master key, which is used for securing the data. Right. So here when we see, out of all the three different types of encryption standards, WEP, which is only using a 40-bit encryption, has the weakest encryption standard. WPA and WPA2 are using two different keys, a 48-bit key for the initial session and the 128-bit key for the data transfer. Now here when we speak of this 128-bit key, this is again unique to every device. So if there are 10 systems connecting to the access point, 10 systems will have 10 different 128-bit keys given by the access point. So things are actually more complicated when it comes to WPA or WPA2 networks. And now today if we see with most of our devices or our operating systems, they do not even support WEP networks. You will only have support for either WPA or WPA2. So now let us see how a hacker can sniff the traffic with this WPA or WPA2 networks and steal the passwords. So for this, hacker would have some specific requirements, that is, hacker would require a compatible Wi-Fi card, and he would require Kali Linux operating system. So Kali Linux is already available. Now we just have to make sure that our Wi-Fi card is compatible, right? So I'll be showing you which specific card is compatible for this sort of activities. Now let us see what actually hacker does. Now as we said, without knowing the password we will not be able to capture this. So hacker will have to use sniffing technique to capture the traffic between one of the associated device, one of the client and the access point. To do this, hacker will have to keep his Wi-Fi card into something called monitor mode. Now monitor mode is similar to Prometheus mode, like what we have done in the wired or Ethernet networks. So placing his Wi-Fi card into monitor mode, hacker will be able to capture the traffic. But problem with WPA or WPA2 networks, here not only using two different keys for encryption, but when it comes to the authentication, user's device will have to authenticate only once. User's mobile device has to authenticate only once, means when device is first time connecting to the Wi-Fi network, it has to authenticate, or maybe when the device is disconnected or it is going away from the access point, coming back into the network range, then it will have to connect. So authentication would not be repeated multiple times. So assuming I have an access point and there's a laptop or maybe there is a mobile phone which is already connected to this particular access point. Maybe now this client system is connecting for the next 8 hours or 10 hours. We don't have to re-authenticate multiple times. So only for the first time when we are joining the network, we have to authenticate, and if that is successful, we can continue for any number of hours or any number of packets can be exchanged. But if we are trying to restart the computer, or maybe we are going away from the access point's range and then we are again coming back in, or maybe for some reason access point itself was restarted, we'll have to re-authenticate. Now here hacker is going to use the exact same thing to launch something called a de-authentication attack. Hacker is going to launch something called a de-authentication attack, where hacker would force all the connected devices, like all the connected laptops or mobile phones, to disconnect from the access point once, and when they are trying to reconnect, hacker can capture the password. That is because, as we said, client systems are only connecting to the access point once. So as a hacker, if all the devices are connected to the access point, there is no way for us to do something. That means there is no way for us to capture the password. Either we have to wait till a new device is connecting to the network, that is a new device should be joining the network, or we'll have to go with de-authentication. And de-authentication is always the best option here. So let us see what actually hackers are trying to do and how they will try to crack the password. So for this I am going to use an inbuilt suite in Kali Linux called Airmon suite. So let me just quit the fat rat package. Now we don't require this anymore. So let me directly run this Airmon suite and see if we can capture the passwords or not. So for this I have to connect an external Wi-Fi card to my system. So once the Wi-Fi card is connected, I just have to run a command airmon-ng. So it has to identify my wireless card and show us the result. So here as we can see, if it is showing us with the result, what is the name of our wireless card, what is the chipset, and what is the driver being used and all, so then it means that our Wi-Fi card is compatible for this activity. So once we make sure that our Wi-Fi card is compatible, next let us try to place this Wi-Fi card in Prometheus mode. So for this we say airmon-ng start WLAN 0. So here WLAN 0 is the name of our Wi-Fi card. So here as we can see, it says that our Wi-Fi card is placed in monitor mode, and the monitor mode interface has given a name as WLAN 0 mon. So WLAN 0 mon is the name of the Wi-Fi interface, whatever has been placed in monitor mode. But here if you observe, application also says that there are 3 services running in my system which might interfere with my activities. So I would say stop the services. To do that, I give a command kill and the process ID, whatever the number is shown here for that specific process, we'll have to kill that. Okay, so I'm just trying to kill the unwanted services. Now here if I say if config, I should be seeing another Wi-Fi interface called WLAN 0 mon, which is my monitor mode interface. So once the monitor mode has been enabled, now we'll have to see what all Wi-Fi networks are available around us. So for this we say aerodump -ng WLAN 0 mon. So once we say aerodump -ng, we will be able to see all different Wi-Fi networks which are available here around us. So we just have to let this application run for some time so that we will be able to see all the Wi-Fi networks, and also like if there is some traffic passing on through or not. So here as we can see, there are so many networks available. So let me just try to stop this. So here I am trying to crack a network called Wi-Fi, which is using WPA2 encryption, and there is also some data traffic going on. Now for us to launch an attack and compromise this particular network, all we need is the MAC address of the access point. So here sometimes most of us think like if we enable the option like hiding the MAC address or hiding the name of the SSID will protect our Wi-Fi networks from hacking attacks. That's not true. So here hacker would just require the MAC address of an access point. So here let us start capturing all the traffic. So for this I'll be running a command aerodump -ng -bssid, give the MAC address of the access point, -c, we'll have to mention the channel. So here when we speak of the channel, we'll have to check it here. So let us say so this particular access point is running on channel number 7. So we'll have to mention the channel as channel 7. And let us try to write all the files or all the traffic, whatever we are trying to capture between the mobile phone of the user and the access point, into a file called test. And all these activities should be done using WLAN 0 mon interface. So here it just tries to capture all the traffic on channel number 7. But as we can see, we don't see any kind of WPA handshake. That is because the client is already connected to the access point. So now let us just try to create this de-authentication attack. So for this we say airreplay -ng -0. -0 is for launching the de-authentication message, which tells all the client systems to disconnect from access point. So I'll say send this message 2 times. So this will be broadcasted twice as if it is coming in from this access point. So I'm saying that the source of the message should be looking like the access point's MAC address. And for all these activities, I'm going to use WLAN 0 mon interface. Now see, I'm trying to broadcast this message twice, and here we have a WPA handshake available. Now here if you see, there's no prompt on my system or somewhere that your Wi-Fi has been disconnected and you'll have to reconnect. So this all happens in the background. So once this has been captured, if we actually look into the files which are saved here on my desktop, we can see that there are multiple files like test-01.cap, test-02.cap and all. So these are the files which have been captured by our aerodump command. So now what we are doing is we are going to launch an attack on this particular 2 files to see whether we are able to get the actual password. To do that, I am going to run a command aircrack-ng. So aircrack is going to help us to crack the passwords. So I am going to use a password dictionary file called passwords to crack the password of this particular access point with the MAC address. And then I have to say try to crack the file called test-02.cap. So here as we can see, it tries to crack the Wi-Fi network password and shows what actually is the original password. So here even your wireless networks are not really safe if someone can capture the traffic between your user's computer or the user's mobile device and the access point. So how do we stop these kind of attacks and all? How do we protect our wireless networks or our mobile devices and all? We will discuss in the next session. Okay, so far we have seen like what all different attacks hackers are able to do. So then we will discuss about the countermeasures in the next session. Thank you all. Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion about how hackers are trying to compromise our systems and how do we secure them. So in the last few sessions we were discussing with different kind of attack methods how hackers are trying to compromise our systems or our servers. So today we will be discussing about how do we protect our resources and what all countermeasure techniques we have to follow. So here when we speak of countermeasures, countermeasures are those techniques or procedures which are to be followed to secure our networks or our data from different sort of intrusions. So in short, countermeasure is just a precaution or maybe a procedure what we use to protect our data. So here let us discuss about countermeasure techniques for different sort of attack methods what we have been discussing so far. So first we have taken an assumption that hacker is somewhere on internet and he is going on with collecting the details about our network and then trying to launch an attack. So the first technique that we have discussed is something called footprinting. So here just let me rewind what actually happens in footprinting. In footprinting, hacker is collecting all the information about a targeted host or a targeted network from publicly accessible resources. Like say hacker wants to find out all the details about our server or about our networks. He is going on with different websites like Netcraft, technicalinfo.net, or maybe hacker can use some tools like SmartWhois or SamSpade to find out details about our servers. So here when we speak of details, hacker is trying to find out what kind of operating systems are being used, what sort of applications are installed, where exactly the servers are located, and what range of IP addresses are available. So here as we say, hacker is collecting all the details from publicly accessible resources. That is, in short, he is getting information from internet. So here, being an administrator of any organization, though our responsibility is to protect our data, we will not be able to stop this footprinting activities of a hacker because hacker is not directly accessing our resources or our servers. Hacker is trying to collect all the information from internet which is already available on a public domain. So here when hacker is performing footprinting, we will not even be aware of his activities. So footprinting we will not be able to prevent it. So let us go with the next step that a hacker does. So in hacker, after going on with footprinting, he is going on with scanning. So here when we speak of scanning, hacker is trying to scan our networks or our servers to find out more information. So here when we speak of scanning, there are things like identifying live host, understanding how many systems are actually present in the given range of IP addresses, understanding what all open ports are present on a system, and then how many vulnerabilities are present. So here let us see one by one. So here when we speak of identifying live host, we said hacker is trying to use some tools called IP address scanners or IP scanners. Now we all know that these IP scanners are using ping request. So here all the IP address scanners are trying to use ping to find out how many systems are present in our network. So here when we speak of IP address scanning or identifying the live host, we can deny all ICMP traffic, so that if a hacker is trying to identify how many systems are present in our network, we will be able to prevent his activities. And then when we speak of open ports. So that is the next step that every hacker does. So in open port scanning, hacker is trying to find out what all open ports or what all services are running on a machine. So to prevent this, we say we'll have to disable all the unused services. So maybe your server operating system may have so many different kind of services running in. So here the countermeasure is, if we do not require all those services, we will have to disable this. Not only on a server, this can be the same case with your firewall or even with the router. And we can also use a firewall to stop this port scanning. So when we use a firewall and we receive request from hacker's computer asking us for multiple open ports, a firewall would deny that. So we'll see what actually a firewall is in the same session. And then speaking of vulnerability scanning, so this is the last step of scanning activities, wherein a hacker tries to identify what actually is the weakness on a system, what is the vulnerability of a system. So here we all know that vulnerabilities can be present on the operating system or on the application whatever is installed, or maybe because of the configuration. So here, to prevent vulnerabilities or vulnerability scanning to be successful, we will have to go with operating system and application level hardening, or we can also use an intrusion prevention system which can identify and block this vulnerability scanning attempts. So we will see what actually this operating system hardening means. So here in operating system hardening, this is a procedure of securing a system's operating system. So it can be your laptop or your desktop, or it can be your server. So the process what we follow to protect our operating system is called as operating system hardening. Similar things can be done with your applications also. So here when we speak of operating system hardening, the first and foremost thing is we'll have to use genuine operating systems. So it is always recommended that we use genuine operating systems and applications, so that even if a hacker is trying to find out some vulnerabilities, it will not be so easy, because genuine operating systems would always receive timely updates from the manufacturer. So your software developers are giving you with all the updates. So any issues which are found have been fixed. Now not only with the genuine operating systems, we also have to make sure that all the security patches which are released, it can be a security update or it can be in the form of a service pack, we'll have to download and install this. Now here again, when we go with downloading and installing a security patch, there are certain precautions that we have to take. So here when we speak of the precautions, not all security patches are compatible with your existing applications or services. So maybe there is a chance when you download and install a security patch, it might create a conflict or a stability issue with one of your existing application. So the best way is download this security patch and install it on one of the test machines. Check if this security patch is fixing up all the issues or not, and then also try to see if it has any sort of compatibility related issues with any other package or application that we are using. So if it does not have any kind of compatibility related issues and it is also secure and it is also trying to fix the existing problem, then we can go ahead and deploy this onto the live environment. So this is how we'll have to go with testing a security patch, and once that is done, we also have to go with some group policies where we can define what actually is a privilege. So here there is a concept called AAA, which is generally used in terms of network devices, which stands for authentication, authorization, and accounting. So this is a very common practice that is in place with every network. So here when you speak of the first term, it is authentication, that is who is accessing our resource. It can be a server, it can be a router, it can be a firewall, or it can be any data. So here we have to first authenticate the person, authentication, as we all know, like say we are trying to access our Gmail, we are giving our email address and password, or we are trying to access our net banking, we are giving our net banking user ID and password. So here authentication is a process where a user proves to the system that he is a actual person, he is a correct person to access this data. So here authentication can be in a form of a user ID and a password, or authentication can be in a form of your biometric like a fingerprint or a voice recognition or facial recognition. So once a user is verified and authenticated, then the system will have to go with the second step, that is authorization. Okay, user is authenticated, but what can he do? Now the best example here, when we speak of our operating systems, we create different types of user accounts like administrator account and a normal user account. So when we speak of the main differences here, administrator has full privilege. He will be able to install or uninstall applications, activate or deactivate certain services or features of the operating system. So this guy who has administrator privilege will be able to manage everything on the system. It can be on a desktop or it can be on a server. But here when we speak of a normal user account, this user will not have any privilege to add or remove certain applications or enable or disable certain services. He can only use those services which are enabled by the administrator. So authorization is where you give a permission. If a user is logging in, what can he access? Is he permitted to access Firefox? Is he permitted to access my C drive? Is he permitted to access my D drive? Okay, he is permitted to access my D drive. What can he do? Can he only read the information, or can he also write the information, or can he also edit or delete it? So what sort of permissions we are giving in? That comes under authorization. And then finally it comes to accounting. Accounting is where you see which user is actually logging in, from which computer, how long he was logged into the system, so when did he log in, when did he log off, and what all activities he has been doing in. So this is a concept of AAA, or in short we can call it as AAA. It stands for authentication, authorization or accounting. So this is about user level control. So we are giving some user level controls. What actually a user is permitted to do. So that will also help us properly secure our systems. So we have to give certain group policies to control what actually or what sort of data can be accessed by a user. And then we should also be creating a baseline security template, saying like, let us say in my organization I have a concept called bring your own device, where end user can bring their own systems and connect it to the office network. Now assume I have 100 people working with my organization. Now all 100 people are bringing in their laptops to get connected to the office network. But how do we say that all these 100 computers are safe? We cannot say that. So what we do, we create a baseline. We say that all the systems should have a genuine operating system and a genuine antivirus application installed. So here I am just taking a precaution that if there is a genuine operating system and a genuine antivirus installed, I don't have to worry about any sort of vulnerabilities or any kind of malwares. And then I should also say that user should have installed the latest service pack. Now I can tell the user that if user is trying to use Windows 7, I will say user will have to install service pack 2. Without service pack 2, I will not let the user access his computer in the network. Or now user is going on with Windows 8, I would say user should have Windows 8.1 update installed. Without this I will not permit him. Or if user is trying to use say Windows 10, we say at least Windows 10 version 1803 should be used. Anything before that will not be permitted. Or no user is coming up with a Linux operating system, I would say he should have the latest security updates related to 2018.10, that is all the security updates of the month October in 2018. So if these updates are not installed, we are not going to permit him to access any resources in our network. So that is what we call as creating a baseline security template, and all the systems should have minimum requirement fulfilling this baseline security or higher. So this is how we can go with the countermeasure for operating system related or application related vulnerabilities. And of course, along with this, we also require IPS, which I will be explaining now. Now here, assuming a hacker is successful in finding what is a vulnerability on a server even before we have taken the necessary precautions. So hacker would try to launch an attack. So technically we call this as an exploit. So hacker is trying to launch an attack on the system by understanding what actually is the vulnerability there. So here, as explained earlier, we'll have to first try to fix what all vulnerabilities are present. So for this we go with patch management. So in this we have different steps, that is trying to understand what is the vulnerability, understand the vulnerability. So we'll have to first understand what actually is this problem there, and then download the security patch. Downloading the security patch is the second step. Then the third step, test it on a test machine. So we'll have to test whether this security patch is compatible with all the other applications or services what we are using, and it is also stable. And then finally deploy the security patch. So this is how we go with. So we'll have to first understand what actually is a vulnerability, then download the security related patch, then try to test it on a test machine, and then finally deploy it. So let me show you how we can find out if there are vulnerabilities on our system or we are missing any security updates. So in order to find out what vulnerabilities exist on a computer, as we have been discussing earlier with our scanning session, administrator can perform a vulnerability scan. Administrator can perform a vulnerability scan on all the systems in the network by using applications like Shadow Security Scanner or Nessus or Accutenix, and then he will also have to check with the available security patches or see what all missing security patches are present. So here, to view all the missing security patches, we have to run an application called Belarc Advisor. It is a free application, can be directly downloaded from belarc.com. It shows us all the missing security patches information of our computer. Now, missing security patches doesn't mean only for our Microsoft products. It will also show us missing security patches for any other products also. So here, when we look into this, it says the security benchmark scoring on this particular computer is 0.63 on a scale of 10. So it says that this system is really not secure, and it says related to antivirus protection it is up to date, but when it comes to security updates, it says 123 security updates are missing in here. So this is the status of this particular computer. So when we scroll down here, it shows us what is the operating system that we have used, what is the service pack installed, and what is the build version. Tells us a language which is used, and also the time zone and when exactly it was installed. Also tells us what is the system platform. So I am running this on a virtual machine, so it says this is a VMware virtual platform. And then coming into the processor, it tells us what kind of processor is used on this computer, and then what is the motherboard, information about our hard drive status, and also information about the memory, how much RAM is installed. Then also tells us information about the user accounts which are present and also the privilege level. So if a user account is disabled, it just shows a cross mark there. Then coming into all the missing updates, all the security fixes. So here it shows us with all the security updates which are missing in. And here, as we can see, it also tells us how important it is. whether it is a critical issue or is it really important or it is low risk. So it is also showing us what actually is the severity level, whether it is high risk or low risk, or whether it is really very important or not. So like this, it just gives us with list of all the missing security updates on this computer. So once we have this information, we will be able to directly go into that particular link and try to see what actually is that particular update about. Okay. So might be Microsoft is not directly giving us access to it, but no issue. Let me just look in for something else. Okay. So it says like the product what is installed on my computer, the Shockwave Player version 12.2 has been installed somewhere in 2017 and I would require an update. So the solution is I have to install 12.31.201. okay, so this the current version installed is 12.2, which is old, and as per Adobe they says I have to install 12.3.1.201, and they are also directly giving us with the link where we can download it. So this is how Belarc will directly redirect us to the location where we can download the available security patch and secure our computer. So this is how Belarc will help us understanding what all security patches are missing on our computer. So accordingly we will be able to take up the necessary actions to protect our systems. So then, speaking of the other technique, assuming where a hacker is in our network. So far we have been assuming that hacker is somewhere on internet and he is trying to crack our passwords. But now let us assume hacker is not somewhere on internet, but he is within our network. So here, for a hacker to take over control of our systems, if he is present within the network, all he needs to do is steal our passwords or crack the passwords. So here we have been going through with different techniques what hackers can use, and the first technique is something like sniffing. So what actually happens in sniffing is hacker is trying to capture the password between two different computers when user is trying to log into the server. So it is like this. So assuming I have a server and we also have a client computer, or let us say this is the admin's computer and this is a hacker. Now when administrator is logging into the server, hacker is trying to capture this traffic using a technique called man in the middle. So he is using man in the middle attack to capture the traffic and view what is the user ID and what is the password. Now this is one of the most dangerous attack that a hacker can perform. Now here, for us to protect ourselves from this, what we need to do is we have to go with something called end-to-end encryption. So here the solution is we'll have to go with end-to-end encryptions. Now this actually depends on a process called cryptography. So cryptography is a process where we try to encrypt and decrypt the data in order to secure it. So here generally when we speak of encryption, there is a process where we convert clear text information to unknown format. So this unknown format is called as ciphertext. So we are just trying to convert clear text data into an